V10, Chapter 121. Today, the UN ambassador from China launched a formal protest against the United States. They claim that the US is illegally preventing their right to explore the New World. They continue to make the claim that the gate should be given United Nations control so all nations could have equal access to the special region, or known as Uros by the International Astronomical Union. The U.S. Ambassador Kevin Collins to the UN countered by saying that China to have a history of not honoring international agreements, that China must pull out of northern Afghanistan. China invaded the Badakhshan, Kunduz, and Ticaret province. China invaded these places after the NATO withdrawal in 2022. While no official comment by the Chinese government, experts believe it is to mine much needed ore in those regions and to expand the One Belt One Road initiative. Tension rose as the U.S. continually refused to allow Chinese-aligned nations to the gate, saying that the gate is under American control and should be protected by free nation. SCNR News. Fort Alness, December 21, 2025. On this sunny but crisp day, Princess Pina is walking through the military base. She is not alone. Her most loyal and trusted servant, Hamilton, is by her left side as always. Boses is also with her, walking by her right side, all in their standard rose armor. For the past 15 minutes, they have been talking about those 3 movies they saw in Italica, which was called The Hobbit. From what Sarah said, that movie is their version of a theater. Everything she saw was not real, but just a story they wrote. When they say this work looks like one of their made-up fantasies, they were not kidding. She could not believe how similar their stories are to her world. She started to understand why these other worlders are so confused by her world. To them, it is like walking into a dream, but that dream is real. What scared her the most was the talking dragon. This world has dragons, massive ones, but nothing like that. The other thing that scared her was how organized the dark races were. They fought just like standard armies. The one key advantage the Empire had against them was organization. The main bad guy interested her. Sharpe said this was a prequel to a far greater trilogy, whatever that means. That evil-eye man, though, Sauron, reminds her of Queen Famulus, a unifying force for the forces of evil. The one thing she thought was funny was the relationship between the dwarves and the elves. That seems to be normal. The great stories of the elves and dwarves' wars which brought down their civilizations thousands of years ago. While I don't normally fancy elves, I found them pretty sexy looking in that picture story, Boses says with a giggle. Hamilton giggles. Yes, but I did like Legolas. He has such a cute face. Boses elbows Hamilton in the arm. I'm going to tell that American boy you are leaving him for an elf. Wait, no, Hamilton says in a worried tone. Don't do that, please. I did not mean it like that. And his name Andrew. She could not help herself but laugh by that exchange. For as long as she can remember, Hamilton has always had a nervous but soft heart. She hoped that making her a knight would toughen her up, which it has. She looks back. She is just teasing you, Hamilton. But I have to say they got the dwarves right. Short and ill-mannered. Pina, did you find anyone you liked? Boses asks, still poking at Hamilton. She thinks about that. She did not really find anyone attractive, but she did like now Nolu that Lake Man was. I did find that Lake Man interesting, scruffy looking but cares about his people. But there wasn't a lot of men to pick from. Since we are on the topic, have you two done it yet? Boses asks Hamilton in a silly manner as she pokes her chest. Hamilton looks at her all embarrassed. She waves her hands lightly to shut Boses up. Boses, knock it off. People might hear. Boses chuckles. You have always been a shy one. It's why we love you. Knock it off, Hamilton says. Hearing them bicker like this makes her giggle. She cannot help but find it funny. Boses has always been the energetic, aggressive one in the group. It was hard for them both to build a trusting relationship. When they were young, she wanted to command every detail, thinking she knew everything. But Boses wanted to shine herself and wanted Pina to trust her. They had to butt heads a few times until she finally learned to trust her knights. Be nice, Boses. I don't want her stitches to rip, she says. And besides, at least she found a man. You keep scaring them away. What does that mean? Boses says with a fiery voice. She can hear Hamilton giggle from that. She turns around and looks at her servant. Still, you rarely talk about him. What's up? Hamilton blushes and glances away. I don't know. It's not like we had a lot of chance to do anything. The war and all. She then grabs her other arm, trying to summon up the confidence to speak about the manor. I don't know. I just feel warm inside when I am around him. It feels natural. I find him cute when we're alone though, doing everything he can to make me feel happy. Hamilton then glances down and smiles. We had a date night last night, but my side still hurts. So, we watched one of his cute anime shows, and he took care of me, so I didn't have to do anything. She looks to Boses and then both look at Hamilton. Both say, "Hey," she said, embarrassed. She then looks at her with determination. "But Your Highness, I promise that you are my #1 priority. I won't be leaving your side and serve you until the end." She giggles hearing that. "I am sorry, Hamilton, but that's so cute. I never questioned your loyalist and duty, so calm down." "Not you too," Hamilton whines. Boses wraps her arm around Hamilton's neck and pulls her close. "Don't worry, you are farther than the rest of us. But when the good stuff happens, do not forget to tell us. Besides, I want to talk about our glorious princess now." "Why me?" she asks, confused. "Don't why me, princess," Boses says with an evil smirk. "We all saw it. The Major getting you that stupid paper crown as a gift from someone at his statues. I would expect something with more quality." Hamilton then looks up at her. "Is that true, princess? Is he courting you?" She looks at them confused, not understanding what they are talking about. When she heard Boses mention that paper crown, she then figures it out what they're talking about. She now wonders if her knights are assuming that Sharpe declared intentions to her by getting her a gift. 1. While this is not a universal rule within the Empire, with the high nobles in Sadera, when a man presents a gift to a noblewoman, it is him declaring his intention to a courtship. However, she understood that was not what Sharpe was doing. She told him on that bridge in Havkrisen, 2, that she sold her crown to find his people. 3. She understood that he was just returning what he considered a debt. No coin value, but it has massive segmental value to her. From what Rose said, it is normal in her country for people to get gifts for other people, that they make up holidays just as an excuse to buy gifts for others. She looks at her two knights and sees this glow in their eyes, waiting for her to tell them what they want to hear. She holds up her hands, trying to discharge the situation. "No, no, you two are misunderstanding the situation. It is nothing like that. We are just fellow soldiers working together." She sees both get closer. It looks like they are trying to read her soul. "I don't know. We all went through a lot of crap just so you can be on his good side. Why would you do that, my princess?" Boses said with a cheeky tone. She stands there, not believe what is happening. She raises her hand and flickers her figure into Boses' head. "Knock it off. Nothing is happening. As you said, we all been through a lot. That's all." Hamilton giggles at seeing Boses get flicked. She then looks to Pina. "Your Highness, but he did get you a gift. Are you saying there are no intentions behind it?" She smiles and shakes her head. "There is nothing. I told him about when I sold my crown to that dwarf. I think he just felt bad about that. As Boses said, we all been through a lot to earn their respect. I think that is his way of showing we are all on the same team now, that they don't see us as imperialists but fellow comrades." "So, you say there's nothing in there? No wedding bells coming?" Boses asks as she rubs her head. She crosses her arms. "No, and you can tell the other knights that too. It is just a cultural misunderstanding. He can help us retake the throne and bring an end to this silly war. We finally have a good thing going here, and I don't want to ruin it." As she thinks, she glances away. During that movie, to her surprise she enjoyed, she saw Sharpe and Sarah holding hands. She also remembers how far he was willing to go back to Havkrisen. He looked like a nearly broken man when he asked for her help. Besides, I think he is fond of someone else. Boses gets closer to her. "Really? Who?" "That's none of our business, Boses. You shouldn't gossip about it," she said as she turns around and starts walking again. She can hear her moan with disappointment. She thinks about not telling them, but Boses has a big mouth and will spread something. She honestly would rather spread the truth than a lie. She decides to tell what she saw, believing it will end any rumors that she and Sharpe are courting once and for all. "I saw the Major and Sarah holding hands during the movie." She then turns around and starts walking, knowing the gossiping is coming. She can hear both debating on what that could possibly mean. She finds it adorable to what they are talking about. Hearing both of their viewpoints fascinates her. Both say that Sharpe is like brick, cold, calm, can be mean, but under all that what seems to be a giant softie. They even bring up that strange-looking toy on the dashboard that is called Optimus Prime. Then they bring up Sarah. She seems to be opposite to the Major, softer and welcoming to people. but deep inside her seems to be this lurking brood mother that wants to come out if anyone who messes with her people. While she has not had much time to talk to her, she seems far easier to talk to and get advice in talking to Sharpe. Her experience somewhat proves that. It has been either one side or the other, but the situation was different back then. She remembers how naive she was, thinking she knew how the world worked. At that time, she did not realize it. The first time in Italica they were enemies. She had no idea then that they would be fighting side by side. While she did not know it, hearing his speech to the people at Italica was the start of her changing how she saw things. She still remembers every word of his speech. My name is Major Sharpe of the United States Army. I am not going to lie to you. This is a very bad situation we are in. We are facing a well-trained force coming to take this under-defended city. Because of the situation, we are going to help. I see some of you are scared of the coming battle, that you are not soldiers, not trained for this. In other words, common folk. Do not feed that fear. Do not think yourself as less as the enemy. History has shown the common man able to overcome great crises, defeat great armies, and even topple empires. Let me make this clear. All we must do is hold for a day. All we must do is wait for our cavalry to arrive. I have full faith you are capable of defending your homes, your families, your city. If we do this together, we will win. Orders will be given soon, so be ready. Let God be with you. She stops and looks up at the building that she was heading to. While it does not look like a dungeon like the one in Sad Era, where they keep their prisoners, but here, this is where they are keeping General Herm Fulmayo. She and her 2 knights walk into the building. When they walk in, 2 guards come up. She takes out this identification card and hands it to him. The man takes it and scans it. Thank you, Princess Pina. You are free to go. Yup. What is your name? She asks. You call us agents. The man says. She takes the hint and waits. She takes her card back and thanks to him. I can't believe that thing knows who I am. The guard smirks and he shows her the scanning device. Well, you see that gold strip there? It has all your information on there. Your picture, what unit you're with and security level and anything else I need. That is amazing, Hamilton states as she looks at the scanner. As they start walking away, that scanner and card seem so alien to them. A part of her has gotten used to not understand these people's equipment, a daily reminder that these other worlders are so beyond them in technology. She walks into the room. She got permission to see Herm, her formal knight before he betrayed her and joined her brother ranks. He was not the only one. Most of the men followed Herm during their fallout. She walks in and sees Herm sitting on this chair in this other room. There is this glass window wall between her and him. He looks beaten up, tired, and demoralized. To her surprise, she feels nothing by the sight. Seeing him again brings back memories of their fight at Legrath. While it was tough at first, the fight went smoother than she expected. When he left, they got into a fight, one that she lost. He was becoming a sexist, seeing her female knights as nothing but objects, just like her brother. Zorzal has a way of corrupting people. He knows how to bring out people's deepest and darkest desires and offer them that. He feels the worst in people, and that is how he gets people loyal to them. It became clear that he and others like Kalasta only used her knights to advance their station. It was Norma who stood up against them, forcing them out. While he was a pervert himself, he was loyal. He did not deserve to die in Italica, but she thinks what she is why was so impressed by Sharpe when they first met. It was such a sharp difference from what she was used to seeing. A man with values and principles. Herm had none of that, and here he is now, sitting in this cell. She enjoyed beating him in that fight. All her hard work, going through all those adventures and battles was worth it. Beating him down. During the fight, she saw he could have beaten her from his Rose training but held back, fearing to hurt them. He never saw them as equals and she wishes she saw it then. But he got lazy and comfortable. She found it very satisfying in defeating him in fair combat. That she is the true warrior and not him. What have you been doing to him? She asks. This man turns around and looks at her. She sees the CIA name on his shirt. Sarah told her what that means. She also told her to be careful around them. If she feels unsafe, contact Sharpe. Has he talked? This agent woman walks up to her. Nothing we don't already know. That Emperor Molt was over the throne and your brother has taken the throne. The Senate is split and he is asking for help from other kingdoms. But the government itself is unified behind Zorzal. He purged everyone who wouldn't bend the knee. The male agent looks at this document in his hand. But he did tell us something interesting. He was a general that attacked Philadelphia but fled. She crosses her arms as she looks through the window. She can hear this strange music. What is that noise? Boses asks. We have been playing music into the chamber for 2 days, playing a song that would get annoying easily. It has been no stop, the female agent said. She listens carefully and hears the words of the song. Bird, bird, bird is the word. She does not understand the context, but it already sounds annoying. Anything else? Well, the male agent says, it seems that he is hiding something about Philadelphia. We have been trying to figure out what that is. We have been using truth drugs, but he is holding on to that secret hard. If there is a security threat to Earth, we must find out. And the annoying music is supposed to make him talk? She asked. Works in Guantanamo Bay detention camp. It drove those terrorists nuts. The female agent said, I want to go inside. I have questions and I have permission. I did beat him and brought him in. She spoke. She can tell the agents didn't like that she gets to talk to them, but they have orders. The man escorts her and her 2 knights to the door. The music stops and the door opens. She walks in and walks right up to Herm. He looks exhausted, like he has been up for a few days. It looks like his pride is gone, but she questions that. He would have to high it to lose it. Herm. Herm looks up at her. Traitor, do you think you scare me? She looks directly at him. Yes, I do. You are going to answer my questions. Herm forces a chuckle. I noticed you didn't come alone. You brought your pet, an attack dog. He then looks to Hamilton, who he referred to Pina Pet. Hello, Hamilton. It has been a while. Do you remember that night? I surely do. We could have had a special night, ugh. Hearing enough, she punches him into the forehead. Enough. Boses. Hamilton outside, please. Your Highness. Hamilton says. She orders them both out again. She realizes she should have done that in the first place. She knows Boses will lose her temper quickly and try to kill him, and Hamilton, bless her heart, Herm, will try and use her as a weak point, which will only piss her off. After both leave the room, she hears Herm chuckling again. She sees him about to say something, but she grabs him by the neck and squeezes hard, chocking him a bit. She then leans forward, looking directly into his eye. Look, you son of a bitch. I have had enough of you. I have questions, and you better answer them. Because if you do not, you are going to be stuck in this little box at the mercy of those 2 people in there, she said with much fire in her tone. And trust me, I have no idea what they will or can do to you. And that should scare you. She then lets go of him, and he begins coughing. She could not believe what she just did. A few years ago, she never would have done something like that. She feels like this is personal. Unlike her brother, who she always has known him to be a spoiled bastard, Herm she once considered a friend. He was one of the first nobles to join. At first, she thought he joined for noble reasons. She later learned that he just joined to pick up other girls and to help boost his career, using her to get to her brother. During the final days before she forced him out, he attempted to assault Hamilton to get back to her. His logic is that she was not of a noble house, but was bought by her father for her. She can see he got the message, and he takes a deep breath. Look, Pina, Herm said, I have not been in Sadera in over a month at this point. I have no idea what the Emperor is planning. She crosses her arms, not believing him. When it comes to Zorzal Inner Circle, he has a big mouth. Herm knows something, and as those agents said, he has his own secret. What happened in Philadelphia, Herm? I always wondered how you and Kalasta got away while other generals didn't. I got to see the prisoner list, and I found it strange all the generals seem to be dead. Expect for people loyal to you and my brother, she says. There is this short silence before he speaks. Unlike you, I did my duty. We crushed them at first and then were pushed back. The other generals refused to see what was happening and put the invasion at risk. She could not believe it. She can see that is a lie. The Empire sent some of their best and most noble generals top Earth. They would not escape without their troops, or if they had no choice. She thinks about Chrysis and what happened to him. She knows that Herm was sent to take command. How he did it was killed Chrysis and Mwilk. He murdered both to gain power. She remembers how he threw his men to her and the Rangers when Beluti switched sides. Her eyes widen with a realization. Colt of Italica would never have betrayed his people. You keep telling people he was a coward, which forced you to flee the battle. Colt has always been an honorable and loyal man. He never would have been a coward. You killed him, didn't you? She sees in his eyes that her guess is true. Herm is a man who will murder for his own personal glory or survival. He has no honor. You question me? Herm said. Yes, I killed him. I have no regrets. He has always been a thorn in the Empire side. He was always more like these people. Weak, just like who you are now. You think I am weak? You think killing a nobleman who was loved by his people is weak? She said, pissed at him. Yes, Herm states. Look who you are becoming. While you were just some arrogant child back then, you didn't look down on your own kind. Now look at you. You keep pretending to be fighting for your country, but you fight against them in Elis, side by side with the enemy. You have walked away from everything the Empire stands for. Since that day in Italica, you have been trying to side with them. The only reason this war is continuing is because of you. I was trying to protect the Empire from a failed war. She shoots back. A peace treaty was the only chance the Empire had, and Zorzal never would accept that, but he wasn't the one who botched it. It was you who failed to achieve your peace, Herm said with a grin. You can say what you want about your brother, but he didn't put the Empire into this position. You say you are fighting for the Empire, but all you want is power. Zorzal was next in line, not you. They will not help you take the throne. No one will ever expect you as Empress. You have no idea what my motives are, Herm, she responds. I am fighting for my country. My brother is not fit to lead the Empire. You keep pushing for war against a more powerful enemy. The Empire will fall if… Herm spits at her. Shut up. You can tell yourself that, but I can tell that you convinced yourself of that. You are afraid of them, and that is why you surrendered so easily. You talk about how you are trying to save the Empire, but you fight against everything it stood for. We have stood for 600 years. We are strong, and the strong will rule. Otherwise, it is chaos. Eidos is one our side and the other gods. And those are the old ways, she responds as she wipes her face. Those ways will not serve us anymore. What you call weakness, they call it their strength. They protect and love their people. Why can't we do the same? Your father would be upset to hear that, Herm said. Maybe it is a good thing that he never loved you. You were always a thorn, and you knew that. Why else you called yourself the Rose Order? Do you think love will rule the Empire? That love will keep the peace? While you think you have grown, you are still a child, still seeking the protection of a stronger man. She does not let that get to her. She finds it pathetic that all he ever has to say is something sexist. It is showing her that he does not have anything to say. Not too long ago she would flip out at him or anyone, feeling like she needed to protect her pride or something. But now she understands he is a spoiled child with surface attacks. Spending time around Major Sharpe, she has learned how to keep her cool and the true depths of one's character. That is because she had to work for it. His respect was not going to be given like so many in Sad Era. You said Eidos and the other gods. Eidos means Talon, so what do you mean? What is my brother planning? She asks. She can see his frustration. His cheap shot at her did not do anything. After the defeat at Elis, even he knows the standard army won't be enough. As I said, I do not know. You might want to go to him and ask. He might forgive you if you ask for it, Herm said. While you think you have the people on your side, it is only your Rose Knights that are here. The rest of Falmart do not want your new friends to take over this world. He ordered my death. You and Talon were going to execute me if it wasn't for these people. I didn't betray you. You betrayed me, she said and thinks. And you know what? All my brother cares about are that damn throne. You think of him as a friend, and yet he sent you to Elis to lead a defeat. At least Chrysis and Mwilk would have fought to the end with honor. Why did you think Legrath defenders rebelled against you? You know nothing, Herm said and looks down. You are right. Your brother agreed with you. Your father did bring doom to the Empire, and we are correcting his mistake. He then looks up. You think of me a coward, and yet I went to Elis. I killed that bastard Chrysis and his dog Fryen. I killed that traitor Mwilk for siding with that exiled general, and I will be remembered as the man who saved the throne. Zorzal is the true heir to the throne. He and his coalition will overwhelm and crush these people and retake Alnus one day. We are the Empire. We can endure. None of that made sense to her. Now that she thinks about it, he did not try to defend the fortress. It seemed to be a secondary priority while he focused on purging Chrysis and his loyalists. All he seems to care about is that he killed Chrysis and Mwilk. Chrysis she somewhat understands, but Mwilk made no sense. It seems he is afraid of something else. General Herm, she said, what was your mission in Elis? Why did you kill the only leaders we had who was putting up an effective fight against the Otherworlders? If you are truly loyal to the Empire and wanted to win, it makes no sense what you did. And besides, It was guaranteed that Legrath was going to fall. Knowing you and my brother, you two would rather let him the blame for the defeat. As I said, you know nothing, Herm said before she grabs him by the throat and punches him 3 times. You knew I was going to be there and try to execute me, and you execute my countrymen for defending their homes. She yells. You know why I won't stand by my brother. You talk about being loyal, and yet none of you know anything about loyalty. I worked hard to get to where I am at, to be respected. Neither of you has ever earned a single thing. She punches him again and then grabs his collar and pulls him close. You will tell me your secret, or I will untie you and beat you down again where you belong. He nods with fear, remembering their fight and how she beat him in a sword fight. Okay. It doesn't matter anyway anymore. She lets go and takes a step back. She sees Herm's face bleeding as he breathes heavily. My mission wasn't to stop the Otherworlders. It was to stop Crisis at all cost. 5. He is a bastard who needed to be put down before he threatens the throne. He was a threat to the future of the Empire. Even that coward Diabo agreed. That again made no sense to her. Emperor Molt was a traitor, and we need changes to the Empire. Your brother will renew the Empire and fix his past sins. You are not one of us anymore. You can call yourself a patriot, but that is a lie. I can see why you act the way you do. There is a virus in Molt bloodline, and both FO you were infected by it, Herm says as he rambles. She is confused by what he means by both. He could not be referring Zorzel, maybe Diabo, but the context does not make sense. She grabs his collar again, annoyed by his rambling. Stop and just tell me. Herm looks directly at her. Crisis is Molt's firstborn. She lets go of him and takes a few steps back. She thought she heard him wrong, but her ears are telling her what she heard is true. What? Crisis is the bastard son of Molt. He is Zorzel's and your older brother, the heir to the throne, Herm said. Zorzel told me everything and Diabo didn't deny anything. Your father raped a woman during the wars against Famulus. Once he found out she bared his child, he tried to kill him and failed. She thinks about it, and for some reason, her heart is telling her it is true. Her father always hated him, but she never fully understood why. She hated him just because she was told to. Royal politics. If her brother plans to rule with an iron fist, then he would have to remove the only person who could challenge him. And he did. She thinks about the only time she had an interaction with him. He trusted her to fulfill his final plan, to bring an end to the war and end the corruption within the Empire. She did not understand it then, but their conversation felt so natural. He told her of his story, fighting up the ranks as a gladiator and then being adopted by a family to serve in the Imperial Army. She knows that her father kept giving him a suicide mission, and yet he kept surviving. His rebellion 6 years ago makes sense now. That event never made sense to her. Her father suddenly attacks him. From what Crisis told her, Molt made the first move. She just figured she was too young. But based on her conversation with Crisis, he did not seem like he knew Molt was his father. She has had a rocky relationship with her father, he always looking past her. Because she never could take the throne as long as her brothers were alive. She had less value to Molt, but he never threatened her or put her in any danger. Now that she thinks about it, she feels depressed for Crisis. His whole life was a joke. He never knew it, but his father was trying to get him killed just because his mother is a slave. She looks up at Herm, and all she can see what everything is wrong with the Empire. What her father and brother have built. They throw everything against her brother, and he still was loyal to the country, to the soldiers and people of it, just like Major Sharpe and his people. Herm, she said in a cold voice, you think you won, that you accomplished your mission in removing my brother's proper place on the throne. You were right to fear him. He told me what his mission was. He was a man for the people, and I want to say thank you for making it clear to me. I am going to carry that torch for him. I will accept that so-called virus within our blood and replace all of you. She then turns around and opens the door. She stops halfway and looks back at him. One more thing. She thinks back on why she wanted to be by Sharpe's side. He is an example of a true man. Honorable, loyal, strong, and caring. It does not use people but helps and respect the people around them, regardless of class and title. Herm and her brother are none of those things. If you were half of the man you think you are, which is already little, but if you were, you never would have betrayed me. You still would be by my side right now, loyal. And when the gate appeared and this war started, you would be right here by my side, being a great general of the Empire besides as my brother lackey. Something to think about because you are going to die here. After saying that, she closes the door and heads out of the building. Having enough, her two knights rush up to her. Hearing everything, she just ignores them until she walks outside. Once outside, she falls to her knees and holds herself. "Princess, are you okay?" Hamilton asks as she gets to her side, holding her. She starts to cry as she thinks about her brother Chrysist's fate. "Chrysist was my brother, and I let him die. I let him face the world alone, and I could have done something. The only man in my family who ever gave me respect was someone I didn't even know. Damn it." Almas Military Gym, December 21st, 2025. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Sharpe says. He sits up after doing 10 sits UPS. That is nothing for him. But he looks over to Selena as she did her first set. He smirks seeing her struggle with it. It is her first time. "Don't worry. It will take time for your body to get used to it. It felt wired," she says, and then looks at him with a smile. He reaches over and rubs her hair. Both are at the gym. Selena wanted to start training with him to get stronger. He understands why. After what happened, she feels insecure and wants to be able to defend herself. He doesn't disagree with that. That is why he gave her a pistol in the first place. Too bad that failed its first test. But he sees this as quality time, something he has not had recently. It has been far harder than he figured being a soldier father, the double loyalties. "All right, let us do some pull-ups." "Okay, Dad," Selena says as she gets up. He gets up, always shocked by her determination. After everything she has been through, she still has a smile and willing to keep pushing herself. He also still not used to her calling him Dad. He assumed that had been a one-off, but she has kept doing it. As they walk to the pull-up section, she looks up at him. "I thought you always worked out shirtless?" "I know you do at the apartment." He looks down at her and sees her in her new gym outfits, black and red sports bra, and pink shorts. It was something she picked up on Earth with Sarah. He can see she is growing up not just with age, but physically too. He is glad she wants to work out and learn self-defense. It should help her get more confident. And if some teenage boy tries to pull a fast one on her, he will feel better if she can protect herself. He's seen too many monsters in his life, and he is not talking about goblins and trolls. "It is an old habit, but this is public," he said. "Is it because of those scares?" she asks. He walks over to the pull-up stand. He knows that the army teaches chin-ups, but he does not want to complicate things for her. "A little. It brings unwanted attention, and I am not allowed to talk about most of them. And besides, I need to give the other guys here a chance with the ladies." She giggles hearing that. "How did you get all those?" "All from battle." He looks down at her. He then points to the big scare on his right shoulder. "I got shot here. That isn't fun." He then lifts his shirt and points to a few more. He explains where he got some of his other scares. Avoid any classified details. "Do you like being a soldier, even though it is dangerous?" she asks. "I love being a soldier. It was the only thing I saw myself doing with my life," he said, thinking about it. "But life does change, and let me tell you something. There is always more to life." "And that is?" she asks, confused. He reaches out and pinches her nose. "You know, picking on people. Sweets. Sleeping. Love sleeping." She laughs as she slaps his hand away. She then looks at him seriously. "But do you ever get scared?" "When I was a slave, I was scared. And when I was about to be executed, I was scared. I want to be brave like you. I don't want to be weak, Dad." He takes a deep breath, already knowing that was how she felt. He places his hand on her shoulder. "Selena, it is okay to be afraid. When you were taken, I was. When I fought Talon, I was scared." "Really? You never look scared." She speaks. "Being brave isn't about not being scared. Being brave means you are scared, but you act anyway." He explains. "For example, I wasn't going to let my fear stop me from finding you. When I am on the front lines, I don't let my fear control me. Being afraid does not mean you are weak, but you can't let it control you." She looks down as she thinks. She then looks up at him. "Okay, now watch me." He jumps up and grabs the pole. He begins lifting himself. "Watch how I do it." What this does is build up your upper body in a more even way. All your upper body muscles are in use. "That looks hard. How many can you do?" she asks, nervous at the sight. He starts doing chin-ups. "The basic requirement for the Rangers is 6, but I can do 10 myself. I used to be able to do more." "Because you are getting old?" she says with a smirk. "I only started getting when I ran into you." He shots back and then hopes down after doing 10 chin-ups. "You're mean," she says with a giggle and punches him in the arm. "It is Wednesday. I can be mean on Wednesdays. Now your turn," he said with a smile. He pulls over this booth and helps lift her so she can do pull-ups. His goal today is to make her feel like she can do it over getting real results. Part of building yourself up is building your mind. If she believes she can do it, her body and actions will follow. He watches as he helps her, counting for her. After doing 5, she calls it quits. "Good job. Not bad for your first time." He helps her down and hands her some water. She takes and starts drinking. "You make it look so easy." "A decade of practice, kid," he said and sits down on the booth. "The key is to train your body on what to do. It will be hard at first, but it gets easier." As he explains, he notices 2 soldiers walking up behind her. She turns around as they approach. "I am sorry, no ladies allowed in this gym, but Selena can stay," the SAS soldier says with a laugh. The man next to him looks polished, starts to laugh. "Sorry. Rules are rules, Major." Selena looks at them and then back to him. "Bye, Dad. Rules are rules." He looks down at her. "You traitor." He then hears both laughing from that. "Who are they?" she asks. Selena, "The prick there is Captain Albert Nelson, head of the British Special Air Services detachment here. The short polished man there is Captain Karol Kowalski of GROM. Both special forces from their countries," he says. "Guys, this is my daughter Selena." Albert looks down at her. "So, you have been the one who's been giving him trouble. Good. He is a boring person and needs some excitement in his life." Selena looks up at Albert. "So, you're from that country my dad said he kicked your ass during the revolution. And then he said he saved your people during both world wars." Hearing that, he closes his eyes. Damn, she is a direct kid, and he loves it. Both men start to laugh. "Your father said that?" "Well, he is telling you lies, kid. We just had better things to do than rule over his people," Albert said in a sarcastic voice. Selena smiles and looks up back at him. "Did you fight with them before?" "Albert here. We both did a mission in Southeast Asia years back. We took out a pirate den who was attacking shipping lanes," he says. "That was a long time now," Albert said. "I think I was still a lieutenant." He smirks. Thinking back on that mission, people think the Empire is a barbaric, brutal place compared to the civilized nations of Earth. However, if you look at the right places, you can still find evil. "The Polish man there, I never had a chance to serve with," he said and then shakes his head. "But I have heard of your reputation in Syria and Iraq. Nice job." "It is an honor, sir, to finally meet you," Karol said as he shakes his hand. "Your reputation precedes you." "Yeah, Major," Albert said. "What they did to you was bullshit." He glares at Albert, clearly warning him to not bring up that topic. He sees that he noticed the warning and drops it. "Yeah, well, we should get going. Sharpe, me, and the other SF officers host a poker game here and there. You're welcome to join," Albert asks. He waves them off. "Thanks for the offer, but I'm busy enough as is. And besides, I am not in that world anymore." "Come on, that is bull," Karol said. "A card game wouldn't be a bother to anyone. You might not have the badge, but you still have the heart. Knock it off, you two. Let's spend some time with my daughter," he said, ordering them to leave. Both laugh and start to head out, but Albert stops and points to Selena. "If he gives you trouble, ask him about that time he spent in jail in the Philippines." He winks at her and walks away. She looks at him confused. "I heard this before. What happened?" He places his hand on his forehead. All he remembers is waking up in the SEAL and nearly breaking this man's arm for rubbing his beard. To this day, he has no idea how he pissed off the police chief. His old Delta squad broke him out of it, and they all were acting strangely. Especially Jesse. "Don't ask Selena. I honestly do not know." "Damn Jesse. He told everyone it seems," he states. Selena waves goodbye and looks back at him. "Do you miss being one of them?" He stops and looks at her. That is a hard question for him. A part of him misses his old team and the work they did when they invaded this world. And if he got the offer to rejoin Delta, he would not hesitate. They are the best for a reason. But now, he is proud of his Ranger team and all the work he has made with the people in Alnus. He enjoys his friendship with the girls and experiencing everything that this world has to offer. He has seen and done things here that he never would have seen while in Delta. They might have been deployed here, but it would not be the same. He never would have such a close relationship with Rory, Lelei, and especially Selena. "Honestly, no," he responds. If I was still with them, then I never would have met you. Rory or Lelei, even Tuke? She adds. Yes, even Tuke. He smiles. He thinks it's best that she does not know what happened between him and Tuke. Life can take you down interesting paths, and sometimes something seems hard or bad might lead to something great. He finishes as he messes up her hair. All right, let's do some push-ups. I tried, but it is hard, she said as she gets on her knees. As I said, it takes time to train your body. Just do 10 for now, and we will bump that number up as you get stronger, he said as he gets down. He then starts to do his set of push-ups. He looks over and sees her struggling. Keep your legs together and do this. Put your knees down and push up from there. That should help you for now. He sees her correct herself and begins doing push-ups. He smiles and starts doing his. For the next hour, he teaches her many different workout routines. They end up in the weightlifting area as they finish up their day. After this, let us go to Apex and get something to eat. After a workout, you need to eat something heavy in protein. Otherwise, your body going to hate you tomorrow, he says. 8, she says as she lifts a weight. I would like that. I am getting hungry anyway. He nods. By the way, you are starting school soon. Sarah got the permits to a building. He sees her look away, not thrilled. I know. You want me to go? Of course, he responds. You can't just build your body. Your mind is the most important tool you have. I know, she said and sets down her weight. It is just I don't fit in. He knows what she means. She has struggled to make friends here in Alnus. He wanted to help, but the war has limited his chances to help her in this. Adrian seemed to be considered strange and outcast to people in this region thanks to centuries of empire propaganda. But he understands how she feels. He was not the popular kid in school, more of the outcast. He hated it at the time. But life can be strange. Most of those kids are on drugs or have a plain life. It made him stronger and have a far-reaching perspective on life. But his parents did not get involved, preferring to be absent during that of his life, which was easier. They are not bad people, just absent. He had to figure it all out on his own, and the army had a massive help in getting past that. Even if the war is going on, he does not want to do that to her, be absent. I know it is hard to make friends here. I didn't have any close friends either, he said as he puts down his weight. But I am reading as you asked. I do not need to go to a place to do that. Noriko has been helping and, Selena said before he stops her. Noriko has a baby. I am happy you two are close, but she cannot take care of you. You must learn to do this. Otherwise, the bullies win, he explains. I am glad you are reading. You have gotten good. I cannot wait until you tell me your next story, but you need to go into a classroom and learn other things. Trust me. She takes a deep breath, not liking the idea, but she looks up at him. I do, and I will give it a try. He gets on his knee and holds up a figure. Never say try. You either do or you do not. Understand? She nods her head. I do, sir. He smiles, seeing that she understands his point. People who try never cross the finish line. He wants her to be a winner because she deserves it. And besides, it will mean a lot to Sarah if you go. She cares about you. I know, she said. She is very nice. But I like being around you more. He could not help but smile. He lightly grabs her and hugs her. Thanks, kiddo. Let us get something to eat. V10, Chapter 122, Future Lines. Roma Highway, Outpost Alpha 3, December 26 SD, 2025. Specialist Enrico Diaz walks up to the observation post that is on top of their sandbag bunker. In both of his hands is a cup of coffee. When he gets up there, he sees his buddy, Corporal Escobar Fernandez. Both are on guard duty at the Brazilian Army checkpoint. Both are on nighttime watch duty. Here you go, Escobar, he said as he hands him the coffee. Thanks, buddy, Escobar said and takes a drink. Man, I don't remember them saying it will be this cold. It is only 11.6 degrees out here, Rodrigo responds. Yeah, well, I am from a jungle country, so screw you, Escobar responds and drinks his coffee. He sits down and takes a drink. I have to agree with my friend Italian. It is cold. I am sorry your sorry country is so cold, he then said with a chuckle. After the raid of Sadera, 1. American Rangers rescued a Brazilian student who was taken in Philadelphia when the gate appeared. When the student was returned, he was in bad shape. While the government has kept the details on his health, it was clear that he was a sex slave for one of the imperial nobles, which seems to be the norm on Falmart. With that, and when the population found out that 5 American soldiers died in the raid, public opinion in joining in the war against the Empire dramatically increased. The government was hesitated to take any action at first, Brazil not having a tradition of expedition wars. The last time a Brazil army found in a major war was World War II with the Cobras Fumantes, or known as then Smoking Snakes. However, the government has been wanting to align closer to NATO and the United States. They knew it was only a matter of time. They ended up joining, but struggled to reform the military to meet the new needs. What happened to the student only empowered the pro-war faction of the population, pushing the country to declare war and join NATO Expeditionary Force. "If I knew it was going to be this cold, I wouldn't have signed up," he said as a joke. He sees his friend laugh at that. He turns around and looks at the Italian Corporal Rodrigo Gengo, as he sits on the sandbags as he is on watch duty. "Knock it off, Brazilian. They have good hearing. Some of them have a great smell too." Escobar looks over to the Italian soldier. "You sound like you scared of them? They have bows and arrows." Rodrigo looks directly at both. "This is their country, their planet. We are the unwelcome guest forcing ourselves here. Arrows can still kill. Our armor cannot stop a sword or spear. If you are on patrol and get surrounded, someone will die." I was part of the opening stages of taking Elis. We were taking the north flank. While we easily pushed through their defense, we did lose too many when we had to fight in their trenches. My company lost 3 men and 7 wounded clearing those trenches, Rodrigo explains as he thinks of his fallen. What Rodrigo said put some fear into him. He thought with their overwhelming firepower and superior technology that this would be an easy war. But we are stronger. We might be technology stronger, but that doesn't mean shit when a sword is coming at you. They have magic and monsters, demigods and more, Rodrigo explains, and looks back out into the field and river. "It will be wise for you not to underestimate them. Even a paper cut can make you bleed. Just last week a company up north lost 2 men on a patrol. While they cannot win a direct fight, that does not mean don't watch your back. If it were not for our technology, we would be getting our asses kicked. These are some determined bastards." "All right, man," he said. He did not expect to hear that. The news back on Earth always said how NATO and their coalitional allies are defeating tens of thousands of the Empire soldiers in battle. But what do you think? This place looks like Earth. Just fewer trees like in my home state of Brazil. "Don't be silly, man," Escobar interjects. "We all know why we are here. A new world, new resources. The US is the global superpower and chooses who gets access to the gate. Of course, its NATO allies get access. That is the only reason why they triggered Article 5. If we want to roll in any of this, we have to show we will play the game. We are here just to save face with the Americans." He glances down at his mug, thinking on what Escobar said. It is usually true that powerful nations use their weight to get what they want. That has been normal since the dawn of man. But that statement does not feel right to this situation. There has been a public debate since 2020 about Brazil trying to join NATO. While nothing official has started, it has been an interesting topic. While Colombia has been very public in joining the military organization, NATO's still stuck in the European club mindset. Brazil has started cracking that mindset, being a developing power in the world. "I don't agree," he said, and can see Escobar about lecture him. "Hold on, let me explain. I am assuming you saw the videos and streams from the attack? Of course, aliens attacking. They are the most popular videos on the internet, probably for the next 100 years. Escobar responds, slightly confused about the question. "Well, remember watching that American woman reporter being attacked and raped, and then that cameraman being eaten alive?" he asked, looking directly at him. He remembers that day, his eyes glued to the television in the family room. He was downstairs with his family, eyes glued to the television screen. He was watching this American woman in a nice red skirt suit, talking into a camera. Around here were police and SWAT, firing at something that was coming. This loud roar in the background could be heard over all the gunfire. He had no idea what was happening. It is not every day you watch the most powerful country on the planet get attacked, especially from within the country. His uncle thought it was communist uprising while his father thought it was another terrorist attack. He was being old enough to remember 9/11. The debate ended when they all saw that creature. They saw trolls use a club and smash into the police line. Another police car flying into the ground, forcing the police barricade open. The next thing he saw goblins attacking the woman as she was reporting. To this day, he still remembers her screaming for help with her desperate voice. The camera dropped to the ground, and the cameraman rushed to try and to help her. These two other green men tackled him and started eating and cutting into his arm and body like they were from some zombie film. All he can remember is the screams in the background as people being slaughtered by these men on horse and horse people. That giant monster with a club picks up this police office, ripping him in half, and then begins eating its inside like it was some treat. That cameraman yelling and screaming as he was eaten alive, and having his meat be cut his body by those two things. That reporter woman was still live on the internet as she was being raped and stripped for the whole world to see. She is being attacked by those things over and over until the feed finally ended, being cut off by the company. He cannot remember how long he looked at the blank screen, but it felt like hours, but probably was more like minutes. He looks to his family and saw everyone was in shock. No one could move or say a word. Finally, his father picked up the remote and found a new stream. For the rest of the day, he just sat there watching as U.S. troops started pouring into the city. The heart of the city in flames, smoke everywhere. He remembers watching these soldiers covering one of their tanks as it aims its cannon towards this 8 or 9-story tall giant man before being killed by the tank blast. Soldiers all around firing into these strange human-like people, but clearly not from Earth. Slowly, he started to recognize them from creatures from fantasy stories. The more what he saw made sense, the more his mind told him none of it made sense. Those green men reminded him of goblins, the blue beats of trolls. He sees elves mixed in and many other creatures that he cannot recognize. He saw a different group of SWAT and police as they try to protect civilians. This human woman standing there with this stick, forming this strange energy barrier, and then bursting it into the soldiers and police, knocking a lot of them over before being swarmed by hundreds of these swordsmen. It was strange. Humans, but all these other monsters. Many of the buildings in flames, the glass shattered, and cars piled up smoking in flames. Bodies everywhere as U.S. forces retook street by street. By the late afternoon, the U.S. military started getting control of the situation and was pushing the aliens back to that gate. That is when he figured out that these aliens came from that opening. His whole world froze as he saw all that. He knew 7 billion people on Earth felt the same way. He knew the world would never be the same after this. Escobar takes a deep breath, not liking where this is going. Who hasn't? It is fucking depressing watching it. He looks up at Escobar. This doesn't feel like some feel-good war where the powerful country exploits a weaker one for some bullshit reason. It does not feel like it is those Banana Republic wars, too, that I learned about in history. I remember watching it, and I never felt more scared in my life. I saw the fear in my family's eyes. We were attacked. You say we were attacked, Escobar said. They were attacked. This isn't our war. We are not in NATO. I don't want to be hacked to death on some alien world. I disagree. We should be here. Come on, man. He responds, leaning forward. That could have happened in Brazil. You cannot tell me you don't feel it. Something has changed. We are fighting space people. With bows and arrows, Escobar adds. And magic, whatever that means. That is my point, he responds. I don't see this just another American war. They did take one of our people. This is bigger than we know. I don't know, man, Escobar said as he adjusts himself. I think you are overthinking all this. Be careful about that. Overthinking gets people killed. He takes an annoyed breath. He remembers wishing he could go get into the fight when the gate first appeared. NATO triggered Article 5 4 days later, and Japan quickly reformed its military to offer any assistance. He knew if the Japanese were willing to abandon 8 years of peace, this was not a normal war. By the end of that month, most of the Western world began mobilization for humanity's first interstellar war through that gate. I think you are underthinking it, he said. Escobar listens. I am not saying this is some grand war for survival, but it is a war between two worlds. Our world was attacked, and we have a choice. Do we stand alone or united against this? Escobar looks at him. They have bows and arrows. And what about the next alien? He shoots back. Will they have bows and arrows? He can see that question took him off guard. He looks to his sergeant. Rodrigo, what do you think? I don't get paid to think, specialist, Rodrigo said. Escobar, right. We come here and do our duty for mankind and go home alive. But Rodrigo looks to him. But I must admit, you make a good point. The platoon I am in has been debating something similar. In my country, the war is immensely popular, 83%. You cannot 30% popularly in anything in Europe anymore. Only one person voted against the war in Parliament, and he got voted out. Rodrigo takes a deep breath and glances away. This isn't a war for some damn pipeline between two countries, or for some activist utopian reasons. Hell, it is not even a war because I am pissed about what your people did to an ancestor 1,000 years ago did. This is a new one. Asking people for a new war would be an automatic, kicked out of office thing, but no. There is a huge amount of pride in going to war this time. We were attacked. Italian or American, didn't seem to matter as much as you might think. Rodrigo states with a lot of energy. Let me explain something to both of you. Rodrigo begins to say, but then 4 flares from the trip wires explode into the air. Battle station. He yells as he grabs his Beretta ARX-160 and begins firing. The emergency lights that face the east appear on and begin pointing to the direction of the fire. Get on the .50 caliber. Escobar yells as he rushes to the sandbag wall and starts firing his Imbal IA-2. He gets up and rushes over to the tripod M2 Browning 50 caliber machine gun. He starts firing it as a few arrows start raining down on the outpost. He looks out and sees all these figures rushing up into the perimeter. How they get through the barbed wire? He yells as he aims at the largest group. I told you, they have magic, Rodrigo yells. He looks over and sees other soldiers getting out of the sandbag buildings and rushing to the defense. He sees that he kills 3 enemy soldiers, being torn to shred by the massive .50 bullet. He smiles as he sees they are ponding the attacking infantry. He looks to the left and sees Sergeant Julio Pinheiro and Captain Julio Avila Furtado climb up the ladder and rush to their position. What is going on? How did they get so close? Captain Julio Avila Furtado asked. Rodrigo turns around to face the captain. Sir, they get a little closer each raid. Furtado looks up past the sandbags and analyzes the situation. Really? They must have a tunnel then. Negative, sir. Rodrigo corrects. We already thought of that. Drones haven't picked up anything. Look, Corporal, I am telling you there has to be a tunnel. We ran into them all the time in the Amazon against cartels and separatists. Our scanners didn't always pick them up. Furtado explains. He looks to his captain. Sir, tree line. Looks like this is a distraction. Furtado looks out and sees a large enemy force advancing. How do they plan on crossing the river? Pinheiro asked. They are crazy. Doesn't matter right now, Furtado said. Get on the horn and fry them. He looks back out and fires his M2 again. This is the first time he has seen combat outside of training. Bullets and tracers from dozens of soldiers firing out. Flares going out to light up the engagement area. Captain Furtado, Pinheiro yells. American artillery inbound. Incoming. As he fires his weapon, he can hear the loud zooms in the sky. Moments later, a dozen fragmentation explosions appear all along the riverbed, killing many of them. Then another artillery wave comes in and does the same thing. It would not take long before the last remaining enemy force retreats. Holy shit, we pushed them back. That was only a small raid, Rodrigo said as he stands up. They want us to follow so they can pick us off. I have seen it happen to my platoon. 2 wounded. I read the report, Corporal. Furtado said as he stands up. We stay here tonight and tomorrow we mop up. Fort Alness. December 26 SD, 2025. Rory stands there with her halberd out, ready to slay her opponent. She tightens her grin and controls her breathing. She has joined these people and sworn an oath to Emroy to protect and guide these people. While they are smart and mean well, they are like children who never seen the world, literally. They need someone to safely guide them, so they do not fall victim to what happens with all great power. And she will defend them wherever possible. Like now, she thinks, smirks and licks her lips. Let's party, baby doll. She then burst forward, bring her weapon back. I am not going to let you take Alness. She gets to her opponent and swings her halberd down. The enemy barely was able to dodge her attack, moving to the left. She lifts her weapon and then swings it around. She almost was able to separate the head off her opponent's body. Interesting, you are fast. While her weapon is out of position, her opponent gets in close and tackles her. She smirks as she grabs her opponent, tackles her, trying to pin her down. How cute. She grabs her opponent, trips her leg, and swing her over, slams her opponent to the ground. She then swings her halberd with one hand and brings the blade to the neck of her opponent. Now die, she said in a sadistic tone. Okay, uncle. Alicia yells while in pain. Time. Sharpe yells as he presses stop on a stopwatch. You are improving, Alicia. One day you might be able to keep up with Rory. She looks over to Sharpe and smirks, refusing to move her weapon away. Why? This is a battle to the death, and no one will ever be able to keep up with me. I am one of a kind. Wait. No, it's not, Alicia said as her eyes widened. She put her foot on top of Alicia to prevent her from crawling away. In the right of conquest, I have the right to do with her as I please. I choose death, she states with an evil tone. Alicia looks up at her. I thought we were warrior sisters. Shut up. She pushes her foot down harder. She then looks to Sharpe as he rubs his head, trying to figure out what to do. She loves to make his life harder. Cannot let her man get lazy after all. Sharpe points to her. Rory, you won 20 out of 1 time today against Alicia. Enough training for today. She frowns at that one part. She holds up her figure and she glares at him. During the 5th round, Alicia pulled a fast one on her. Alicia said that her skirt was up for everyone to see. In her distraction to make sure she was decent, the next thing she knew, she was on the ground. She knows that Sharpe had a hand into that because he walked up to Alicia and said something to her before the match. That one doesn't count. That was not fair. She speaks. In love and war, Rory, it counts, Sharpe said with a smirk. She just stomps on Alicia harder after hearing that. I disagree. It doesn't count. It just doesn't count. Please, Major, make her stop, Alicia said as she begs for her life. I keep telling you, Rory, you shouldn't wear a skirt into battle, Sharpe said. Now get off her, he said in his command tone. She takes a deep breath and then smiles. She lifts her halberd and swings it back to her shoulder. Fine. She gets off Alicia and then gives him a flirtish glare. You might say that though, but I have caught you many times taking a glance up my skirt. She then gives him a sexy wink. Sharpe crosses his arms. You are the one who's offering. It would be rude not to look at the menu. He winks back and starts walking away. She glares at him after hearing that, but turns red. Somehow, he never gets embarrassed by her flirtation, but turns it around right back at her. She loves those games, trying to up-one him. Then she smiles within, though, and looks to Alicia. Alicia shakes her head. You two make me sick. I am hitting the showers and then into town. She smiles and waves at her. By warrior sister, congratulations on your recent promotion. She found out today that Alicia was promoted to specialist. After Battle of Legrath, in the recent battle at half-christened most of the Rangers, Andrew was promoted to sergeant, Scott promoted to private first class, while Alicia promoted to specialist. Yeah, Alicia said as she walks away, holding her back. Never knew promotions hurt. She then rushes up to Sharpe and pats him on the back. That was fun, Jackson. You and I should go toe-to-toe next time. Alone, in private, away from people. Sharpe looks down at her. Maybe. I think I know a few ways of taking you out. She was about to respond to that and then goes quiet, afraid of the meaning behind it. She then looks over to the constructing buildings. So, what is happening here? I will show you. Heading to the office that's under construction, Sharpe said. When we first came here, Fort Alness, it was designed in a defensive manner. We grew past its capacity, and besides, it doesn't fit our needs. Now that we settled down and know more about this world, we no longer fear a second attack. He then points to some buildings. Those will be barracks for the knights. Those 3 over there are for the other Vanguard teams. That one over there is for the Alness militia. Over there is the lounging area for all the enlisted. A place for the troops to relax. It will be a hybrid of both worlds. So, the knights and militia feel more at home. She looks up at him. Alness militia? So that's finally happening? He stops and looks down at her. Yup, Alness command wants us to get back on exploring, pushing on the final frontier, and to train our new allies with our equipment and tactics. Where will we be? She asked as she looks around. From what I understand, I will be there. That is my command office as I take command of Vanguard 2, 5, and 7, on top of the knights and militia, and training them. Fun, he said with a chuckle. But you girls will be with me. Each of you will have your own room now. All of us connected to a living room and kitchen. It is the Army's way of saying thank you. And you keeping an eye on us? She said with a big smile. It will be easier to assault you. He looks down at her. Taller people have tried Rory and failed. I am not short, she yells after hearing that. She hates that she is shorter than everyone. She feels like the only reason people listen to her is that she is an apostle. If it were not that no one ever would because of her height. Sharpe chuckle from that. I told Colonel Robert that it was a pain to get everyone together. You girls were in the town. The night now was across the base and I was separated from everyone. We needed to centralize it. That is the only way we can make this work. Both worlds working together. That is nice, but what do I call it? Or is it still called Alnus since we're still technically on the hill? She asked. No, Sharpe responds. Since the 8th Division is partly being reactivated, Colonel Robert recommended naming it after Staff Sergeant John W. Minnick. So, this place is being named Fort Minnick 3? Who is he? She asked as she scratches her head. He stops and looks at her. He was one of 3 who won the Medal of Honor within the division during World War II. The battalion he was in was stopped by a minefield. You know, those explosives we put into the ground around the base. Anyway, during that, he led his team through the minefield and obstacles and took out a machine gun post that was attacking his unit. By himself, he killed 20 men and captured 20 more. He then started scouting through a second minefield but accidentally detonated it. But he saved dozens if not hundreds of his fellow soldiers. She blinks as she thinks about that. That battle sounds very intense and helps show her that she still does not fully understand how war is fought on his world. She knows there are gods in his world who refuse to interact with their worshippers, and she finds that silly. But hearing that, she starts to understand why Aphrodite told her why they keep to themselves. If they interact, then there would be no brave men like that willing to go above and beyond. Everything they do in their world is their choice, not some higher power. Sharpe crosses his arms as he looks at a building being built. The colonel wanted the name of this camp to represent something, being an example to the new people. Technology is not what is winning this war. It helps, but people like Minnick are the reason why we will win. If we all go that extra mile, there is nothing that can stop us. That is what he said. And do you agree? She asked. She already knows his answer but wants him to say it, so he is clear. Of course, Sharpe states. Sadera could have been a disaster. It was close, but we pulled above the situation. Overcame Talon and Crisis, took the fortress, beaten a flame dragon. Even the enemy is starting to join our side. You need examples in life, Rory. Examples so you know it can be done. She looks at him with a big smile. While he does not talk about it much, he has been trying hard to get people from both worlds to work together. There have been many bumps on that road, but she is proud that he finally got there. He deserves to be in command of what he built. While she enjoyed what he said, everyone here sees him as that example, even if he does not see it like that. That is the #1 reason she wants to be by his side. I am happy for you. Since those refugees from when we first met, you've been building all this. Finally, all that work is turning into something. She speaks. Yeah, I am not fully in command, but that doesn't matter, Sharpe said with an annoyed breath. He then looks at her. I was in a meeting last night. Your name came up many times. She looks at him confused. She points to herself. Me? Why would they be talking about me? You got an interesting fan club, he responds. Everyone is very thankful for all your help. You have gotten us out of trouble many times. She fake coughed twice as she glances at him. While he is correct that she has helped his people exploring and fighting in this world, she mainly bailed him out when he got into a fight bigger than he can handle. She looks at him and can see from his expression that he knows what she is implying. Well, I could say that you bailed me out many times, but then I won't give you your present, he said and walks away, starting to hum this song, being very cocky. As she watches him walk away, her eyes widen. But, me want present. I want the present. Get back here. She then rushes at him and tries to tackle him. He stops everything and looks at her. He pulls out this small box and hands it to her. She quickly grabs the box and opens it. She sees these 2 silver color bars that are connected. She looks up confused by it. What is going on? She watches him as he gets onto his knee and places his hand on her shoulder. She has always found that cute about him. He always tells people he never will bend the knee, being all patriotic and that no free man would do, but he does it all the time. She glances at his hand, enjoying the hand on her shoulder. She notices that he does that all the time when he is communicating with people. Sometimes she wonders if he even knows he does it, but the effect is strong. She has always assumed it is his way of showing that person all his attention is on him or her. She looks back at him. You don't have to. It is your choice, Sharpe said. Just spit it out, Rory said in a cute voice. If you choose to accept, you will oversee the Alnus militia. In an honorary position within the army, you will be the captain of them, he explains. Big responsibility, but I think you can handle it. She back at him, and then down at the rank pin. Then she looks back at him. Does this mean I have to leave your team? Of course not, Sharpe said. You are part of my team and always will be. She looks down at the rank. He has been truly kind to her and the other girls. First, he pushed on his people to get her legal residence, which means she has legal protections within their laws. While she prefers not to get too close to a country affair, not wanting her apostle title to get in the way, mainly because of her experience with the Empire. Then he gave her a V7 badge, showing that she is an honorary member of the team. She has spent so long traveling and supporting herself, never staying in one place. Then came the home in Philadelphia, and that was an eye-opener. She has never been in one's place this long for as long as she can remember, and that is a long time for an apostle. Now this, in the beginning, she just saw this as a temporary thing, helping along but never seeing it as more than that. Now she has a command within their organization. She then backs up at him. Captain, does that mean I am still your boss? He said, making sure she knows he is in charge. She stretches her arms with a big smile, pushing out her chest a little. Only when I allow it. She then hugs him and kisses him on his cheek. Thank you. You're welcome, he said, baffled on what just happened. She takes a step back and sees his reaction. What a dork. Hungry? Sharpe stands up. Why not? Let me text the girls. We can meet up at Apex. Liberty Apex. December 26 SD, 2025. Sarah is sitting there at her booth, drinking a glass of wine. With her are her friends Lieutenant April, Corporal Mute, Princess Pina, Delilah, and her little friend Selena. Should I be drinking this? Selena asked as she holds a small glass of wine. It is okay, April said. Just a little should be fine. Girl's secret. Selena looks to the red drink. But will Dad like that? She smiles hearing her say, Dad. She then looks over to the other woman in the group. Everyone goes, ah, when they hear that. That is adorable, Selena, she states. Stop it, Selena said, annoyed by that. It is okay, little one. We are just enjoying ourselves. It is just cute how you started calling him Dad besides father, Mute said, and then takes a drink from the red wine. This tastes wonderful. You never had wine before? Pina asked as she sits back. This is one of my favorite drinks from Elba Grape Farms. Wine is wine, April said as she drinks. She sits back and sits closer to Selena. She asked a few of the ladies out for a small dinner. While Mute and Delilah have no issues with each other, Pina is the old one out, being one of the leaders of the Empire. She thought she could help legitimizes her by bringing her along and meeting her friends. I never could afford that stuff, Mute said, and she analyzed the drink. I always saw this for your rich folk. She checklists hearing that and glances over to Pina and Delilah. While both seem to be having a good time, it looks like they are barely registering each other. She understands why. The Empire brutalized Delilah people, and while she did not do it herself, she didn't stop it either. Tayo was offered to come but refused. So Mute, how work? Still like being the law? She asked. Mute takes a breath. I enjoy the work. My MP partner is good and all. I wish he shows a bit more emotion though besides being negative in life. It is not really his fault, she said. It is a common thing from people who lived under communism. It sucks the life out of a society. I still don't understand all that, Delilah said. You people talk about fighting ideas over people? It is complicated, April answers. That is what you people always say, Pina points out. Selena looks up. She has a point. Everything always complicated with you people. She looks down at Selena. Who teams are you on? She looks back at them all. I mean, it is hard. Fighting for territory isn't a thing anymore. There's still some cases like Russia taking Crimea for a seaport in China, trying to take the South Pacific and Central Asia for resources. But wars today are mainly fought for control of supply chains or ideological reasons. It is best to ask Sharpe on it. He is really interested in that type of stuff. Be warned, he will talk forever if you ask, Selena said. I probably won't. I honestly don't care about the politics of your world. I'm sorry if this offends you, Mute said. Both Sarah and April laughs at that. April leans forward and holds up her glass. Welcome to the club. 99% of my world doesn't care about our politics either. Mute giggles and glances away. But I have to say, I didn't expect it to get hard. Another child was taken last week. Another? Delilah asked, halfway shocked. What do you mean another? Pina asked. As Mute explains, She looks over to Selena and places her hand on her shoulder. Hey dear, maybe it will be good if you go get us refills. Selena looks up as she holds her nearly empty glass. I am not afraid of the topic. I know what's been going on. And besides, I have a pistol. Anyone who tries to take me again I put on in the head and 2 in the chest. Then father will come and finish off the rest. Hearing all that, she just stares at Selena. She said it so calmly, like it is normal. Almost everything she said, she can tell she got it from Sharpe. She sees she is going to have to try and get Sharpe to tone down what he said. I know, Selena. Still, can you get all our refills? You can get yourself another glass too. Selena looks to her glass and back up. She smiles, enjoying the drink, and wants more. She gets up and leaves. As Selena leaves, she looks back into the conversation. Mute holds her hand halfway up as she explains. Basically, a kid disappears once every month. But there are no clues, tracks, nothing. They just vanish. We have been struggling to find anything. My lord, how many so far? Pina asked. I am not allowed to say. Mute. That many? April said. Yeah, Mute said. But let's not talk about work. It is a sensitive investigation. She looks over to Pina and sees she is wearing this red robe, or like a dress. She has not seen her wear something like that since that failed peace attempt in Sadera. Everyone there wore something like that. However, though, she does not see the style that much outside the capital. Because the Countess and other nobles in Italica, everyone else wore a more basic type of cloths. Is everything okay, Sarah? Pina asked as she sets down her wine. Just looking at you, Rob. Or is it called a dress? She asked. I do not see it much outside the higher society places like Sadera. Ah yeah, Pina said. We always wore something like this. Since the founding of Sadera thousands of years ago. It is more of a noble thing. Yes, because noblemen always do the noble thing to do. Delilah shoots and takes a drink. Pina takes a glare at Delilah from the statement she said. So why don't you call it the Sadera Empire? April asked, trying to discharge the situation. You have any idea how hard it is writing reports? Pina looks at her. You are right. I have no idea. Sadera means the city. The empire is all. It is not mine, Delilah states with a cold tone. She then drinks most of her wine. Pina glances over to her, and back in April and her. Anyway, I remember this conversation before. It is what it is. The empire was always called the empire. She then finishes her drink. I just find it interesting how many different types of stay-in clothing. Some wear pants while others wear robes like you. I have seen clothes from all different eras from my world. She speaks. Pina then smirks. To change the subject, and now the little one is gone. Sarah, tell us what is going on between you and Major Sharpe. When she heard Pina say that, her face gets all red. Her body closes, and she feels like she is sinking into her seat. She sees all of them looking directly at her. What scares her the most is that none of them seem shocked by the news, but more like they already know. Nothing. She sees Pina, Delilah, and Mute lean in closer, all looking directly at her. All at once they say that they do not believe her. They all united just to hear this gossip. Really, nothing has happened, she struggles to say as she tries to defuse the situation. Right then it hit her. They all seem way too interested in the topic. She wonders if the only reason they came here was to ask this, and they waited for Selena to leave. She moves to the side and holds up her hand. Selena. She then feels April grab her jacket and pulls her back. Sorry, you did this to yourself, First Lieutenant. I have been listening to your mumbling about him for a year now. Time to face the gossip, April said in a cold tone. Oh God. She wonders. They all were waiting for Selena to leave, and she was the one who did it. She looks at them all scared on that they're going to ask. Delilah looks forward, eyeing her up with one eye. I sense it all the way back to Ely's when we picked up Tuke. His tone went from his normal commanding tone to a happier, sweet tone. How? She asked, confused by that. I heard it in your tone, Delilah said as she sits back. You humans are easy to read. You're always projecting your emotions and smells all over the time. We warrior bunnies have to learn to tune your people out. Really? I think I only learned from hearsay, Mute said. Hearsay? Hear from who? She asked, feeling very insecure. Mute points to April. She has been telling me. Not my fault, April said. You have been talking and writing about him since we came to this world. She then holds her hands together and pretends to talk like Sarah. Oh, he is so handsome. Look how strong he is and love and caring under all that. She pushes in April. Hey, I don't sound or speak like that. I believe it, Delilah said with an evil grin and chuckle. Pina leans forward. There is no denying this. I don't know if she told you, but I saw them holding hands during movie night. She didn't mention that, April said in an evil tone. Yup, Pina said. And both of them pillow talking during the movie. She glares at Pina after hearing that. Out of all the cultural differences between both worlds, that has to be the universal one. Don't forget what happened in Havkrisen, Delilah said. I was there, Pina said. He came to be with this desperation look in his eyes. He wanted to get her back so badly. Didn't he save you too? She shots back, trying to change the subject. Hold on. No changing the subject, Delilah states. Yeah, he saved me from a prison cell with those other bandits. Mute adds. That doesn't mean anything compared to what happened with you. She takes a heavy breath as she listens to them all recapping what happened at Havkrisen. That Sharpe personally requested her help and how she was taken, how upset he got, and how Pina took him to crisis. That both got into another, them all hyping up the part that two powerful and determined men fighting over her, and last him carrying her back to their lines. She cannot help but blush from remembering all that. It was an interesting and confusing experience. She had no idea that so many people cared that she was taken when that happened, and she had no idea how far he was willing to go for her. As she listens as the conversation devolves, she takes another deep breath and looks at them all. I love him. There, I said it. She sees all of them looking at her. First I hated him, but then I felt pity for him. Not happy about that, but that's true. Then when I learned who he really was, I respected him. Then when he brought back those refugees and the girls, he has been a good father role figure to them and showed that he cares about people under that hard shell. I learned he wasn't just some normal soldier, but, as he would say, she rolls her eyes, not believing what she is about to say. There's more than meets the eye with him. She looks up at them all and seeing them all giggling. April just rolls her eyes because she heard all this a million times and lived it with her. I still say he isn't good enough for you. But you never listen to me, April said. Why do you say that, April? Mute asked. Well, people like him don't normally make good husbands, April said. Look how hard it has been to fix him, she adds, using her fingers to quote, fix. And let's not forget he is suffering from PTSD. I just don't want Sarah to get hurt. What is PTSD? Pina asked, sounding concerned. It is a mental sickness, April said. It happens when a soldier goes through a traumatic situation. There are different levels. That is why Sarah here been pushing Sharpe to spend time with the girls. Oh, Pina said and thinks about it. We always thought that was cowardice, hearing that she gets defensive. No, that isn't cowardice. Everyone has a limit, and there was no one there for him when his career fell apart. Okay, but all I care about is, does he care about you? You don't want to chase someone if they don't love you back, Mute said. Pina looks over to her. I think he lives here. I have seen it before within night school. I hate to agree with the imperialist here, but she is right. There is some very subtle I can see when he walks around. And don't forget the dress, April adds. She pulls out her phone and shows them all over the picture. This is why she was asking you, Pina. You know about that? She asked, shocked. Yes, and that you two kissed twice back on Earth, April said. She facepalms herself after hearing that. Yes, we did. It was pretty romantic. Mute moves closer and looks at her directly into her eye. Who kissed who? Well, my father kissed him under the mistletoe. Her eyes widen as she hears Selena's voice. She looks over and sees her standing there in her cute dress with a tray with full wine glasses. Hi, Selena, she said in a defeated tone. What is a mistletoe? Mute asked. It is called mistletoe in Selena. Tell us what it means? April asked, knowing that Sarah is the one who told her it. Selena looks at them all with a big smile. It is a flower you have on the ceiling. When a man and woman walk under it, the man has to give the woman a kiss. That is what Sarah said. She had her eyes closed as she listens to that. She can feel them all looking at her. Damn it, Selena, she thinks to herself. Why are you all talking about my father? Selena asked, completely lost on what has been going on. She opens her eyes and interjects before anyone could speak. We were just saying how great of a father he is and how adorable you two are together. That's not even close. April tries to say before Sarah covers her mouth with her hand. Behind Selena, she sees the door open. Rory walks in, and right behind her is Sharpe. Thank oh merciful God, she thinks to herself. Mute stands up and waves. Hi Rory, hi Major. You two want to come over here? She frowns hearing that. Then she notices Sharpe coming over here and knows all of them will tell them what has been said. Why God? Why are you punishing me? She thinks to herself. She looks up at Selena. Selena dear, go say hi to your father. Selena has a big smile and puts the tray halfway on the table. She then dashes away. But the tray starts tipping, forcing all of them to reach and leave the tray and drinks. After saving the drinks, they all of them look at each other and laugh. Delilah picks up her wine glass. It is interesting the bond those two have. I never have seen anything like it in an adopted relationship or normal relationship, Pina said. My father only addressed me when he needed me. At least, you knew who your father is, Delilah said. You don't know who your father is? She asked, shocked by that. It is normal, Delilah said. I feel nothing, but bunnies rarely know who their father is. They're only about 10% male, and they rarely stick around. We normally breed with other races as we learn that they are always female and a bunny. So, there is no risk of a mixed race. If you ever say that on Earth, you will piss off the internet, she said with a chuckle, understanding the context. It is lovely, but I find them a little too close, April said. You know they sleep together in the same bed a lot. That is not normal in our world. Many might think he could be a predator. Hearing enough, she places her hand on April's arm and then glares at her. That is enough. While she was willing to be picked on, she crosses the line here. She does not want stupid rumors popping up and making people think about it. She knows he is respected by the troops, and after everything she has seen, she wants to keep it like that. But it only takes one bad apple to ruin everything. If he finds out if people are thinking like that about him, it could degrade their strong father-daughter bond. At one point, she thought it might be wise to tell him to stop it, but she has seen him smile more open to people and approachable. He suffers from a mild level of PTSD, and the girls have been great therapy for him. Look, I don't care if it is unusual by our standards, she said as her tone lays down the law. Nothing has been normal for either of them. No one is thinking what you said, and if anyone wants to start, then I will personally take care of it. The last thing both need to deal with is people questioning his character like that. He is a war hero that has his life on the line every day. He has been through a lot already, going head-to-head against the worst who has a target on his head. She takes a quick breath and collects herself. She has learned firsthand how far he will go for the ones he loves. He also told her that he only can do that is because he believes that everyone has his back. He thinks we all have his back, and that's why he can do what he does. It doesn't matter if it's just a cute joke. What those two have is special, and I won't allow it to be ruined because of drams. She takes her glass and drinks it. She puts it down and looks at them all. While Rory keeps Sharpe safe on the battlefield, Sarah decided that she will protect him here at home. She sees their reaction. All but Delilah seems shocked, like they did not expect her to do that. Wow. Here comes Mama Hen, Mute states. Delilah holds up her glass. Saw that coming a full 3 leagues under the hill. I was starting to think you had no spine. Was about to say you weren't good enough for him. No, April said. You have to dig a little. But you don't mess with her. She drinks all her wine. Here he comes. She looks over and sees Selena pulling on his military jacket to them with Rory walking by his side. Mute gets up and starts to talk to Rory. Hi ladies. Hope I'm not bothering. Selena didn't give me much choice, Sharpe said, and then pays Selena in the shoulder. You're not, Delilah replied. We all were about to leave anyway. I got private plans with Bailey tonight once he's off duty. She and all the other women giggles at that. Speaking about Bailey, I need to finish his mission report for tomorrow. By the way, Major, congratulations on your new post, April said. Now you are my boss. She leans back and watches. There were some changes to the Vanguard program because of the alien recruits. The main reason for the changes is that Alnus Command wants the Rangers to go back to exploring this world. Major Sharpe was given a major command in the restructuring. While still directly in command of Vanguard 7, Colonel Young not wanting him stuck behind a desk. He now commands 3 Vanguard teams, the Knights, the Militia, and training of them all. What baffled her and everyone else in her company was that he did not get a promotion to Lieutenant Colonel. Most of the Vanguard logistical officers were around her station when Sharpe faced off against Talon. The debate about his abilities ended after that engagement. First time against Talon, maybe lucky. A second time, talent? Yup, Sharpe said. It isn't official yet, but I will address it when the time comes. She takes a relieved breath as they all get up and head out, all marching out of the bar. Hello, all. Enjoy your training today? Rory crosses her arm, and there is so much pride in her expression. Yeah, it was fun beating Alicia 20 times. She lost once, Sharpe said. Rory turns bright red, then pushes against Sharpe with one hand and holding down her skirt with another. Nah, nah. We will have none of that. She then turns to Selena. Hey, mind taking Daddy here and get something to eat? We're hungry. She could not believe what she just saw. Today have been strange. She watches Selena pull her dad away and Sharpe lets out a large yawn. Rory waves goodbye and sits down in the chair in front of her. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Enjoy your little girl's date? Rory asked. She thinks on that and lets out an exhausted sigh. It was fine. You should come next time. I might next time, Rory said. I need to hand out with my minions more. Minions? She asked, not believing what she said. Rory nods her head happily. She then leans forward. Hey, Sarah, while we are alone, can I ask you a question? Now that confused her. Rory usually does not ask questions, or if she does, it is to Sharpe or Lelei. Both are like glue. You find one, you see the other. Yes? Everything okay? Everything is fine, Rory said. I am just a little confused about something with you people. That bothered her hearing that. She hopes nothing offended her. Okay, you can ask me anything, Rory. Rory takes a moment to collect her thoughts. Why didn't Jackson get a promotion with everyone else? Even the Major General getting one. Is it really because of what happened with Selena? She asked, confused about the matter. She thinks about her response. So, you've been wondering about this too? I do not think so, Rory. While many were not happy hearing that, she is a kid after all, and we do not care about bloodlines and royalty. It was more of a security matter and politics. If she just said something no one would have cared. Okay, Rory said and thinks. So, what is the big deal? I kind of wish I'd been paying more attention to your rules and laws. She chuckles hearing that. Being an apostle nearing 1,000 years old, laws must seem a silly thing to her. She has been relying on Sharpe and Lelei to explain important information, then trying to learn it herself. So, what is going on? Am I missing something? Rory asked. She looks around and sees Sharpe and Selena still talking to the bartender. She looks back at Rory. I think he had some enemies back on Earth. Enemies? With your own kind? Rory said and thinks about that. Wow. Politics does suck everywhere. Yes, it does, sweetie, she said. Most of his record is still classified, and she only been able to peek at parts of it. Most of the information she knows is what he told her. So far, she has not seen anything that would rub anyone in his odd command the wrong way. The only thing she can think of is Mexico, something he still has not gotten over. Because you already know, and that I trust you, I will tell you my theory. I think it has to do with what happened in Mexico. Really? Just that? Rory said. One mission? I understand why he is upset about that, but why your superiors would. It is war. People die. Do you people really punish people after one failure? Of course not, she said. Failure is seen as a learning experience. As you said, people die in war. They would not have done all of that to him for just one bad mission, which more I look into it, I don't think it is his fault. From my limited research on that mission, I don't see how anyone could blame him and his old team. She thinks about that and agrees with what Rory said. But 2 men died like cattle, and an innocent family was murdered under his watch. That might have been enough for some to question his leadership and want to push him to the side. Rory just looks at her. Do you honestly believe that? Not at all, she responds. If the army wanted him out that badly, he never would be in the position he is in now, regardless of the war. This seems more of a personal thing to her. She remembers that the president has taken an interest in him, trusting his senses on the ground. She gets an email from the White House once in a while for updates. She does not want to ask directly, not wanting to put that pressure on the Solider. She is glad that the current president was once a soldier. She understands the reality on the ground. Rory, I honestly have no idea. My gut is telling me that there is someone he rubbed the wrong way at some point. He might not even remember, but people hold grudges. She speaks. So, what do we do? Rory asked. She looks at Rory, somewhat shocked that she is asking her. Rory rarely asked for her opinion on anything. She enjoys being the leader of what has been labeled the girls. For now, nothing. We just do our best to help him. We do our jobs and build our friendship. Watch each other backs, Rory said with a smile. She nods her head and warns her to drop the topic as Sharpe and Selena walks up. Hello, you two, she said with a smile. Sharpe sits down and Selena next to her. Hello. I hope we didn't scare them away. He then sits down this large beer next to Rory. Here you go, Rory. Rory's eyes widen as she sees her large beer. Her smile gets bigger and bigger until she grabs it and starts drinking it. Huh, not really. Honestly, you kind of saved me. And Rory, don't drink too fast, she said as she takes a deep breath. It is okay. He will carry me home, Rory said and starts drinking it. She looks down and sees what he got. A big giant burger. Really? Mission tomorrow, Sharpe said as he starts to eat. Selena reaches over and steals some fries, but he lightly slaps her hand. You have your fish and chips. I know, but I want yours, Selena stated. Wait, we have a mission tomorrow? Rory asked as she leans in, grabbing her Philly cheese steak with blue meat and red cheese. Yes, supply mission to Camp Galileo, Sharpe said in an excited tone. We leave tomorrow afternoon. She giggles hearing that. Sharpe, such an all-American hero and is such a nerd inside. She loves it. Wait, we are doing a supply mission to a base? Rory asked, upset by the news. This is so beneath me. Sharpe chuckles. I think it would be a good idea to do a mission where nothing should go wrong for once. Do you honestly believe that with your record? She spoke. What was your first mission to this world? A simple recon mission, and look at all the drama that came from that. Yeah, Rory said as she stands up and slams her hands on the table. She then blinks and thinks about what Sarah said. She then looks over to Sarah. Hey, you were talking about me, aren't you? She can't be talking about Lelei. She never gives anyone a headache, Sharpe said. And she can't be talking about me. I am too cute, Selena said as she eats. Rory stands there and glares at them all. She giggles from all that and looks to Sharpe. She has a point. You can get anyone to do a supply mission. Or is it this one place that interests you? Both Rory and Selena look up. She can see this nerdish glow coming from him. I see, boys. They never grow up, she said as she rolls her eyes with a big smile. Nope, Selena said. But because it is not a combat mission, can I go? Yes, Sharpe responds. I think it would be good for you to come on this mission. It will be a good learning experience. At least until the school gets going. He then shots a stare at her. She takes a deep breath from that. Yeah, I need to get going on that. Harder than I thought. Get Noriko to help. She could use income and something to do. Just don't tell her where the money is coming from, Sharpe said. She was confused at first, but then connected the dots. She smiles hearing that he is willing to help with the costs of her pet project. Will do, Major. There is a moment of silence between the four until Selena speaks up. Can I give her the box? You said to wait a bit, and it has been a bit. What box? She asked. She looks to Sharpe and sees him nod to Selena. She then looks to Selena and sees her set this small box covered in duct tape. What is this? Open it, Sharpe said. She picks up the box and already knows it is from Sharpe. No one would ever use duct tape to wrap something. She pulls out her combat knock and starts cutting through it until it opens. Inside it is this twin silver bar pin, the U.S. Army Captain rank. She looks up shocked. You have earned it. Effective immediately, Sharpe said. Congratulations, Captain Rose, Selena said. Thank you, she said as she changes her pin. I had no idea. I didn't see the paperwork. I know how to do paperwork. I just hate doing it, Sharpe said. Rory stands up again and holds out her captain pin. I have one to see. So, you can't boss me around. Just remember that. She smiles happily for the promotion. It is a massive validation for all her work. While yes, she is behind the lines and feels like she does not tribute as much as she could, this helps removes those thoughts. Thank you, Dashda, she said before the entire building starts shaking. The table chairs all start bouncing and people start screaming. Sharpe grabs Selena and then Rory and pushes them under the table. She gets under the table and makes sure they stay calm. She can see both Rory and Selena holding onto each other, both scared to death. She looks to the side and sees this lamp fall as more screams can be heard. Sharpe ducks down, unable to get under the table because of not enough room. Stay down, it's an earthquake. Stay in cover. V10, Chapter 123 Quake. Sadera, Opraknina Dungeon. December 29th, 2025. Deep in the Opraknina dungeon of Sadera, Molt's soul Augustus sits in his cell. The only source of light is the torches that are on the walls outside his cell. He knows this place well, being built and expanded over the centuries. This place is the open secret of Sadera, where everyone hears it. No one in its history has anyone escaped from. That is because only the Oprichnina knows how to get in and out. Once you come in here, you do not come out, so the legends say. He reaches down into the bowl, grabbing the piece of undercooked meat. Even though he was the emperor of the empire, running it for 35 years, he only gets one meal a day. Right then he hears another scream as someone is getting tortured in another chamber. He tells himself that this one bowl must be the royal treatment here. He has sent hundreds if not thousands of people here. All he considered an enemy of the state, or more importantly, his throne. He never once thought he would end up down here. As he eats what little he has, he looks up to the ceiling. The ceiling here is small, where you only can sit down in. No one besides a dwarf can stand in them. It is a design to make the prisoner feel small and unable to probably to walk if they are allowed out. While he does not want to, he is remembering everyone he has sent down here to their deaths. While he has no regrets for the people he has sent down here, he wonders what has happened to them. He then looks at his bloody hands and looks at where his fingernails were. The head of the Oprichnina, Lord Svenhard Lupus Moon, takes too much pride in his work. Svenhard is deeply religious, which normally wouldn't be a problem except for the fact he worships Syphilis, the goddess of evil. He takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. He never could have believed that his stupid son Zorzel would have the nuts to overthrow him. He always has known that Zorzel has wanted the throne, but he is also a coward, so he believed. Zorzel has made many friends within the government, like Svenhard, Senator Adalis, Goddessin, and many more. He always had a knack in swaying people to become his friend, finding the deepest and worst desires of man and bribing them with exotic gifts. But that does not mean they are loyal. It just means they enjoy his gifts, and they would not dare help him overthrow the current emperor unless it was a sure thing. Spending weeks of thinking about how his son was able to pull off a bloodless coup, the only thing he can think of is that he had outside help. He knows the other worlders would never put him in power. If they had the desire to replace the throne, they could have done it already. He has a feeling that other forces are at play that he does not know about yet. It cannot be the other worlders. While they are strong, they are simple too. Wow, and I thought this was going to be pointless, a female voice says. But I actually am enjoying this sight. Hearing a voice shocks him, especially a female voice. He rarely hears people having a casual conversation down here. The only time is when he hears people yelling and screaming, begging for mercy. He looks out of his cell and sees this female draconian standing there. This one has blue scales and skin and with tan symbols around her, not the black, red, or purple ones. She leans forward to the cell door and looks at him carefully. How they might have fallen. You were once the most powerful man in Falmart, and now you are barely clothed in your own dungeon, she says with a chuckle. He knows who this draconian. Giselle, what are you doing down here? Speaking of, how did you get down here? Giselle holds up her hands halfway up, showing how much she does not care. I serve Hardy, goddess of the underworld. This is part of my domain, she says in a sassy voice. He takes a breath as he thinks about that. All right, why are you here? You have never been to Sadera before. Giselle frowns and looks away. I have a message for you. I do have to say, it was not easy getting in here. He looks at her confused. This makes no sense. Why is the Apostle of Hardy here, giving him a message? Explain. Giselle looks back to him, eyes widen. She then crosses her arms. Wow, even down here you are still strong-willed. I am impressed, honestly. Stop mocking me and tell me your intent, he says, annoyed about this. Well, sorry my lord. Giselle in a sarcastic voice. Giselle then creates a big smile on her face and leans close to the bars. I find it interesting how easily the Empire is being crushed by these otherworlders. But I wonder if they are as powerful as they say. We all know the Empire has been in decline. It wouldn't take much to kick you all between the legs, she says with a smirk, glancing at him. Before I give you the message, why did you challenge them? He knows what she means. She wants to know why he attacked the other side of the gate. The possibilities were endless. Access to a new world. The Empire must continue to expand to bring prosperity to its citizens. It is a secret curse of being a power. She is right. He saw that the Empire was going to go into decline in the future, and he wanted to be remembered as the man who took something new. If he took the other side of the gate and annexed it as part of the empire, he would be remembered forever. "The future, Giselle," he said. "You apostles live long and are strong, but you don't understand the feeling, the need to build, to pass on a future, to be remembered. When I learned that the legends were true and the gate and was going to appear, I saw a chance to mark my name in history forever." "You started a war to be remembered?" Giselle asks. "As I said, you wouldn't understand," he responds, and he sits there. "I ordered the invasion for the glory of the empire, the strongest force this world has ever seen. We have the power to Uros, and we are the only chance Falmart will have peace." He thinks back to his history. His teachers told him how the empire was founded, birthed from darkness and spread light to Falmart. Falmart was in chaos 600 years ago, a dark age that has already been going on for 2,000 years when the old civilizations fell into dust. A goal, a dream of the founders of the empire to unite Falmart under one banner, and then only true peace will be achieved. That was the vision of both apostles, Talon and Rory. Both helped build this new and mighty empire. It was mankind who united and defeated the demon invaders thousands of years ago, and it should be man to reunite Falmart. "You might be old, Giselle, but you are not wise," he said. "We all know without the empire, this world is lost. The gods have blessed the empire, and it has blossomed under them." Giselle stands there, hands on her hips. She then burst out laughing. "I love humans. They always find ways to justify what they did, even though they know they are wrong." He glares at her but doesn't disagree. "But the other worlders are ruining everything." Giselle crosses her arms. "Because you finally faced an opponent that you can't beat. Maybe if you did not have idiots as your leaders, the war might be going far better for you." He could not disagree. Many of his best generals went through the gate and died there. Only the incompetent ones like Herm and Colasta came back. Crisis was having a good effect on them, but he could not stop them. However, he knows they suffered casualties in trying to save weaker people. That weakness could never rule over this world. "They are powerful but weak," he says. He glances down and thinks of that Kent in the throne room. That one soldier who his son fears throw everything away for a woman. A slave woman, a matter of fact. Then their ambassador explained how it is the responsibility of the powerful to protect the weak. He has thought about it and has decided that even though their technology is far superior, they are weak, unable to handle this world. His only question is why the gods not intervene and help the empire? They will not be able to stop Queen Famulus and the dark races from spreading throughout the lands again. The Boavan Kingdom will renew their campaigns, and the Sea Kingdoms of the southeast will bring chaos on our weakened state. He says, "You really think they weak?" Giselle asks, confused by that. "I have seen it," he said. "They are willing to sacrifice all just to say one. True power must be willing to sacrifice everything to stay on top." Giselle thinks about that and smiles. Maybe that is why Hardy wants me to check them out for myself." "You are going to face them?" he asks as she crawls closer and grabs the bars. He starts to chuckle. "Maybe the gods are finally taking notice of our need." He smiles, feeling hope. He starts to assume that she must be here to free him and restore order within the empire. "You came to free me?" Giselle laughs again. "No, silly. I told you. I came to give you a message." His hope of getting out of here and retaking the throne was just dashed. He should have known better. "What is the message?" Giselle closes her eyes and then open then, looking directly at him. "My goddess wanted me to come down here to this low-life place to tell you. Prince Diabo El Caesar is walking down the stairs of the Oprichnina dungeon. He has been trying to see his father Molt since the coup, but has been rejected by Svenhard each time. This time he has finally approved a visit, but he does not know why. Normally he would have overruled Svenhard, but now that his brother is in power, he's been careful not to cross either of them, not wanting to end up like Molt. He holds up his torch as he walks down the stairs, getting to level 3 of the dungeon. This is where he was told that Molt was staying at. He walks down this hallway and sees his cell. "Hello, father." He then notices him sitting there, holding his arms in deep thought. "Are you? You are alive." He sees his father in rag clothing. There are new scares around him, his figure and toenails gone. He wonders what Svenhard has been doing to him all this time. Molt looks over to him. "Hello, my son Diabo." He looks at him confused, never hearing his father address him like that. "I came to see how you are." and to inform you what Zorzel has been doing. It doesn't matter, Molt comments. He is baffled hearing that. He figured that his father would want to know what has been happening to the Empire. The welfare of the Empire has always been the number one thing he valued. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Zorzel is going to meet Queen Famulus. Your life is in danger. You know what this will mean, he says. Interesting, Molt says and thinks on that. To fight the Otherworlders, Zorzel has decided to form a union with the Dark Races to fight them, using me as a bargaining chip for that union. That would be clever if it wasn't for the fact that your brother is an idiot. There is no way he would be able to control the queen. It will end up she is controlling him. That is why I hope to put you back on the throne, he said. He has always known that Zorzel was unfit to become emperor. That was one of the only reasons he made that deal with Chryssist. He fully intended to betray Chryssist, but Molt figured out what his true plans of seizing the throne away from his brother. When Molt told him that Chryssist was their eldest sibling, a lot of events started to become clear. He was using his alliance with Chryssist to stop Zorzel's ascension to the throne and remove Chryssist once and for all. He agreed with his father that both must be stopped to save the Empire. Chryssist is a bastard brute and Zorzel cannot lead an army to breakfast. The only other person who could lead the Empire right now is Pina, but she defected to the enemy, a decision he understands. Zorzel was stupid to force her to switch sides by trying to murder her. I am the ex-emperor who made a lot of enemies over the decades. Of course, my life is in danger. But it doesn't matter, Molt said. The Empire will fall regardless of who is on the throne. He can't believe what he is saying. It is like he is talking to someone else. We both know the Empire must survive, otherwise Falmart will enter into a new dark age. Molt looks directly at him. He takes a slow breath. I realize this is all my fault. I wanted Zorzel to take the throne because I thought I could control him in my final years, to maintain my power. I see now that I should have been better for all of you. Father, he asks, let me speak. I have no intention of being used as a chip to Famulus, Molt says. I should have been more of a father than just an emperor. I got both of your other brothers killed. I sidelined you even though you would have been a better fit to lead. Zorzel, I encouraged the worst of traits in him and intently spoiled him with slaves. A weak, spoiled man is far easier to control. Molt takes another breath. And Diabo, if you ever see her, tell her that I am proud. He cannot believe what he just heard. Molt would have considered what he just said as a weakness. What about Zorzel and the future of the Empire? What about the coming Dark Age? You even have stated that we need to win because of that? Now you don't care? Son, Molt said, it doesn't matter. The gods have never been on our side in this war. The gate has opened for a reason. He has always wanted peace with the Otherworlders. Unlike his sister, he does not agree with their values or culture. He just knows that the Empire can't win. The math does not add up in the Empire favor. Father, as he was about to respond, suddenly the room starts shaking violently. He can hear people yelling and screaming in fear. He is scared, not knowing what is happening. He wonders how the ground can be shaking like this. He rushes to the wall and grabs the cell poles. What is happening? Is it Giselle? Molt asks, looking around scared. He looks at his father, shocked by him naming Giselle. Before he can think about it more, he looks around and sees torches falling. They hold onto the cell poles as the whole dungeon shakes. With both holding on it and the strong shaking, the cell poles break apart and he falls into the ground. He looks up his father kneeling there confused. He looks at the bars and sees that it came off. Molt climbs out of the cell and stands up. He is struggling to balance himself, being months since the last time he could stand. He tosses the pole cell off him and stands up. We need to get out of here, Molt says as he looks around. He stands up and grabs the wall. What is going on? What could do this? I have no idea, but it must be the Otherworlders or the gods, Molt says as the shaking stops. Both look around and see that everything went back to normal. They both look at each other and start to head out. He shows his father the way he came. What do you plan now that you are free? First, we should talk to Senators Marquis Palesti, Casel L. Tiberius, and Baron Monterey, Molt says. Then we will try and communicate with the Otherworlders and end the war. The first two names are the heads of the pro-peace faction, while the last one is the head of the pro-neutral faction. If his father wants to challenge Zorzel, Molt will need both factions to support him. Then they can remove Zorzel and put an end to this mess once and for all. Moving through the dungeon is taking longer than he would like. He knows sooner or later one of Svinhard Lupus Moongoons will discover that he would escape. We are almost there, he said. Okay, my son, thank you, Molt says in a tired and weak voice. As they walks, he suddenly hears Molt start screaming. He turns around and his eyes widen, seeing an arrow in his leg. He starts looking around and he sees Svinhard walk out. What do we have here? Svinhard asks with a chuckle, surrounded by a few of his guards. I am happy that you found the escaping Emperor Diabo. He takes a step back and glares. His tone showed that he did not think he was trying to stop his father. Svinhard is toying with him. Molt looks to him, and he snaps the arrow and pulls it out. Svinhard, I am surprised that it took this long. Your security is horrible. That is one way of looking at it. Svinhard responds and points to his men to take them. You plan this? He asks. He thought it was funny that he could come down here. He thought there might be some price to pay, but he did not expect this. You do realize that Emperor Zorzel wants him alive. Killing him will only anger your new master. Svinhard laughs. I have no plan on killing him. We would have stopped you earlier, but that shake was interesting. I thought it was you at first, but you don't know magic. 3 guards walk over and grab Molt and start to pull on him. But Molt twists one by the arm and pulls out the gladius sword on one of the guards and slay one of them down. He sees this and takes a step back. He barely knows how to use a sword. He has always seen the value in knowledge than learning swordsmanship, believing it to be more effective than senseless killing. Molt swings his sword, so the guards take a step back. I will not be used as a bargaining chip for my son. I will not endure that bitch wrath. He thinks back on what his father said. 35 years ago, Molt and Famwelis fought a massive war in the Far East. It was a bloody war, but he was able to defeat Famulus and stop her rise as a regional power. He forced her to bend the knee and submit to his rule. Since then, she wanted revenge against him. After that war is how he became emperor. His victory propelled him to the throne with no real competition for it. Around the same time, Chrysis was born. Old man, you think you can kill us? Svinhard asks as he prepares his bow. Look, you can barely hold that sword. Surrender now and accept that your fate. Molt takes his sword and swings it at another guard, keeping them back. You and Zorzel are insane for allying with Famulus. She will bring down the empire from within. He looks around trying to figure out how to get out of this mess. He then looks to his father and sees him about to do something radical. Svinhard, Molt says, you will get what you deserve. I will not be a tool for my son madness. He then takes his sword and slices his throat. Blood spills out and he falls to his knees. Seconds later, Molt falls forward dead on the ground. He looks down at his father, shocked that he just did that. Svinhard walks over and kicks Molt in the side, checking if he is dead. I will respect that. You know Zorzel will be angry with you, he states, walking forward and looking down at his father. This can't be happening. This is not ideal, but it was expected, Svinhard says in a calm tone. Famulus will just turn him into a ghoul. She won't have the stratification of killing him herself, but she will get what she wants in the end. He then looks up to Diabo. He would have escaped if it wasn't for you leading him into our trap. What are you talking about? He asks. He feels this chilling fear moving down his spine as he looks in Svinhard's eyes. Svinhard starts to walk over to Diabo. This is how I see it. Molt here was never going to allow himself to be given to Famulus. Now we just guaranteed it without a fight. And I couldn't have stopped his escape without you. You have gone too far, he said. This was not the way. Svinhard walks over to him and places his arm around Diabo, showing that he has no fear of him. I have this theory for a while. Zorzel is the character of Molt. Pina is the determination of that old bastard. Chrysis was the warrior side. I am not going to bother talking about your other 2 brothers since they are dead. That leaves you, the smart one. But you are a coward, and that is why you are not on the throne. But you are alive. He looks at him, eyes widen, not knowing what to do. He realizes that he walked into his trap. Now I have a choice, Svinhard said. I can go tell your lovely brother that you freed him and tried to overthrow the government. Or I can tell him that you helped me and put down a potential rebellion, saving the empire. He sees what Svinhard's plan has been. He allowed him to come down here now to try and blackmail him. While he does not think Svinhard planned on killing him or events going this far, he is capitalizing on it. The choice is clear. Bend the knee or die here. What do you want? He asks in a nervous and exhausted voice. Svenhard pats him on the back and starts walking away. You are a smart one. You will figure out what I want. He looks at the guards as they pick up his father's dead body. They start dragging him away in a disrespectful manner. With all his faults, he did lead the empire well during his rule. He believes he should be treated with more respect. Seeing that his life is no longer in danger, he leaves the dungeon and head back to his palace room. On his way home, he thought about today's events. He remembers Molt mentioning Giselle, the apostle of Hardy. He did not have a chance to ask in the dungeon, but he wished he did. She told him something, and it seems to turn him into a different person. It must be something related to the gate, whatever that means. Once he gets into his room, he sits down on his bed. His personal slave walks over and helps him take off his boot. Unlike his brother who treated slaves as his own personal toy and his sister who had slaves to take care of her, he preferred only having the bare minimum to take care of his chores. He never had an interest in dealing with them like that or bring harm to them. Not that he thinks their lives are equal like the other worlders do. He just does not find thrill in hurting them like Zorzel and another does, seeing it pointless to project power over the weak. Besides, Augish has been good, so he is good to her. This high elf walks in and takes off his boots and brings him some new clean cloths. Here you go, master. Thank you, Augish, he said as he changes into his dark robe. Augish takes his dirty clothes and starts walking away. She stops and looks back at him. Master, you have a guest in your office waiting for you. He expects you, sir. He looks at her. He was about to yell at her for setting up an appointment without his permission. Then he wonders who could that be? He thought it might be Svenhard, but they just had a chat. Anything he wanted to say he could have down in the dungeon. Thank you, Augish. Have a good day. Augish bows and then leaves. He takes a deep breath and walks into his office. He walks to his desk and lights up his 3 candles for light. What do you want? He asks. Are you here to assassinate me? He then glances over to the dark section of the office. The candlelight starts to light up the room, and he can see a man sitting in a chair. That all depends on what kind of life insurance policy you pick, Prince Diabo El Caesar. The man says. Alnus Community, Liberty Apex, December 29th, 2025. Sharpe notices that the earthquake is over. He looks over and sees Rory and Selena holding onto each other, scared out of their minds. He realizes that they have no idea what is happening and wonders if they never experienced an earthquake before. Selena, he can understand, but he is shocked that Rory never experiences this before. He looks over to Sarah and notices she is a bit worried. She grew up in Wisconsin, not many earthquakes there. He looks back at Rory and Selena. Everything is okay. It was just an earthquake. A powerful, but it is over. Earthquake? What the hell are you talking about? Is this another one of your weapons? How can Earth do this? Rory says as she looks around scared. Rory, Selena says, and then looks to him. How can Earth do this? He takes a slight breath, realizing the confusion. We call these quakes earthquakes because humanity evolved on Earth, so we call them that. They would have no attachment to that label, the Earth part just confusing them because it makes them think of planet Earth, not the quake. He holds out his hand for them to grab. Girls, look at me, he says in his command tone. The quake is what we call it back home. I experienced them many times in the South Pacific and Japan. They are ground quakes. Trust me, everything will be okay. He sees both look at each other and grab his arm. He pulls them out from under the table. Right? Stay a hold of each other. He then lightly grabs Selena's hand and have her grab his belt. Stay close. Selena nods as the fear starts to disappear from her eyes. Okay. He stands up and looks around. He sees most of the windows shattered. All the tables and chairs tipped over or broken. One of the ceilings beams halfway down, hitting the bar area. Outside of all that, the building seems intact and no danger of collapse. The Army engineers made sure that the bigger buildings were more structurally sound. He sees the people inside Apex. Many are helping others. Some are crying or moaning from the event or wounds. He can see everyone has this confused shock of fear in their eyes. Some are panicking, wondering what just hit them and what might happen next. Attention, he yells at the top of his lungs, but in a controlled manner. He understands during any crisis, one of the most important things is to show a sign of confidence and strength. Otherwise, there is panic. Seeing that he got everyone's attention, he starts barking orders to everyone. All of you, what you just experienced was a shake in the ground. It is common on my world. Listen to me very carefully. Help the wounded and we all need to get to the center of the street. Be careful with the glass on the ground. The ones in bare feet raise her hands, and we will make a path. Avoid the windows and head to the door. Everyone looks at each other, but slowly doing as he said. He looks back down to Selena and Rory, seeing the shock starting to wear off. While it is his responsibility to help the people here, his number one priority is both of their safety first. He looks up and sees Sarah standing there. To his confusion, she is smiling at him. He is struggling to see why she is smiling during this situation. Captain, deploy and organize everyone. Sorry. Yes, sir, Sarah says and goes help everyone. It took longer than he wanted to get out of Apex, but everyone did get out and organized in the center of the street. Just in the bar, people are scared. Many are hurt and trying to figure out what just happened. He sees Delilah, Bailey, and Tayul rush out of the building. It seems like they came from the back of the building. Major, Mute yells as she rushes over with Alnus military police and Wolf. He sees them coming to him. He looks down and Selena. Kid, I have to get back to work. I want you to stay here, and he glances around everyone and decides something. Keep everyone here and keep everyone safe. Can you do that? A helpful task is a great way to trick the brain out of fear. Okay, Selena says, taking a deep breath. He nods and looks to Rory. Rory, I need you. They are probably people stuck inside buildings. I need your strength out there. Rory takes a deep breath and stands up. She then slaps herself and looks up at him. I am ready. He stands up as they all gather around him. What is happening? Mute asks, scared on what is going on. Delilah stops and looks to Mute. Bailey said Earth is shaking us. That is not what I said, Bailey states frustrated. Knock it off. Earth is not attacking, and we have more important issues to deal with, he says, and then points to a smaller building that cave in on one side. Until help arrives from base, we need to start search and rescue operations. He then looks to the two warrior bunnies. He then notices Delilah is just in a large green t-shirt and Bailey is just in a pair of pants. They must have been having a good time together until this earthquake interrupted them. Delilah, Tayul, I want your ears to locate people that are trapped. I am sorry, Tayul asks. I am not someone you can command. Hey, Delilah grabs her and pushes her aside. Don't worry, Major. She will help. I promise. Start sweeping the area. Prioritize helping the people who are easy to get to. Let the engineers with the proper tools get to the most at risk. We don't want to risk making a situation worse. He then looks over to Mute. Mute and all of you MPs, start crowd control. When help arrives, they need to get to where they're needed quickly. Don't want people blocking the roads. Yes, sir. Mute salutes. He turns around. Rory, Wolf, once we found people trapped, your job is to help lift the rubble. The muscle of the operation. Right, Wolf said. Roger that, boss man, Rory says with a smile. He sees everyone move out into other directions. He looks at Sarah. I want you to coordinate everything between the groups. The last thing we need is people trying to be a hero and going alone. I know what to do, Sarah said. And the number of times you've gone off alone and being a hero. He looks at her, not knowing how to respond. Everything he has always done had a logical point to it, not trying to be something more. Not now, Captain. We have work to do. It has been about 15 minutes since the earthquake hit Alnus. Noriko is sitting there in the corner of her room. Her son Tenchi is crying uncontrollably. She looks around trying to figure out what to do. Her only window is partly caved in and for some reason, she cannot open the door, like something is blocking it from the outside. Half of her room is caved in. It is okay, Tenchi, she says as she rocks him, struggling to prevent herself from crying. Shoo, please. I can't think when you're crying like this. She can hear people yelling down at the street. She tried to yell, but it seemed like no one could hear her. She does not have a loud voice anymore, thanks to the abasement from Zorzel. Now she is just hoping that someone is coming. She thought about using her phone, but she could not find it. She set it down on her small table next to her bed as she was breastfeeding Tenchi, but when the ceiling started coming down, she panicked and did not grab it. The table was destroyed, and she cannot find it. Right now, the only source of light is the broken TV. Everything will be okay, Tenchi, she says, speaking more to herself. I promise someone will come. Right in front of her, this other beam falls and hits her bead. She screams, which just makes the baby cry more, which makes her cry, not knowing what to do. She looks around, struggling to figure out what to do. She tells herself that all she wanted to do is half a quiet life, and now she begins to think she is going to die here. She holds Tinchi tighter, covering him up with her body. If she is going to die here, she wants Tinchi to live though. It is okay, Tinchi, she says, looking down at his growing blonde hair. You will make it, I promise. I won't let anything happen to you, and nothing is going to happen to you. She hears this voice and looks to her window. She sees that imperialist leader Princess Pina. What are you doing here? Pina sits on the edge of the window and uses all her strength to push this beam out of the way to make room for her to get inside. I came for you. Everyone else is busy. Ugh. Pina pushes the beam far enough away, getting it jammed into the ceiling and creating a hole in the ground. Her eyes widen and take a relieved breath. Out of everyone who could come, she didn't expect her to come. How did you get up here? I am 3 floors up. She then coughs a few times. Pina moves through, cutting her arm from another beam. Well, I had to steal a man's pants. This had to happen on the one day I decided to wear something nice. But I climbed up to get here. She finally gets through the debris and lands right next to her. She starts breathing heavy as she catches her breath. I am not letting anything happen to my nephew. She looks at her, not knowing how to feel. Last time she saw her, she told her to screw herself. When she was Zorzal's slave, Pina stood there and did not do anything. She never acknowledged her existence until she learned she had a baby. But now she is her only source for her and Tinchi's survival. Okay. She looks at Pina and sees she is wearing these green military pants that are way too big for her. But her upper part looks like those robes she saw in Sadera, tied around her to act like a country girl t-shirt. You really stole someone's pants? Pina chuckles. No way I could hay up here in a rob. Let's go. As they both get up, they fall onto the floor. The room starts shaking a little, and some more debris comes down. The room starts to tilt, and some things start sliding. The room falling. She yells as she looks for something to grab. The room stops moving. While the room has not tilted enough to prevent them from standing, they both notice that the window has collapsed on itself. How are we getting out now? She says nervously. It is okay, Pina says as she stands up. Just watch Tinchi. She then moves to the door and starts trying to open it. It is blocked from the outside, she said. I already tried. Pina starts ramming at the door but stops after the second time, rubbing her shoulder. Ouch. How do guys do that without getting hurt? She then looks back at Noriko. Do you have that small talking box? A phone? Yes. She glances down, thinking to herself how much of a failure she is. I am sorry, but I lost it, she said as she starts to cry. I am a failure. Pina looks at her and starts looking around. Don't give up, she says in a panicked voice, trying to look for an escape. A few moments later, they hear this Japanese pop song. The song is the ringtone of her phone. It seems like it is still working. That is my phone. On it, Pina yells as she bends around the beams, following the sound. Found it. She reaches down and grabs it. She pulls it up and moves back over to her. I don't know what to do with it. She takes her phone and looks at it. I got it. She then notices that her screen is nearly shattered. She cannot tell who is calling but pressed the green to accept button. She then notices that it did not do anything. She presses the button again and then again. She starts to panic again, scared that the caller will stop and then he will not be able to call out. She presses and presses and finally the call is accepted. She takes the phone to her ear. Hello. Noriko, are you okay? Selena asks. She takes a deep breath and smile. Selena, that is you? She takes Tinchi and holds him away, so his cries do not affect her hearing too much. She is hoping his cries are not preventing Selena from understanding how bad her situation is. Yes, Selena replied. I didn't see you or hear from you. I got worried. Thank you, Selena. No, I am not okay. I am with Tinchi and Pina. We are stuck in my apartment and can't escape, she says, trying to make sure she understands. There is a short delay over the phone call. I will tell my dad. He is with me. She smiles and looks to Pina. Please tell him to hurry. She then feels the floor shake a little. That ground isn't secured, Pina says. Stay still. We don't want to add any more pressure. She looks to Tinchi and holds him close. It is okay, Tinchi. Calm down. Everything will be okay. She then looks to Pina and angles herself so Tinchi can face her. You see, that is your Aunt Pina. She came to say hi to you. She looks up and sees a big smile on Pina's face. Hi, Tinchi, Pina says. Let me sing you a song that my mom sang to me when I was little. She holds onto this beam to help balance herself. She listens to Pina sing this strange song where half the words she does not understand. It does seem nice, how the world is a beautiful place. While Pina will not win a singing contest, she finds it relaxing. Even Tinchi stops panicking and slowly stops crying. Once Pina stops singing, she takes a deep breath and starts singing a song she remembers from her childhood. She starts to sing the Itsy Bitsy Spider song to Tinchi, hoping to keep him calm. For the time being, they trade small simple songs as they buy time. They start to hear cracking sounds, and the floor starts to feel like it is sliding down again. She looks down and her eyes widen seeing that. She wonders how much longer her room will last before it breaks free and fall to the ground. She looks up and grabs Pina's hand. Look, I am sorry for yelling at you like that. Thank you for coming for me and Tinchi. I am sorry for trying to keep him away. Pina grabs her arm. Look, I am sorry for everything. It was all my fault and I should have done something. I don't like that side of my past anymore. Tinchi is in good hands with you. They both hear this loud noise and look to the door. The door breaks open, swinging in the wrong direction. Sharpe appears through the door. I swear I can't take you two anywhere. Especially you, princess. Well, if you weren't late, then we would be, Pina said before being interrupted by Noriko. Don't start now, you two, she yells. Sharpe moves around and slowly sides to them. He stops at the first beam and reaches down to her. Grab my hand. She looks to her side and slowly moves to him, trying not to slip. She gets to him and grabs his arm. She then feels him pulling her closer, moving through these two beams until she is right next to him. Thank you, Sharpe. All good, Noriko, Sharpe said and helps hold her steady. Head to the hallway. She grabs the door frame and pulls herself forward and walks to the hallway. Once she gets there, she can feel that the hallway is more stable, but above she can see the ceiling of the hallway cracking away. She turns around and sees Sharpe doing the same thing with Pina. She uses her free hand and grabs Pina's shoulder and helps pull her out. Thank you, Pina said as she regains her footing. Pina then turns around and grabs Sharpe by his military shirt. She starts to pull, and her eyes widen. God, you are heavy. Sharpe gets out of the room and starts breathing heavily. He looks to Pina. I am heavy? Yes, Pina yells. Guys, I think we should go, she says as she glances up, hearing more cracks. Go, Sharpe orders. All of them start rushing down the hallway as the ceiling starts breaking. Noriko and the other rooms fall forward, crashing into the ground. They stop and turn around, looking at the new hole in the building. Well, you are not getting your security despot now, Sharpe said in a sarcastic voice. She takes a deep breath and starts crying. She then rushes to Sharpe and pushes herself against his chest. Thank you. That was nearly me and Tinchi. We both nearly died. Sharpe pats her on the shoulder. It is all okay, kid. What about me? Pina asks, crossing her arms. She turns around and rubs her eyes. Thank you, Pina. If you didn't come, I never would have been able to find my phone when Selena called. Pina stands there and smiles. Now, can we get out of here? Borkwell moves through Alnus. He looks around the corner. There is a lot of destruction. Not as much as I would expect from a quake, Jaruki said. Borkwell looks to the dark elf. You know what hit us? You humans are stupid, Jaruki said. There are common in the mountains of the Far East. That is where you met them? Borkwell asks. Yes, before we formed our alliance with the Empire, Jaruki said. But I never felt one this strong before, though. It makes me wonder. We can wonder later, Borkwell states with some frustration. Our alliance will mean nothing if we don't find a new hiding place. Jaruki stands up, finishing binding up this child. We will get moving. But the quake did provide a chance to take our next target with ease. Everyone too distracted to notice. Jaruki then hears this person walking. He pulls out his sword and aims it to this other direction. What he sees is this soldier standing there with his rifle pointed to them. So, you've been the bastards who've been taking the kids, First Sergeant Miloslav Sukanek said. Let go of the kid now, or I will blow you head off. Jaruki can hear Borkwell turn around but standing still. He holds onto the boy closer, using him as a body shield. He has learned that these people are soft and will not hurt a child. If you do anything, I will kill this boy here. I don't care if he lives or dies. You are outnumbered, Otherworlder, Borkwell says. You can't take us on. I can easily take both of you, Miloslav said as he aims his rifle. Even so, one shot and everyone will be rushing here. Jaruki smiles what the other worlder said. Maybe, but there are 3 of us. Then this Hario pig appears behind from the darkness and attacks the other worlder. It is his master Hargus, the leader of the Hario and Oprichnina spy network in Alnus. He takes a bit on the other worlder arm. Miloslav falls forward, trying to get Hargus off him. Borkwell rushes forward and grabs the rifle. He then punches Miloslav in the head, knocking him out. He pulls out his dagger and is about to slice the other worlder neck. "Stop," Hargus said as he stands up, wiping the blood off his mouth. "He is one of those military police. We can use him." Borkwell looks to Hargus. "How?" "When he awakens, he will tell his friends about us. I worked hard to keep my identity secret here." "He has a point, Master," Jaruki said. "It is degrading to me, a clothing maker here, but everyone buys it. Herm is located here, and we need a way to free him," Hargus said. "We can't get close without someone in the inside." He then looks down at the other worlder. He then smirks, getting an idea. "We will take him to our lair. I will put a mind control slug in him. He won't remember a thing and will accept our command." V11, Chapter 124. Alnus Community, December 30th, 2025. Hours after the quake, Corporal Mute Lunasires is directly Wolf and a few soldiers and moving some rubble that was blocking the entrance of this building. "There you go." Seeing them move the entrance door, she rushes inside. "This is the Alnus Military Police. I am here to help." As she looks around, she sees everything is tipped over. Supplies littering the ground and knocked over chairs and tables. She feels nervous as she walks among everything, wishing that her partner were there. She talked to her partner, First Sergeant Miloslav Sukanek, right after the ground quake hit. He said he was going to sweep the area he was at until help arrives, and then meet up with her. Then she has not heard of him since. Over here, she looks right and sees 3 people there. "Any of you hurt?" "Yes, I think his leg is broken." She walks over to them. "Okay, we have the exit secured. Just he is out. You, sir, grab my hand." She grabs the man and put his arm around her neck. Everyone out. One by one they all move out of the store. She carries the man to this medical Humvee, and 2 medics rush up and take him from her. He has a broken leg. Once they take him, she takes a deep breath. Wolf walks up to her. "Are you okay?" She looks up. "Yeah, I am. It was just a few hours ago. I was having fun with my friends, but then this happened." "The nature of life," Wolf said. "We should get back at it." She looks around as she catches her breath. It has been a busy hour. She sees all these different military vehicles show up. The first group showed up were a mix of Americans, Germans, Romanians, and French, the countries that are responsible for the town of Alnus security. They began to crowd control so the engineers and medics could come in and move around at ease. She soon learned that these quakes are normal on their world, but they were shocked that it happened here, saying that they are not close to a fault, whatever that means. Whatever happened, she sees that the damage is not as bad as at first glance. Alnus has grown a lot since she first arrived, and the first buildings seem to be affected the hardest. "We should thank the gods that it didn't get worse." "Good thing indeed," Wolf said. "I always thought it was annoying on all the rules they have. I found them making projects longer, but it seemed that it had a purpose." Before she could respond, her radio goes off. "Any available units? We need assistance in District 7. She grabs her radio. "We are on our way." She looks at Wolf and tells him to follow. They run past all the army engineers and medical support all over the place. They get to District 7 of the town and see this warehouse. She knows this place. It is the town's food stores from Elba and nearby farms to sell here. The roof looks like it was carved in. She sees 2 of her fellow Alnus MPs, one a high elf and one native human. The elf is Private Darth Tattoo, and the human is Private Humran Agwis. But she notices no one else around, which is normal at this hour. But why are 2 of her MPs here and not helping elsewhere? She wonders if they are just guarding the food, which is not a bad idea more. She thinks about it. What is going on? "We have a criminal stuck inside. The roof cave-in is blocking the door," the Darth said. "We saw her trying to steal food during the crisis," Humran said. "I wasn't stealing, you jerk," this feminine voice said. She crosses her arms and looks at the garage door. "Wolf, can you see if you can move the door?" "Let me try," Wolf said. He walks over to the door and starts to push on it. The door starts to move and is thrown up. The door swings up and flies off its railings. The feminine voice yells in a panic, scared of the flying door. "You almost killed me." She sees the two MPs about to storm the warehouse. Stop, I will go in. You two stay back until I call. She then walks past them and heads inside. Jump in if anything happens, Wolf. She grabs her flashlight and turns it on. Is it just you? Keep them away. They are liars. The feminine voice said. Bull criminal. The Humran said. We know you were stealing food from in here. She turns around, annoyed that they did not listen to her. Hey, what did I say? Hey, we don't take orders from a woman, the Humran said. Regardless of rank, she glares at him and fires a small gust of wind at him, forcing him out of the warehouse and onto the ground. I know you will listen to that. She then turns around and looks for the woman. Hey, you know we are in a situation here. Every minute we are here. Every minute we are not helping people who need it. There is silence until the feminine voice speaks. Okay, I am sorry. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to help the kids. She can tell where the voice is coming from. She looks to the direction and then sees this woman come out behind some crates. She was not expecting what she sees, a female bat person. She heard that there was a dark race in the town, but she has not seen it yet. She places her hand on her baton, just in case. She has fought dark races before, but has never seen a bat person before. She heard that some of Rory's team brought her back after being assaulted by some bandits. While she likes the other worlders, they gave her a second chance, but she also has found that they do not always understand the rules of this world. Because they are still new, they do not understand the historical rules between all the races and differences of cultures. She flips the strap on her baton and gets ready to pull it out, but then she stops herself. The thought of that second chance the other worlders gave her made her question her sudden action. She fought against them twice in battle, and now she is part of their law enforcement. She rebut-uns her baton and holds up her hands halfway to show she is no threat. It is okay. I am Corporal Mute Lunasires of the Alnus Military Police. The Darth walks up with his baton. There you are. You are going to pay for stealing. I said I didn't steal anything, you elf bastard. The shop owner lied. The Batgirl yelled, showing she has a quick temper. She looks to Darth and shots him a glare. Knock it off. What is wrong with both of you? I am trying to de-escalate things. Darth looks to her. We just needed help getting the door open. Your job is done. You are lucky I don't take you in for assaulting my... He stops speaking as he hears a stomp. He turns around and sees Wolf standing there, looking down at him. Yeah, I forgot about you. That is what I thought, she said, frustrated. She cannot believe that she is wasting her time here when she is needed elsewhere. She looks back at the Batgirl. Can we end this? Other people need my help. I didn't steal anything. The shop owner lied. The Batgirl said again. I didn't say you did. Can you tell me your name? She asked. At first, she wondered why the bat did not fly away, but she can see one of her wings is damaged. The damage looks old, not fresh, so probably not from the quake. The Batgirl takes a big breath as she keeps an eye on the other two MPs and Wolf, not trusting them. I am called Mintiv Dor Alice. I was brought here by the Ranger soldiers. Nice to meet you, Mintiv, she said. Please tell me, what happened? Mintiv is hesitant to respond but sees no other choice. I went to the shop owner on Dale Street. I asked if I could have some bread for the children that were being gathered. He then rejected my proposal and assumed that I was trying to trick him. The usual dark race racism crap. I should have bitten him, but he started calling out saying that I was going steal. While a part of her did not believe in her story because of what race she is, the other side believes her. Her kind is not popular in the common world, and she can see a shop owner saying that. She turns around to face Humran as he walks up, rubbing his head. Is it true? Does it matter? She is a bat. If it isn't this, it will be something, Humran said. Her eyes widened, seeing that the bat was telling the truth. She wanted to take their side against her, just because who she is, even though her teammates were lying. Plus, all this happened after the quake. So they were doing this for an hour when people needed help. You bastard. Both of you. You should be out there helping us. But you are here tormenting an innocent woman, she yells. She then turns back to Mintiv. You are free to go. You call her a woman like she is a person, Darth said with a disbelief chuckle. Mintiv now looks scared and slowly walks away from her cover. She walks up and starts passing her and Wolf. If Mute said you are free to go, then you are free. They won't bother you again, Wolf said, and then gives them a death glare. After Mintiv walks past her, she takes a deep breath. Mintiv, stop. Everyone stops and looks at her, confused about what is happening. She takes another breath, knowing she is going to get in trouble for this. But right now, she does not care. It is the only right thing she can do. She walks forward and grabs a bag. She then picks up some fruits from a crate. Once she is done, she hands the bag to Mintiv. Here, do as you please. We all are sorry for the hassle. Mintiv looks at the bag and then back at her. How do I know this is not a setup? Because it is not, she said. Just take it, please. Mintiv looks at it and slowly takes it. She then walks away. Okay, let us all go. I am taking both of you to the lieutenant, she said, somewhat pissed but feeling better at the same time. What? You just allowed her to take private property. Isn't it our job to prevent that? Humran said. Let's go, Darth. She looks to them as on the verge to blow upon them as she forms her hands ready to us her wind magic. Wolf walks over and grabs her hand softly. Not now, Wolf said. You can report them later and I will confirm what you say. They shouldn't be in the amp. She takes a deep breath. You are right. I am angrier at myself. I nearly took their side and assumed she was a criminal because she is a bat. Well, I did, Wolf said. I just assumed she did it, but was letting you lead. She looks up at him and smiles. Okay, let's get back to work. Then her radio goes off. She listens to it, and she hears a report on the far side of the town. They found her partner, and he is wounded. After hearing that, they run off to that location to see if they can help. As she saw before, it looks like the situation is getting better. More and more personnel has arrived to help support the effort. The cleanup and rebuilding process will take a while, but she is glad that it was not worse. As she runs, she stops as she hears friends and Master Rory. She is lifting some rubble to make room for people to huddle. Rory. Rory stops and looks around. She then sees Mute and waves in excitement. Hi, Mute. Wait there. Then she bursts over and gives her a strong hug. She returns the huge. I am happy you are okay. Rory looks at her. You kidding? I am happy you are okay. I was worried after you left Apex. Where are you going in such a hurry? They said they found my partner on the east side. I am on my way there. She responds. Rory's eyes widen. Okay, let me come with you. She smiles, glad her friend is coming. All three of them start to rush to the position. It took longer than she wanted to get there. When she arrived, she sees soldiers and civilians all around. Right then she sees First Sergeant Miloslav Sukanek laying on the ground. His arm is all banged up, and he looks like hell. By his side are a dark elf and this boy. She rushes up and slides to his side. Are you okay? She then looks to his arm, and she can see some blood spots on his bandages. Miloslav looks to her, hand on his side. I am fine. Just need a cigarette, he said in a weak voice. I was there, the dark elf said. Yeah, Miloslav responds. He helped bury me and the kid out. Got my damn arm cut in the fall. Rory knees in front of the human boy and smiles at him. Are you okay? Do you know where your mom is? The boy looks at Rory. No, I am scared. It is okay, Rory said. I am scared too, but everything will be okay. She looks to Rory and the boy and then to the dark elf. Thank you for your help. Who are you? My name is Jaruki, Jaruki said in a tired voice. She looks down at his hands and sees them dirty and bandaged up. She looks back up to him. Thank you. She then looks down to Miloslav. I would hate to get a new partner. I might get one who likes to talk. Cut it out, Miloslav said with a cough. She looks to Rory and both giggles. Next day, Fort Minnick, briefing room, December 31st, 2025. Lelei yawns as she sits at her table. She looks around and sees everyone else has arrived. All four teams under Sharpe's new command. Vanguard, 2 with their new leader, First Lieutenant Charles Johnson with his recent promotion. His logistical officer is with him, Second Lieutenant Kira Hill. She heard during the Battle of Legrath, Major Davis died in combat. She has yet to interact with them much, but hopes to meet them now that Johnson is in command. She then sees Vanguard, 5 leader Captain Bailey with his second-in-command Second Lieutenant John, and their logistical officer First Lieutenant April. She has worked with them many times since the war began. She knows Bailey and Sharpe worked together once or twice before the war, so they have an understanding. She has grown used to seeing Delilah with them, but she said she needs to stay at Apex and help fix it. She is starting to believe that Bailey and Delilah are a couple, but others seem to already know that. The next team is something she is still not used to. The Rose Order Knights. Princess Pina Colada is there with Grey Co Aldo, Bozes Co Palesti, and Beefeater E. Katie. She finds it still wired that there are Imperialists in the same room with Rangers, but she has been telling herself not to see them like that. She remembers Pina and her knights protecting her in that forest during the Selena Rescues mission. Wolf is here, being the leader of the new Alnus militia being set up by NATO. While Rory is technically the leader of the new organization, she is more of the figurehead, lending her support. Wolf is the one going to oversee the day-to-day functions. Then there is her team, Vanguard 7. Rory Mercury is next to her wanting to take a nap. The Americans gave her a rank within their ranks, helping taking command of some of the Alnus units. She has assumed it is to help normalize native Alnus within the military. She finds it interesting that she is willing to do this with her history with the Empire. Then there is Sergeant Major Randy Dotson sitting there. Now that Johnson is gone, she thinks he is now the second in command. She thinks he will do fine because he was the only other one besides Sharpe who's seen combat before this war. Both know what to expect, but at this point, no one is a rookie in the war now. Then there is Captain Sarah Rose there. She recently got a promotion to the same rank as Rory. She is sitting next to Randy. She sees Major Sharpe walks in, and all the Rangers stand fully up. She is impressed by how fast and efficient their formalities are. She stands up with Rory. Looking over, she sees the knights slowly stand up with this confused look on their faces. It took her and Rory a while to get used to their formalities and regimental, but they learned the purpose of it all. At ease, Sharpe said, and then stands there looking at everyone. There is a chair in front of him, but he stays standing. Everyone sits down. All right, Sharpe starts. I want to start off by talking about Major Davis. I did get not as much time to get to know him, but he was a fine ranger. He led the main assault during our recuse mission in Sad Era. She blinks and remembers what day. She was with Major Davis and Colonel Young in that main assault. Their job was to secure a landing zone to extract the prisoners. It was an intense battle, one of the hardest she has ever been in. As many of you know, Vanguard 2 got pinned down during our assault at Legrath, Sharpe said. While we were reacting to the crash site, they were covering our 6 so we wouldn't have been overwhelmed. During that, an arrow hit him in the neck and was killed in action. He was a brave man and did what he needed to do so others could have lived. Because of that, First Lieutenant Charles Johnson will be taking command of Vanguard 2 effective immediately, Sharpe said and looks to him. Congratulations on your promotion. You are walking into big shoes, but I know you can do it. Next thing, there is a small change in the structure, Sharpe said. Congratulations on your recent promotion, Captain Rose. To all logistical leads, all information for now on will come and go through her. After saying that, he sits down. The meeting only started 10 minutes ago, and so far, there only been a few updates, mainly about the quake. He said engineers are starting to rebuild the damaged buildings, so no one can enter the town until it is complete. The latest reports are that 78 hurt, some major while some are minor. Only 2 deaths out of everything. Still, she has questions on how something could happen. Rory and she brainstormed what it all meant. She is convinced that since Sharpe called it an earthquake, it has something to do with Earth. While she still thinks it is something else, Earth would attack like that. It would be efficient as a weapon. Plus, why would they hit their own base if it is a weapon? I got the latest report from the geology people. They think it was a 6.9 quake that hit us, Sharpe said. I thought they said this area has no fault line here? Second Lieutenant John asked. Sarah leans forward of her desk and at John. I reread the report before this meeting. They concluded we are nowhere near a fault line. We are basically in the middle of the U.S. Rory stands up. Before you all start walking about these fault things and quakes, do you mind explaining why Earth quaked us? There is a short silence in the room as they all look at Rory. She must agree with Rory. They know something that no one from Falmart does. Sharpe stands up from his seat and head to the whiteboard behind him. He grabs a marker and is about to start drawing until Sarah comments. At least he isn't using his hand again, Sarah said, and a few chuckles can he heard from people. Sharpe looks back. I can. I have a knife. She hears him say that. During the fight with Talon, he cut his hand to smear blood on the wall to trick Talon to think he was wounded and to lead him into a trap. No, Sarah said. Some people chuckle by the exchange. Anyway, Sharpe said and begins drawing. I am going to keep it short since we don't have long. She starts to take notes on everything Sharpe said. Everything he said he is also drawing, trying to speak with his crude drawing. He talks about these plate tectonics that is below us, usually the size of continents. They move very slowly deep under the ground, going only centimeters or less a year. These plates are always hitting each other, which the other worlders call a fault. These faults cause groundquakes like the ones they experience. The issue she is seeing is that they are not next to a fault and have no idea why a quake happened. They are wondering if there is a fault they did not know about, or is this a one-off? Or is there someone else they don't know about since this is an alien planet to them and their science might not explain the event? Do you all understand? Sharpe asked, putting the marker away, seeing that everyone understands. If you have more questions about this, we can explain more later in a more detailed way. But we need to get to mission assignments. Sharpe then walks over and sits down. Johnson, you are taking Vanguard 2 to Alguna. The Navy wants some extra protection in setting up its port. Apparently, some Alguna resistance fighters still think they can win. Yes, sir, Johnson said. Bailey, Sharpe said, you are going on a science mission. Biologists want to head to the east side, towards the coast. They think they will find some healthier food or new kinds of medicine. Intel said there's still Alguna rebels or goblins or dark races. He said and thought about something. Mission is simple. Protect the civilians. Let them do their jobs. Bailey talks to April for a moment. Yes, sir. We will have them in bed by 8. Sharpe nods. All right. Randy, Lelei, and Rory. Vanguard 7 will be leaving tomorrow morning on our mission to Fort Galileo. We are expecting some rain on the route, so let us make sure we have the proper gear. We are transporting 2 trucks full of supplies and scientific equipment. Our job is to get it there safely. Also, Randy, we have Private First Class Sophia Everett being assigned later today. Get someone to get her up to speed. He looks to Wolf. Wolf, your job is to start recruiting new members for the Alnus militia. From what I understand, there will be a base pay, training in our tactics, and more. I have a question if it is appropriate, Wolf said in an unconfident tone. It seems that he is still learning the ins and outs of the military protocol. It is Wolf, Sharpe weapons. What is on your mind? You said training in tactics and more, Wolf said. Does that include your firearms? She blinks hearing that question. It is an interesting question to ask. She never considered something like that. While she knows she has had given special treatment, a reward she has enjoyed, that is one of the reasons she continues helping them out. Sharpe looks over to Sarah. Captain. Sarah looks over to Wolf. Current policy is that natives of Falmart will not receive firearms or other primary lethal weapons training. Primary weapons will be the weapons that are common here. What the? Beefeater states. I thought we were allies here. Beefeater has a point, Boses adds. Why are we even here if we are not going to be treated equality? Hold on, Johnson interrupts. The captain said lethal. That means we will be teaching you in a lot of non-lethal gear. Correct, Sarah said as she looks over to the knights. We will be training in other areas. Our tactics, most of our equipment like radios. You will learn how we communicate with them, and a few will be taught how to drive for now. Pina stands up. All fine, but what us is a sword and a rifle, right? Your kind has been destroying the Imperial Army from range. As she listens to the conversation, she takes a record of everything that is said, fascinated by the debate. While she understands how big the gap is between soldiers in Falmart and soldiers from Earth, and how hard it is to bridge it, something simple like driving for the Rangers will be a massive step for people here in Alnus. She has driven a few times with Sharpe supervision while not in combat. While she has gotten better and more confident in it, it still feels unnatural, unlike a horse and wagon. She knows that Sharpe has tried to restrict some knowledge to her and others, saying that some things need to be earned. Another thing he said that it is not a good idea to radically change a social way of life, as it results in a pushback. People like to know they have a good sense of things. Rock that, and people become scared and unpredictable. He once explained it to her that it is like giving a child a gun. Because they have it does not mean they fully understand it. He also once said, imagine a man who is used to using a bow and now has control of a missile. It is a recipe for disaster. She knows he is oversimplifying it, and she has noticed how the otherworlders do not fully see the people of Alnus as equals, more like people who need protection, like children. She has been able to learn quickly about their technology and apply it to her life. But she must remind herself that she has worked hard to earn that trust. Sharpe looks to Pina. If I wanted another rifleman unit, I would just request another company from Earth. I want swordsmen for close combat. This until is intended to be a mixed unit between riflemen and swordsmen. She looks up at Sharpe hearing that, trying to wonder what that means. She watches as Pina sits back down. Sharpe looks around and sits fully up. We are starting something new here. There are going to be some baby steps. Beefeater, what is the primary weapon of the Empire? Beefeater looks around surprised that he asked her a question. She looks back at him. The gladius sword, sir. Exactly a sword, Sharpe states back. During the invasion of Galluoa and Algona, King Duran of Elba and Lieutenant Colonel Ashley Banton from the 5th Marines pioneered the shield and bullet doctrine. U.S. Marines working with swordsmen and taking the city, both using each other's strength to their advantage. This isn't about trust, but utilizing what your specialty is. Sharpe continues. The United States Army specializes in full-spectrum warfare, operation in all domains within the battlespace. Soldiers on Falmart specializes in swords, bows, and magic. Something we want to utilize because we haven't fought like that in 500 years. The Major is correct. Sarah jumps in. The goal is to train both knights and militia in our tactics and how we communicate. Learn what our equipment and vehicles are. However, we want to include your specialty. There are situations where swords and magic will be more effective than what we have. For example, fighting those trees in Selena Rescue. After documenting everything that has been said, she looks up from her notepad. She has always been impressed with how Sharpe can talk with authority without speaking down on someone. Her father would have just shot her ideas down with what was said, not caring what the person perceptive is. Always his way or no way. Sharpe seems to at least try to see how the other person thinks and then counters based on that view. That is something she has found attractive about him and found it easy to work around. Beefeater waves her hat to the side. Okay, that makes a bit of sense. Bozes leans forward, not thrilled by what was said. Still, it seems like things are going only one way. You can use the fancy words as much as you want, but it just seems like you don't want us to have your weapons. That is enough, Bozes, Pin said, looking to her. You made your point. Sharpe leans forward and looks directly at her, his eyes ignoring everyone else in the room. Bozes co-Polesti. I remember you have a hot temper. She remembers that day. The first time they were coming from Italica, Sharpe and Pina signed a treaty after saving the city-state. Vanguard 7 ran into the Rose Knights and Bozes attacked him a few times over the day. He then leans back in his seat. This policy is set in stone. Natives of this world will not be learning firearms, and it is a policy that I support. However, Sharpe said, you also make a great point, Bozes. When the time becomes appropriate, all 3 ranger units will learn some basic tasks like horse riding. That is normal on this world, and there probably will be a time we will need to ride one. I will work with Princess Pina and Gray and see if there are other things we should cross-train in. She was surprised by that compromise. She never expected that the Americans would go backward in technology. They have vehicles, and those are 100 times more efficient than a horse. She sees Boz and the other knights happy, probably feeling more included. She decides she will have to ask Sharpe why he made that decision. Okay now, Sharpe said as he looks around, gathering his paperwork. Wolf, go around down, and if you run into problems or have questions, report to Captain Rose. The budget allows a platoon strength, which is 40 bodies. Gray, I want you to be assisting Wolf here in weeding out people who won't make it. Any questions? Sharpe asked. He sees that no one raises his hands. He stands up. All right, dismiss. Rose and Lelei, can you come here please? Sharpe stands up from the desk as everyone walks away. Rory walks up to Wolf, and both start talking and laughing about something. She sees Pina walk up to both Beefeater and Bozes. It seems like she is lecturing them a bit. He can tell there is still a bit of tension between the Rangers and Knights, which he is fine with. Everyone has come far, and he does not want to force integration. You start where people are, not where you want them to be, then you go forward. That is a lesson he learned in the Philippines when training Hong Kong students into guerrillas. Kids wanting their island to become independent. Many of them even seen a weapon and were now trying to become soldiers. Sarah walks up. Damn those knights. A moment there I felt like knocking her lights out. We didn't have to include any of them. It is okay, he replied. She was just getting something off her chest. I doubt we will have any issues from either of them. Besides, she made a good point. We should learn something from them. It is their world, after all. We might learn something. Okay, God Emperor, Sarah said with a joking voice. He shots her a glare. Not you too. Fine, Sarah said, rolling her eyes. She then looks to her side and sees Lelei walk up, holding all her notes. He sees Lelei standing there, looking like a cute student. He could not help but chuckle at the sight. I should hire you, Lelei, as my secretary. Sarah chuckles and looks to him again. So, what did you want to discuss? About the dark race label. I don't like it, he said. When he was talking about it during the meeting, the word did not feel right. While that is the label the locals use for many of the races of this world, it did not properly explain what he was trying to say. He already has met races that seem normal to him, but are treated like goblins. Why is that? Sarah asked, confused. Well, don't we have a few of them in town? That Batgirl Randy team found? Besides the racist BS from the villagers, I had no issues. I don't understand how her kind is the same as a troll, he explains. Sarah places her figure on her lower lip and thinks. That makes sense. It doesn't seem appropriate to mix the two. I can shed some light on that. Lelei comments. He looks down at her and nods. Well, the history is that the dark races once ruled this world after the fall of the elves and dwarves. They ruled over the land until the Empire was born and pushed them out of these lands. That is why we call them the dark race, because they fought against us, Lelei said. As he listens, it all sounds normal. On Earth, there are conflicts that are still being waged because something happened hundreds to thousands of years ago. He finds it funny how more things change. More things stay the same. The problem is, blaming people for what their ancestors did has never solved a thing. Okay, Lelei, but what does that have to do with today? I do not care what happened 2,000 years ago. I guess that's about 3,000 years our calendar now I think about it, he asked. I know we are still new to this world and our interaction is limited, but I don't understand how that bat is the same as a troll and a werewolf. He sees Lelei was about to say something but stops herself. She thinks about it for a good long while to his surprise. I am sorry, Major, but I don't have an answer, Lelei said. I am sorry that I failed you. No, you didn't, he responds. It is okay not to know an answer than to lie. Unless I hear a valid reason why I should control bats and others like her as the same as goblins and trolls, I want a separate classification for them. I can work on that while you are gone, Sarah said. I will just need more information about those other races. But I can talk with the knights about it. Thank you, he said and reaches into his pocket. He pulls out a set of keys and hands them to Sarah. By the way, while I am gone, have Noriko stay at my place. Her place was destroyed by the quake. It just happens he does not need it for the time being, and he does not want her at the baby to be in some quickly built shelter with others. And besides, he wants Zorzel child safe and wants to keep that secret a secret. Because of his last profession, Major General Stanford thought he would be best at keeping a distant eye on her, just in case. Keep a personal eye on that boy and keep him safe. The son of the current emperor. That is nice, Sarah said. I will take care of it. If you have a moment, I have a question about what you said in the meeting, Lelei said. He looks to her, not surprised by that. He holds out his hand to Sarah. You own the $20. For what? Sarah asked in a shocked voice. Told you she would have a question. When did we make that bet? She asked. 5 years, 3 months, 18 hours and… Hey! He stops as he feels Sarah punch him in the arm. We didn't even know each other then, dummy. Sarah asked, baffled, and glances up, shaking her head with a smirk. And of course, she is a smart girl. He can see that Lelei is confused about what just happened. He has learned that she struggles with sarcasm at times. Shoot. Lelei starts going through her 5 pages of notes. There. Why are you going backward? He looks at her with a blank face. He looks to Sarah, hoping she understands what Lelei just asked. He can see that Sarah is just as confused. He looks back to Lelei. What do you mean by that? Lelei tilts her head, confused. You said you want to learn how to ride horses, but you have motor vehicles. I get what you mean, Sarah said. Let me explain it like this. What if our motor vehicle breaks down, or the enemy goes into an area our vehicles can't reach? But it is less advanced. That is backwards, Lelei said, confused about it. He can see she is overthinking it. Lelei, I am not expecting us to go ride into battle, but it might be a skill worth learning during that once time it might happen. Let me give you an example. Back in 2001, when Al-Qaeda attacked us, U.S. Green Berets went into Afghanistan and were forced to ride on horses because we could not get out equipment there fast enough. There is no issue in learning the most common method of travel here. How else will we learn to coexist? He can see Lelei finally understand why he agreed with Bozes. Then he remembers why he asked Lelei to come over. By the way, Lelei, if you feel comfortable, you're driving me tomorrow. I need Andrew driving one of the trucks was escorting. Lelei eyes widen, feeling a little nervous about that responsibility. She takes a deep breath and nods. I can do it. Can I go, Major? He smiles from that. Dismiss. He watches Lelei walk away and look to Sarah. She giggles and he just smiles. Major Sharpe? He looks over and sees Pina walking over. He thought she left already. Can I help you, princess? In private, please. He looks over to Sarah and nods. Sarah walks away, and he looks back to Pina. What is up? Pina takes a deep breath. Few things. 1. I am sorry about Beefeater and Bozes. They should be more respectful. He holds out his hand. It is okay. We will figure this out as time goes on. It wasn't over the top. Okay. Pina responds. I have a favor to ask. Permission to go to Italica for a few days? He looks at her confused, not understanding that request. They only were at Italica not that long ago for R&R. She needs to be here and learn. Why? I need to talk to Countess Mui, Pina said. I learned a few things from Herm. One of those things I learned was that he murdered her father during the attack on your world. Okay, I was not expecting that. He thinks about that. During the failed peace treaty, the United States was able to identify Mui's father and brought his remains back to her. Muri has been a big supporter in aligning with NATO, and this would only be deepening her hatred towards the Empire. But it would be the right thing to do. Go tell Ambassador Willington, and he will relay the message. I prefer to do it, Major, Pina said. I feel like it is important if I deliver the news. Being a leader of the Empire, she finishes, not fully confident on the last part. She might be the princess of the Empire, but what is she a princess of right now? He crosses his arms and thinks. You have my approval, but you have to go to the ambassador. That is a diplomatic issue, but I think he will let you go. You can hook a ride with Vanguard, 3 up there. They are heading north and will pass them. Pina smiles and nods. Thank you. He can see there is something else. She did say this was one thing she learned from Herm. Is everything okay, Pina? You can tell me anything. Pina takes a deep breath like she is trying to get something out. Chrysis is my brother. That was hard to spit out. His eyes widen as he heard that. What? I learned that Chrysis is my brother. Well, half-brother. My bastard of a father fucked some slave during some war long ago, and that is how Chrysis came to be, Pina said. How do you know that Herm isn't just lying to you? He sounds like the man who would say whatever he can to get what he wants. He spoke. Pina places her hand where his heart is. No, I am confident that he is. I only met him that one time, but it felt natural. I know he is. I mean was. He notices that she places her hand on her chest. He notices women do that. He has seen Sarah, Rory, Selena, Lelei, Tuke, and more. He thinks about it. Pretty much all of them doing when talking about someone. He wonders why they do it, but then refocus back to the conversation. Maybe he is, he said. I don't know what to say, Pina. He was a force I never encountered before. Do you think he knew? Pina shakes his head. I don't think so. I think if he knew, he would have told me. He takes his hand and places it on her shoulder. Well, I don't fully agree with your Chrysis and the things he did, but he was a man of honor, and he did what he felt was best. I can respect that, doing what he did for king and country. Be glad you had an honorable sibling, and the best thing you can do is remember his legacy and move forward with it. That is what I was thinking, Pina said. I just felt like I needed to tell you. Can you keep it a secret? Only a few of those CIA people and some of my knights know. Thank you for telling me. I appreciate it. He nods his head in agreement. Anything else? No, sir, Pina said. All right, he responds. While you are here, I need you to make a full list of all your knights, their specialties, skill sets, and so on. I also want to know who your lieutenants are. I think I have an idea, but I want it on paper. He smiles as he sees her reaction. It is the same reaction he gets when he hears about desk work. You're kidding? Pina said. He smirks. Welcome to the U.S. Army. You want to be a leader. Most of it is paperwork. Now I have to go. Coordinate with Sarah and turn your report into her. After that, he turns around and walks off after saying goodbye. Alnus Community, Carlin Muffin Shop, January 1st, 2026. Carlin Daelo takes out a set of biscuits of her stove set. She takes a big sniff of them. That smells good. She takes the tray to the table and set them down. Okay, dear. Now put the frosting over the biscuits. Okay, Selena said as she takes the wood spatula. She looks down at Selena and smiles. After the quake, most people are upset during the reconstruction. She was able to get approval to start making some sweets for everyone to boost people's morale. As her friend Rory requested, she did tell the people in charge of Alnus. Even got a meeting with that handsome human. Major General Stanford. She requested that they keep her identity a secret, being the apostle of Merida. She does not feel like it is time to show her identity, preferring to be more subtle. She was surprised that they agreed to her request. She thinks it was because she was upfront about who she was. Rory was right to trust them. They are probably happy that there are more apostles out there who are not hostile. She watches the young Adrian girl as she starts putting pink frosting over the biscuits. She has been here all day while her father and military friends been busy. What she calls the girls are all busy and her father and Sarah are busy at work. With Apex closed, she said she had nowhere else to go. While it was clear this was not Selina's first choice, she was happy that it was an option. From the day they first met, Selina has had some hostility towards her for religious reasons. She has been absent for hundreds of years because of Talon and Jesus' assassination attempts against her. To defeat the Idris kingdom, the Empire wanted to corrupt the Adrian's worship of Merida. Today Merida is known to protect the mother during childbirth. The catch is that the worshippers must prostitute themselves to gain that protection. Both male and female must go through this ritual to have this protection. As Selina called it, the touch of Merida. While all that is true, that is only a small part of her. Merida is more than that. The core of what Merida represents is the blessings of motherhood, the virtue of being a woman. It is about the coupling of creating the most secret thing, creating life and the connection that brings. Merida is the god of natalism, the empowerment of being a mother and their connection to their children. She has learned from Selina that Idris has lost that, thanks to centuries of war and survival. "You are good at this," she said to Selina. "Thank you." Selina responds as she tries to draw smiley faces on each biscuit. "No, thank you," she responds. "This would have been far harder if you didn't show up and help me." Selina waits to respond. "Well, I don't have anywhere else to go." She chuckles from that. The first time they met, she learned that Selina is direct with her response. When it was her defending what she believed to be the true meaning to worship Merida. Since that day, she felt responsible to help re-educate her to the true path. "Why is that?" she asked. "You are a kind young girl. Don't you have any friends?" She notices that Selina does not respond to the question. "Are they busy?" "Well, Rory, Lelei, and Tuke are. Same with Noriko." Selina responds. "What about the other kids? I see them running around all the time. They look about your age." She spoke. "Well, we don't get along," Selina said in a hesitant voice. "Is it because you are Adrian, or is it because of your royalty?" she asked, already knowing that the answer is both. Because of the war and the Empire propaganda, most people in this region have a low opinion of Adrians, seeing them as backward people because of their cult traditions. During the olden days, each cult represents one of Merida duties. She remembers them being a far more peaceful and culturally rich society. But her being royalty, she figures it out a while ago. Selina is surprisingly good at keeping secrets, but being over 600 years old, you can pick up some hints. Besides, that bunny Queen Tayul told her to during a conversation. "Both," Selina said. She lowers the spatula and looks up at her. "At first they didn't like me because I was not from here, and then they thought it was funny because father wanted me to be an educated girl. Girls are not supposed to be educated, but my father wants me to be educated, so they think I am trying to be better than they." She glances away. "Now that my secret is out, they just ignore me because royalty and common people are not allowed to be friends." "That was a mouthful," she said as she puts another tray away. She thinks back when she was taken by those wood elves. Rory came by and asked her if she was there helping, which the answer was yes. She was there in her fox form and helped attracted her father in the right direction. Then once again she created a protective shield around Selina, so the flames did not engulf her, providing the second Sharpe and Rory needed to rescue her. She wanted to help in the fighting, but she is not a fight like Rory and Talon. Her fighting skills are more self-defense, and her magic is more about healing and protection, not for fighting and waging war. However, she had no intention of letting one of her strong and very loyal worshippers die in such a horrible way. "Maybe they just need to get to know you more," she said and walks over. She sees the white powder and different color frosting all over her. "You are a sweet young lady." "Maybe, but I am happy with my father," Selina said as she gets back to work. But she stops and looks back at her. "I do have a question." "What is that little one?" she asked. "Well, first, I am not a little one. I am taller than Rory," Selina said. They suddenly glance away as they hear this faint voice. "No, you're not." Rory yelled in the far background. Anyway, Selena said, when I was taken by the wood elves, I was praying to Merida. She looks at her. This is not the first time she has heard her say a story like this. She prays to her to protect someone she loves. One time she came over when her father was fighting in the war and asked to help prayer. While that is not something Merida does, she just humored her to make her feel better. That is great, she responds. And it seems that she heard you. That is what's bothering me, Selena said. She looks at her confused. She does not understand why Selena is upset by that. Wasn't that what she wanted? I mean, why does Merida care about me to help me? Selena asked confused. I have let to give myself to her so she can't touch me in return. The only time I had sex is when I was raped when I was enslaved. But that was before what Sarah calls a period. So I was not a woman yet and could not have a baby. I won't give myself because my father doesn't want me to, and I don't want to disappoint him, but I don't understand. She slowly stops speaking and she sniffs, starting to get upset as she thinks back when she was a slave. She has yet to meet her father, but she has found she talks about him all the time. While it is an adoptive relationship, she has seen that glow in her eyes when they are together. She sees the issue she is having. She wants to respect her father's wishes, but also wants to stay loyal to her religion, which is contradicting each other. It is okay, sweetheart. You don't have to talk about it, she said. No, I want to know why, Selena said. She takes a breath and smiles. She has been waiting for her to start asking her questions. While she was raised with a twisted version of a once rich and proud religion, she did not want to challenge it until she was willing. Let me think, sweetheart, she said as she brings some dough over to her. Do you mind putting these on the tray? Okay. Have you considered that maybe you've been touched by her in other ways? She said and she smiles. Selena thinks on that for a bit. I don't know, but the only way is to give me to her. She thinks very carefully about how she was not to respond. The last thing she wants is her father coming in her piss thinking she is encouraging her to prostitute herself, which she does not want her to. Please educate me. Why do your priestess want you to give themselves to Merida? To gain Merida touch. Her touch keeps the mother safe as she gives birth to a baby, Selena said quickly, without thinking about it. Yes, yes, she said and looks to her. But why does Merida want her worshippers to have babies? To protect the state, Selena said, again without thinking. It took her a moment to adjust to that response. She has been around for a long time but has never seen so blunt government propaganda in her life. That is one reason, yes. She thinks about it, trying to think about how to bring that to the point she wants to make. She then thinks about that woman Sarah who is around her a lot. But would you say that to your father and Sarah? Do you think she would have a baby for the state? Selena was about to say something but stops herself. She thinks about it for a moment as she tries to put the words together. No, she would say something about being a mommy. But what does that have to do with Merida? She stops and sits down on a stool. You have a lot of questions today. Let me think, she said with a chuckle. She then smiles as she thinks about her friend Noriko and her baby. She talks about her and Tinchi a lot too, being her only other close friend. Can I ask you a question? She asked. Selena nods her head like she is ready for anything. I understand that your friend was forced to have a baby, she said. Selena nods her head. Yes, she was a slave of the Empire and was. You don't have to explain. I understand. The power of cruel men can be rough, she responds. But that is why father is around, Selena said with a big smile. She chuckles hearing that, finding it adorable how much she looks up at him. But why didn't she reject the child? Selena's eyes widen from the shock of the thought. But Tinchi is cute, and she loves her baby. She wants to be a mommy and hold him close and want to raise him and want to grow up together. Why would she reject him? Tinchi isn't the Empire baby. He is her baby and… She chuckles and finds Selena's little rant. She had to stop her from continuing, getting the reaction she wanted. I understand. Yes, your friend loves her baby. But let me ask you to think. Do you think Merida is beautiful? Selena looks at her confused, not fully understanding the question. Well, yes, she is a beautiful woman. Her beauty is so powerful that is what allows her to touch others and spread her gifts. Okay then, while having children for the state is important, which one do you think is more beautiful and which one do you think Merida would pick? The protection of the state or the beauty of a mother and her child? A bond only a mother can create and experience. She asked, and when you have children, which one would you like? She takes a step back to give Selena some space. She can see from her expression that her brain is telling her to pick the state, but her heart is telling her to pick the true answer. She can see the inner fight inside her as she tries to decide the answer. I want to pick the second one, Selena said slowly. But why wouldn't the priestess say that if that is what Merida wants? She stops and thinks about that. She is faking, playing into the beliefs her people taught her. She learned a long time ago it is far easier to get people to listen to you if they believe you are understanding from their perspective. That is a good point. Maybe I am wrong. It is just something I learned during my travels, so I could be wrong. I just think it is beautiful. Maybe. But why do you ask? Selena asked. Her reaction still shows she is hesitant to believe what she said, but she is defiantly gravitating towards her way of thinking. The reason I said all that is because you remind me of something, she said and reaches and grabs her hand. Do you know what virtue is? Selena shakes her head no. She is somewhat shocked by that. She did not realize how far Selena people have wandered off the path. Virtue means the moral goodness of someone who has a big heart and tries to bring joy to others. Okay, Selena said confused. She then reaches out and rubs her hands through her shoulder-length hair. I know you think you have a few friends, but I see you with many people. That sweet birdie Lady Mute. Many of the soldiers seem to like you, and you bring joy to Rory and your other friends. Selena nods her head as she listens, fully engaged. Now answer this, she said. What do you think makes a good mother? Like the one your friend has? Selena is hesitant to answer the question, feeling that this conversation turned into something bigger than she expected. Is it being virtue? Yes, she said. The love between a mother and her child. Why would Merida want women to have children if she does not want them to love them? I know your father isn't your mother, but would you want him not to love you? But I want him to love me, Selena quickly responds. I love him. He took me in when no one else did. We spend time together and watch silly things and play games and she places her figure on Selena's lip to stop her. I know he loves you. I am happy for you because he is so sweet to you. But do you think Merida would want her worshippers to have the same feelings and love for their children like you do with your father? Selena reminds quietly as she thinks. But she can see in Selena's eyes that this barrier was cracking because she has yet to protest anything she said. I think Merida sees you because you are virtue and so many mothers today are not. She wants to see her mothers love their children, otherwise, what is the point of life? Okay, Selena said, struggling to find a response. She hears the bell connected to the door ring. She looks up and sees her father walk in. I think your father is here. Hi, Selena. And Carlin, thank you for watching her. It has been busy, but she needs to pack for tomorrow. Father, Selena snaps out. This glow in her eyes just brightens her mood. She turns around and gives him a big hug. She laughs as she sees the powder and frosting get over his clothes. It has been no problem. We had fun. You are messy, Sharpe said. What have you been doing? She has been immensely helpful. It was nice to have some help today, she said. Sharpe looks down as she lightly pushes her away. He then looks at his casual military uniform. He smirks and shakes his head. I can see where all that help went. Did you have to get me dirty? Selena points up at him. You always said never to hesitate when the enemy approaches. The enemy? I see how it is, he said and gives an evil smirk. He dips his figure into this frosting, and then with his special forces reflexes, he quickly grabs her and holds her tight. Now, did I ever tell you the story about how I tortured this terrorist? Which one? Selena said with a giggle. I think I need to shut up more, Sharpe comments to himself. Anyway, for 3 hours we gave this guy a wet willy. She stops and looks up. What is a wet willy? Sorry, Selena, but you are not worthy of a wet willy, Sharpe said with a smirk. But a frosted willy will be simply fine. You will see. Sharpe then takes the figure with the frosting and sticks it into her ear slowly. She struggles and giggles, trying to stop him. She stands there and watches everything. She cannot say she has ever seen anything like that before. Well, this explains a lot. V11, Chapter 125 Farmhouse. Gallo Highway, heading to Ely's Forest. January 4th, 2026. Lily Horath walks through the camp and set down her bucket of water that she got from a nearby stream. She takes a deep breath. Damn, it is hot today. The party's large lizard companion walks right behind her. Stop complaining, Liz said as he carries 2 buckets of water. She looks at him and sticks out her tongue. She then looks to the party slave that they bought in Populus. Hey boy, begin boiling the water and start the stew please. Don't say please to a slave, Liz said. You don't want them to think that they are equal, otherwise they get funny ideas. This teenage human boy stands up and rushes over. Yes, master. He then grabs her bucket of water and carries it to the fire pit. Besides, you know we could have bought a more useful one in Populus, Liz comments. She crosses her arms and looks up at him. Yeah, but he was the only cute one and I was the only one who had the money since all of you boys spent it all on girls and drinks. And a fine cook for his age. Liz looks down at her and gives her a wide eye. She looks the other way annoyed. All right, not all you boys. Still, you men are bad with your money. Didn't you buy that dress last week? Liz asks with a chuckle. She glares at him and starts yelling. You don't get to correct me. What I do with my money is my business, you prick. She then crosses her arms and clams down. Now, where is the boss? Over there doing inventory like always, Liz said. She frowns hearing that. The party leader Carther Jaggeth is the man who gave her a job. When she was poor and unemployed, desperate for work, he helped her become an adventurer. Napni is known for many things, being the second home of the Gladiator Association and Slave Trade Guild, a home trade port between the Empire and the Ticaret Conglomerate. Basically, after many wars between the Empire and the Ticaret Conglomerate, Napni became the place for them to pretend to like each other. But the city is also known for its exotic brothels. While not the most honorable man she ever met, he did allow her to have a life outside of that. However, she has found that he is lazy. When chores need to be done, he somehow finds a way to get out of it. Shouldn't he be with Voluo and hunting Deppers? Liz sets both buckets down. I stop caring. I am just happy that we finally have work. She looks up at him and nods. It has been a month since they had a job. Townsfolk go to a trade or adventure post within a town or city. If they have a task, they pay the guild in advance and post what the job is. It can be in rescuing people from goblins or bandits, provide security for travelers, or just killing monsters. Basically, anything the Imperial Army does not want to do. It is a first-come, first-served system. Right now, they got a job to go to the Ely's forest. The local elf tribes have been harassing trade along Gallo. A local trader has had enough and cannot afford the loss in revenue. It is already bad enough that the war is hurting his business. Raiders are the nail in the coffin for a trader. While the Jaggeth's party would not take such a job, their level is too high for such a task. Right now, any job is better than none. I am going to go clean my sword, she said and walks through the camp. As she walks to her tent, she humps a song her mother once sang to her before dying by illness. She sees Gorgth standing there looking out. She grabs her sword and walks over by them. Once she arrives, she slaps him on the back. Hi, big man. How are you doing? Gorgth looks down at her and then back out on the highway. See that? It is the army. She looks out and sees a long line of cavalrymen walking by. They set up camp off the highway to avoid. It looks like it. Are you missing your old days? Somewhat, Gorgth responds. Those some great times. The men I served with were some of the best. Always felt like we were doing really good things. And yet you are with us. It is because of the pay, right? She says with a laugh. Gorgth looks at her. Those men are fighting for us. We cannot do what we do if they are not fighting. Always remember that. She blinks. We do an important job too. While the army is busy killing some foreigners, we are protecting the people. That is what we tell ourselves, Gorgth responds. If a village is under attack and has no money to pay you, would you protect them? She takes an annoyed breath. We can't protect the village if we are poor and hungry, and there is no way to make a profit if there are no villages left, Gorgth said. True, I guess, she responds. She has noticed him acting wired a lot recently. When news of this war and hearing that his old army buddies dying in the thousands, she could tell he wants to help. Why don't you just re-enlist? I am too old, Gorgth said. My skills as a fighter are not what they used to be. But fighting is the only skill I have, so here I am. Well, I had no idea we are a second place for you, she said, laughing again. Okay, Grandpa, I am not worried. The Empire has survived this long. Nothing can destroy it. Sooner or later, they will win. They always do. She turns around and starts walking away, humming again. Hey boy, how is the stew? I am hungry. Schwarz Goat Path, heading to Nighttai. January 3rd, 2026. That is such a stupid idea. Alicia yells over the radio. What? I thought you were sick of calling these things JLTV every time. Andrew responds over the radio. Sharpe lowers his cap. Here we go again. Those two. Yeah, well, Warthog just sounds stupid for a military vehicle, Alicia said. And yours is any better? Andrew asks. Yes, Alicia yells. I think Puma rolls off the tongue easier. That is stupid, Andrew responded. Didn't you see those tusks up front? What animal has tusks? Not a puma. You put those on before we left base, jackass, Alicia comments. That is beside the point, Andrew said. Okay, fine, you anime brat, Alicia said. Let's just call it Chupathingy then. What is that Mexican lizard thing called again? No one answer. Randy gives a direct order. There is a moment of silence before Scott spoke next. Chupacabra. Yes, Alicia says with excitement. The Chupathingy. What Marvin said. I said call me Scott, Scott said annoyed. You have to be kidding me, Andrew comments. Of course, the man never accepts a woman's idea, Alicia said, being hyperbolic. Two different worlds and the same dimwits. Andrew waits to respond. At least I am getting laid. You son of a bitch, Alicia yells. I am going to kill you. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Jerry yells over the radio. Either shut up or fuck you too. Both of you been at it for over an hour. There is a short silence before Alicia bursts over the radio. What? What kind of prick would say something like that? He reaches out and mutes his vehicle radio for a moment, leaving crowd control to Sergeant Major Randy Dotson. He already has enough headaches in his own vehicle, but good ones. Sharpe glances at the driver's seat and sees Lelei sitting there driving. How are you doing, Lelei? Please don't talk to me, Major, Lelei said. I am trying to focus on. He chuckles from that. Just be gentle with it. Don't fight the steering wheel. Work with it. And don't hit Randy vehicle. I know, Major, Lelei said in an annoyed and nervous voice. Roger, he said. Selena then appears between the two front car seats. I didn't know you had chupacabras on your world. Did you fight them when you were in Mexico? He looks down at Selena, shocked by what she said. He then looks up to Lelei. Really? Yes, Major, Lelei said. Chupacabras are monsters who terrorize farmlands. I and my master had to fight them off a few times when we were alone in the forest. Yeah, Selena said with a smile. They are a problem in my country. Mother always said that if you were bad, one will swoop into your room and take you. He looks at them. Figures. Go back and sit down, Selena. As she goes back into her seat, he looks into the back. He sees Tuke as she writes something down. How are things, Tuke? Everything is fine. Working on a new song, Tuke said. By the way, Father was talking about you recently. Really? He responds. What does he want? He wants to talk to you about how to manage us girls, Tuke said, rolling her eyes. He thinks you are not properly managing us, she said in air quotes. He looks at her, completely baffled at what she said. He wants to respond, but he cannot think of a word to say. Then he hears Rory burst out laughing. Oh, my gods. Rory laughs and looks to him. You, able to control us. The idea of that is hysterical. Well, my people are more free-spirited because we live very long lives, Tuke explains. The idea of finding a single partner for life seems pointless. My dad has a reputation for having a woman every day of the week. So, your dad has 9 girls? Selena asks. Yeah, your father never allowed on Earth, he comments. Why is that, Major? Lelei asks. Because he will break every pimp law, he responds. What is a pimp? Lelei asks. It sounds interesting. Hearing that, he places his hand on his forehead and shakes. He has no idea how to explain what's wrong with what she said. It is usually a dude who is whoring out woman. I don't want to talk about this anymore. So a brothel, Lelei said plainly as she drives. Your father a pervert, Selena, Rory states as she keeps laughing. You know, Jackson, there is Selena, Tuke, Lelei. There is Sarah, the damn princess, and Pinky, and Mute, Alicia, and all those other Rose Knights that I will remember their names later. And the best and most attractive of them all, me. She then points to herself, making sure all the attention is on her. She then shots him a deep glare. Is that why you drag us around? As your, what is that word that you call a woman private area? Kitty? As your daily kitty. That doesn't sound right. No, it is called pussy. Like a pussycat, Tuke said. You other worlders have strange terms. That is fun, Dash. Selena starts to comment, but sees her father giving her a don't you dare finish that glare. He just looks at Rory. He takes a deep breath and looks over to Lelei. Don't even start, Major, Lelei said without looking. He looks back and sees all of them staring at him, waiting for an answer. He can see this evil smirk on Rory's face. Her eyes are daring him to go down the rabbit hole she trapped him in. Fuck. No wonder men go to war all the time. I don't get paid enough for this. He then turns around and looks back at the blue tracker. Behind him, he can hear them all giggle. Selena, don't listen to Rory. And Tuke, tell your father I am not interested in his advice. I am fine as is. Okay, I will tell him, Tuke says with a giggle. Rory slowly peeks through the gap between the up-front seats, looking at him. Ah, you are no fun, she said as she pokes him on the cheek. Why are you so serious all the time? She says in that Joker's voice from Batman. Well, for one, that wasn't appropriate. Both Selena and Lelei are here, he states. I am not a child, Major, Lelei states. Selena peeks under Rory. And I was a slave, so yeah. I heard a lot of things. He holds out 2 fingers. 1. Selena, you are my daughter, so no. 2. Lelei. Until you answer my question about the meaning of life, you are not ready for that kind of talk. What question? Rory asks. Well, you know Sharpe said there are subjects he doesn't want me to learn until I am ready, Lelei said. I need to figure out the answer to this equation. Is the bird equal to or greater than the word? I have been doing research on it for months now and can't figure it out. He glances over, trying to keep himself from chuckling. He knows what he did was evil, but could not himself. He looks over and sees both Rory and Selena glaring at him. Because of all these movie nights they have had, they know that the reference is from Family Guy. You are silly, Dad, Selena said as she goes back to her studies. Every Thursday, kid, he responds. He then looks out the window and out in the distance. Selena reappears with her tablet in her hand. Father, I don't understand this math problem. He looks down at her tablet and sees the issue. Word math problems, his #1 enemy back in school. Before they left Sarah, she gave him a list of school assignments for her to do while she is away. He agreed, partly brushing it all. He wanted her along on this trip for other reasons. Then he saw the evil side of Sarah, threatening to cut his throat, and that was not going to be the real punishment if he did not make sure Selena did her homework. While it was his idea to make sure Selena is educated, Sarah took it to another level, and it scared him. She threatens with a form of punishment if she came to come without completing her assignments, and she refused to tell him what that punishment. For some reason, he found Sarah threats far scarier than going head-to-head against Talon. He is starting to see that being a soldier is far simpler. He does not know why that is, though. He gotten many threats in his line of work and never cared. He then looks at the girls. Selena explains the problem with her big, joyful smile. Lelei trying to answer the question, but overcomplicating the answer. He sees Tuke and Rory talking and giggling about something, probably about boys. He has learned being a soldier is far simpler in life, but the rewards are far greater with this current situation he has found himself in. He grabs a pencil and paper and begins explaining the math problem. He took out the hot dogs and buns and switched them with soldiers. Anytime you see a problem that doesn't make sense, try to change it into something that makes more sense to you. Replace the hot dogs and buns. Hot dogs? Rory suddenly asks. No. He responds and hears her moan a bit. As I was saying, replace both of those that make more sense to you. If you want both sides to be even, how many totals will you need? Selena blinks and then looks at what he drew. In the picture, he replaced the word problem example with something else without changing the equation. I see. She starts drawing as she studies. I think I got it. 120. Very good. He responds and pats her on the head. Major, Lelei said. What's up, Lelei? He asks her. I see dark clouds up ahead, Lelei said. He looks out and sees dark clouds up ahead. He then grabs the radio. Sergeant Major, we better find a place to park. Those clouds look bad. Roger that, Randy replies. We passed 4 farmhouses so far. Maybe we will pass another one. Agreed. He responds. Everyone keeps your eye out. He then looks to Lelei. You better pull over. I will drive for now on. 2 hours later, Hiseko opens the barn doors and allows the other worlders to bring in their big truck. He is impressed with how large their metals wagons are. At first, it looked like it was not going to fit, but they said they have sensitive equipment and do not want to risk damage from the rain. Thank you for allowing us to stay for the night, Sharpe said. Yeah, Randy adds. Otherwise, we would have been stuck in the mud. This world can have wicked rains. He nods and waves nervously to them. It is no problem. You should be thanking my wife. She felt bad that all of you soldiers were out there in the cold without warm food in your bellies. He then walks over and speaks quietly. Please tell her that her cooking is great. I find it fine, but she will be upset if you soldiers are not happy. Of course. Sharpe asks confused. Randy, on the other hand, chuckles. I understand, my followed married man. All wives' cooking is amazing, regardless if it is good or not. He chuckles hearing that, glad that he has something in common with these other worlders, even though it's just a silly husband thing like that. When these self-called rangers stopped at his home and asked if they could take shelter for the night, he was nervous to accept. While King Duran formed an alliance with these people, the stories on how these people destroy the Imperial Army so easily was frightening. So much power. How could they be good? The stories make these people seem soulless, but so far, he has not seen them as these soulless creatures looking for destruction. Normal humans like him, which he finds strange. His king has said they are brother in arms, but he always assumed that was only because he was defeated in battle. He starts to think that the king might be right. He looks to Major Sharpe, which he described himself as the leader of this group. I take it you are not married? No. Sharpe responds. I am not. Yeah, but we will see for how much longer, Randy says with a chuckle. He then looks back at him. I have a wife and 2 kids back in the States. Love them. That is very nice, he says with a smile. So, on your world, you have unions with your women too? It is interesting we come from different worlds, and yet have similar practices. Very interesting, Randy says, giving him a pat on the shoulder. He chuckles, feeling his concerns slipping away. His wife Babora has always had a good sense of people, and she is right again. He looks past both soldiers and sees the little girl. He can tell the young blue hair one is a mage, so she has a use. The other young one is Rory Mercury. He heard stories that she serves these other worlders, but had no idea that she was with this man. Based on her reputation, that has helped settle his fears because she is only an honorable woman. May I ask, is that your daughter there, Major Sharpe? He asks. I saw you two talking when you arrived. Sharpe turns around and sees Selena helping unload the jail TV with her bag. Correct. Where is her mother? I am surprised that she would allow her to go along with you soldiers. My wife gets nervous when our son leaves the house. He spoke. Randy chuckles at that, relating to that. She is my adopted daughter. Her family was murdered, and we took her in, Sharpe said, placing his hand on his hip. I see, he said, thanking God that his son has grown up with both of his parents. He turns around. Naman too. Come here. He watches his 12-year-old son rushes up. Yes, Papa? Go help those girls there with their stuff, he said, and gives his son a pat on the back. Yes, Papa, Namantu says. He then walks off and goes to offer his hand. He smiles and then looks over to the leader of the Rangers. He suddenly does not look happy. Is everything okay, Major? There isn't much we can offer, but my home is open to anything you need. Randy laughs and pats Sharpe on the shoulder. Everything is okay, Hisiko. He is just a bit overprotective of his little princess. That is all. We are incredibly happy and thank you for everything your family is doing. He smiles hearing that. He can understand and realizes that the leader must be a new parent if she is adopted. Major Sharpe, I promise my son will do no courting with your daughter. We are not city folk, so he understands what it means to be a gentleman. Sharpe looks at him and takes a breath. I am sorry. I meant no disrespect. I will be clear. We won't be in the way. He laughs hearing that. No, let me introduce you to my wife. She wants you to be in the way. It is her way. Sharpe was about to protest, but Randy grabs his hand and lowers it. Sir, you already lost. If that is what the lady wants, that is what we will do. 20 years of marriage. Trust me on this. Sharpe looks at him and nods. All right, if that is what we are doing, then I have an idea. Movie night. I have a perfect idea. What is a movie? You will see, Randy said, lightly shaking his head in disbelief but smirking. So, your wife? Yes, follow me. She wants to meet all of you, he said, and then guides them into his home. Mind the drips on the ceiling. Don't want you to get yet. The farmhouse seems simple. The main area is like a family room and living room combined. You can walk right into the kitchen. There you can see his wife cooking this meat stew, clearly preparing a massive meal. He looks around and sees the Rangers being in some bags into the main room, setting them down. You all can stay down here tonight. And over here is my wife, Babora. Say hello. Babura looks over and smiles. Hello, those other worlders. Please, it's Rangers or Americans. Sharpe corrects. I am sorry, Babura said with a giggle and walks over. Hisiko, did you thank him? Thank us for what? Sharpe asks. He places his hand behind his head, forgetting what his wife wanted to do. Sorry, I forgot. We were having a nice conversation. Babura glares at him and holds up a wooden spatula. You never listened to me. She then looks at both Americans. What my husband was supposed to say is thank you. Both Randy and Sharpe look at each other and then at her. Thank us for what? You're helping us, Randy said. For fighting the Empire, Babura said. Someone needed to put them in their place. We had friends who died in the assault against Alnus. The Empire intentionally sent them to their deaths. We will never forgive them for that. The king was smart to place his trust in you people. Yes, he adds. Your people are actually helping us more. This is the least we can do. He thinks back on that day, when Emperor Molt called upon Elba fiefdom to assault the invaders on Alnus. 1. Molt knew it was a suicide mission and did not care. He lost his older brother in that attack. At first, he hated these Americans, but when King Duran came and explained how the Empire betrayed their loyalty, it became clear who the enemy is. Being on the northern border of Elba, he has been worried that the war would come to his house, but it never did, and he has been happy about that. Don't worry, we are not going anywhere. The Empire should be no threat to your family ever again, Sharpe said. After a warming dinner with the family and telling some interesting stories about each other worlds with the farm family, they seem to be a nice and warming family of 3. It reminds him of his wife and 2 kids back on Earth. While he misses them, he is glad they are safe there. During dinner, everyone told stories, some fun, some embarrassing, other war stories on fighting the Empire. Both Hisiko and Babura seem interested in what Earth is like and fascinated by how different Earth is. He was able to take a couple of glances at the Major and saw him studying the interacting from everyone, like he is taking mental notes on this family. He just chuckles at that, already seeing where the ball is rolling. But when he set up the small portable projector from the laptop, he has been impressed by how he has been able to bridge the cultural and technological gap through media. Right now, everyone is watching the 2002 Ice Age film, a message everyone can understand: family bonds. The Major made it clear that the talking animals were fake, just for entertainment. While the children's films are not normally his taste, for a people living in ancient Rome times, it seems to be an easy transition to more advanced technology. Besides a few scenes, there is not anything threatening about it, nor insulting their intelligence. To his surprise, the house is not as cold as he expected. The fireplace is doing a fine job keeping him and everyone else warm. His biggest annoying thing is all the dripping spots from the ceiling. As he sits there, Specialist Alicia Moore walks up. Serge, you might want to address the newbie. He looks around and notices Sergeant Sophia Everett. The newest member assigned to the team is gone. Where she goes? She left a while ago. She was getting pissed being here and left. I thought she just needed to blow off some steam, but it's been 20 minutes. He thinks about what she said. Sophia had not had a chance to integrate into the unit, only arriving the day before they left on their mission. Based on the word, she has a bad attitude, but so far, she has only been quiet, minding her own business. Thank you, Alicia. I will take care of it, he said. Should I get the Major? Alicia said. He looks over and sees Sharpe, surrounded by the girls. He looks back at Alicia. Not now. If I am not back in 20, then address it to him. He then gets up and heads out the back door, so he does not be distracting. As he passes, he diges a few cracks in the ceiling where water is dripping. He gets outside and sees Private First Class Harvey Frost standing there on guard duty. Hey, Serge, Frost said. Hey, Serge, Randy said as he walks up. Frost at that. That is strange. He looks around and can see the rain still coming down hard. It was a good call to call it quits early. Frost, did you see Sophie? The new girl? Yeah, she is in the jail TV. I think she is still there, Frost answers. Thank you. Go inside and enjoy yourself. I will take your shift. He spoke. Thanks, Randy. It is freezing out here, Frost said and head inside. He then walks over to the jail TV and looks inside, not enjoying that he is getting wet again. He opens the door and looks inside, not seeing anyone there. He closes the door, annoyed that she is not there. He then looks over to the barn and heads inside. There he sees Sophie sitting on some hay. There you are, Private. Sophie looks up annoyed. Sergeant Major, Is there a problem? Not anymore. You just never returned, so Alicia and I got worried. He spoke. She needs to mind her own business, Sophie said. That remark caught him off guard. She does not seem happy. Look, Alicia is a bit of a firecracker, but she is nice and loyal. You can trust her to have your back. You can come back inside and enjoy yourself. Yeah. No thank you, Sophie said, and she stands up. I rather do patrol. She starts to walk away, but he stops her. He can tell something is wrong. This is not how a soldier should act like. Spending years in the later parts of the Afghanistan war and fighting ISIS in Iraq, he has learned signs to know when one of his subordinates is acting strange. Hold on, Everett, he said. What is going on? I know it is a stupid film, but it is paying back the farm family, and in this world, some family heart can go a long way. Sophie looks up at him. The movie is stupid, but that isn't the issue. I did not ask or wanted to be in this unit. I wanted to be on a team who here to fight, not play around with the enemy. That took him by surprise. He honestly did not put much thought into what the other Rangers on Earth think of how they are doing, but he never imagines anything negative after everything they had done, being in the thickest combat, fighting monsters and beings that would make most shits their pants. All right, he said, something is clearly on your chest. We joke around a lot, but that is mainly to relieve stress. Everything we've been through. It is good to let out some steam and laugh. He thinks about that, trying to understand what she meant. Did one of the girls give you a bad time? Did Rory say something to you? He can see the anger in her eyes fill with rage right when he mentions the girls. He is starting to see what the issue is. He just does not understand why. I see. You have an issue with the girls? Shut up, sir, Sophie said. I came here to kill aliens, not work with them. It is a massive disrespect to everyone who lost their lives in Philadelphia. She looks at him with much anger. He looks down at her. They had nothing to do with it. You are misplacing your anger. Don't you give me that surge, Sophie states. I was in Philadelphia when it was attacked. I was in the National Guard, and we were the first to arrive. I fucking saw everything with my eyes. I saw comrades die fighting those bastards. We were not prepared to fight monsters. What they did to people, they did not care, man, woman, or children. They did everything to everyone. I can't even bring myself to say the things I saw. Sophie glances away, holding herself back from crying. She then looks back at him angrier. None of you have no idea what I saw. These aliens are not people. They are monsters. The minute we turn our back, they will slaughter us like cattle. He takes a deep breath as she tells her story. He was not in the Battle of Philadelphia, too. While the military retook the city quickly, the death count was already high. However, he has a particularly good idea of what she saw after being in Falmart for as long as he has. Are you done? He asks. He can see her reaction, not expecting how he responded. I am not, Sophie states. All I wanted to do was come here, be part of the best and kill these motherfuckers. But at Ranger School, all I heard about how this unit was kicking ass and taking names. That was cool until I learned you've been working with the enemy, saving those people in Italica, protecting the enemy leadership, and even try to find peace with them, taking in that damn evil demigoddess. Then the blue hair girl, and you also have an elf? They are the enemies. Fuck. Even the Major adopted one of them, Sophie said. They burned, enslaved, ate, and raped our people. But the Major is running around and saving people, those kinds of people. We should be killing them for what they did to us. Now let me go do my portal. As she starts walking away, he watches her. Include the farm family? The ones who sheltered us and feed us? The food sucked, Sophie said. It was probably a month worth of food for them, he said, now annoyed. Private, do not leave this barn. Sophie stops and turns around. What, going to give me the human rights talk? No, he said. He already sees where this is going. He has run into soldiers like this before, full of hate and want blind revenge. He knows the odds of breaking through her bubble is a small chance right now. She will just need to spend some time with the team to learn the truth. What you experienced in Philadelphia was hell. I understand that. You weren't there. You have no idea how I felt. I lost my family in the attack. They went out that day and slaughtered them like dogs, Sophie said with much emotion. You want me to eat the food by people who murdered my family? How long have you been here? In country? He asks. Sophie looks at him confused. A few days. Exactly. He quickly responds. We have been here since the beginning. We have seen slaves, people murdered, bought, and sold. That adopted girl, when we found her, She was tied to a wagon naked. The only reason this unit is still alive is because of people from this world. Honestly, the only reason we are winning the war is because of people of this world helping us. You need to understand who the enemy is, he said. The enemy isn't in that farmhouse. It is the Empire and anyone else who gets in our way. You don't shoot the cop who came to help you find the criminal. You spend the rest of the night out here and think about that. He can see she is about to respond, but he stops her. And about our commanding officer, you lay off. You think he is a traitor and weak because he decided to cooperate with the locals. What is your priority, Sophie? Do you want to win or just blindly murder everyone? The Major, including me, want to win so that never happens again. We have been fighting this conflict for a long time. They have earned their place here. None of them must be here, but they want what we want. To bring an end to the Empire. Now you are on night duty, he said. Spend this time thinking about what you said and why you are here. Italica was a risk. We did help our enemies save themselves, and now they are an important ally. Same with Elba. If we cannot make our friends our enemy, everything is lost. After saying that, he walks out of the barn. He did not want to be mean to her, being new, but she acted like she has been with the unit for a long time and thought she could judge everyone. He heads back inside the house. V11, Chapter 126, A Day at the Farm. Lopez Farmhouse, Mexico, September 16, 2024. I can't believe the intel was bad, Nicholas said. I think Tom is getting too old for this. It is not like Tom to be wrong, Cortez replies. He is usually on top of things. Command must have screwed something up. Maybe he just wanted time alone with your wife, Jackson, Jesse said in a cocky voice. They all chuckle quickly from that. He looks at them all and snaps his figure. They are talking about the Lopez family daughter. She has taken an interest in him. As the saying goes, the ladies love a man in a uniform. She is 15, you prick. Keep your fantasies to yourself, he says with a chuckle. He is used to Jesse's extreme comments. Sensitive, Jesse comments. Fine then, should we talk about? We are not talking about that, Nicholas interrupts. What happened in that country stays in that country. We agreed. Sharpe could not help himself but chuckle from that. Thinking back on the memories, he has been learning this unit for nearly 7 years now. Delta operatives have come and go, some in battle, others moving along in life in retirement or a desk job. He cannot imagine ever leaving this line of work. Taking a desk or staying stateside just seems like a waste of energy when he knows he can do some good. After what happened in North Korea, Thailand, and facing down the Chin Special Forces, or what he calls the baby dragons all over Southeast Asia. Up ahead is the farmhouse they were staying at for the past weeks. I wonder what meal they are planning tonight. They are just preparing the hookers, Jesse said in a smartest tone. Major, remember that lovely girl in Marawi? Jesse, he responds. What? Jesse asks. When you recruited me, you accepted everything that came with me. All the good and all the sexy. I knew I should have defected when I had the chance, Cortez said, laughing. He looks at him with an evil smirk. For one, you keep changing the city in that story. 2, I don't remember anything. I'm pretty convinced you spiked my drink. I am starting to think that was a setup from the start, and yet we had to bust you out of jail, Cortez comments with a smirk. First thing, you didn't. That was Kevin you were talking about. And then stops. All for Delta soldiers stops and aim their weapons in all directions. All the bantering stops, and they all are in full combat mode. You feel it too? Nicholas asks softly. Yeah, Jesse replies. None of this feels right. He takes a glance around. His HUD says it is 1354 military time. The farmhouse is up ahead in sight, but something seems off. The place does not look alive. They have been in the country for 6 months, for months overdue. Their mission is to kill or capture the self-proclaimed king of the cartels, Armando Carvalho. 3 other special forces units went after him and all failed. This time they are trying something different. No one knows what he even looks like, so besides trying to find him, his plan must squeeze him and force him to come to them. Wanting to keep as little of a presence he can, his Delta team goes out, find a target, and usually calls in Captain Bailey Army Rangers unit or the Mexican Special Forces, the Fuerzas Especiales del Alto Mando, and they do the job. The plan is to make Armando Carvalho come out, and then his Delta does what they do best, come out of the shadow and complete the mission. While morale is still high, since they have put a massive dent in King operations, no leads on who the King is, just his name, assuming that is his real name. Right now, though, Nothing feels right him and his Delta soldiers. Try contacting Tom again. Nicholas speaks through TCOM, requesting Tom and then Quincy. When no one responds, he knows something is off. It is only the late afternoon. The mom and daughter should be hanging clothes outside to dry. The husband should be out in the shop, working on the truck. Right now, they see and hear nothing. He points to Nicholas and Cortez and signals them to go left. He then signals Jesse to get on his 6. When everyone acknowledges the order, everyone breaks and keeps low in the crops and tall grass. He and Jesse get to the front door and quietly go inside while Cortez and Nicholas quietly go through the back door. They all sweep through the 2-story house and find nothing. Building clear, Nicholas said. Cortez lowers his rifle and looks puzzled. Maybe they were forced to leave? He looks to Cortez. No, nothing looks out of place. No struggle or signs of them rushing. Everything looks normal. Let's hit the barn. During the 6 months in Mexico, he kept on the movie, not wanting to stay in one place for long. He liked this farmhouse. It is out of the way from everything and a good place to hide and stay low. Tom said they got word that one of Armando Carvalho lieutenants was going through the valley 20 kilometers south from here. Jesse said it would be best to stay here 2 more days to recon that lieutenant. The risk seems low to stay 2 extra days because the cartels still did not even know they are here in the country. After securing the house, they move out and head to the barn door. They line up on the large barn door, weapons at ready. They were about to open, but they all stop, hearing this sound inside. He raises his hand and gives them directions on how he wants them to storm the barn. He watches as Cortez and Jesse open the large door. Nicholas and he storm him, rifles ready to run anything down. The first thing he sees is the source of the sound, a dog eating Tom's left arm. He lowers his rifle down until he is only holding it with one hand. He looks around, eyes widen with disbelief. He can feel his right hand shaking and refusing to stop. The ground is covered in a pool of blood. He takes a single step back as he saw that his boot was in the pool. Is that Quincy? Nicholas asks out loud, more speaking to himself. His voice sounds broken, like he is refusing to accept what his eyes are seeing. I don't know, he responds, struggling to summon the words to respond. As he looks around, he sees a hand, what looks like a foot that is missing all its toes. He sees a liver, intestines, and other internal body parts. He sees a few fingers around, body parts everywhere in the pool. Over a decade of military training is forcing him to take notice of every detail in the room, and he can stop it, the mind counting every single body part. The dog starts to back away as it carries away the arm. He wants to stop the dog, but his mind is not responded. He has been through a lot with Quincy and Tom. And he goes back all the way to the North Korea mission, and this is how he dies. Cortez shots the dog to prevent Tom's arm from being eaten. Jesse walks up behind him. Sir. His voice sounds broken. He forces himself to look at Jesse and see that he is looking up. He slowly turns and looks up and sees what he sees. Both the husband and wife who took them in are hanging up there by chains that are in their arms and legs. Both are naked with stab wounds all over the place, so the blood could drain out of them. The wife's breasts are cut off, and the husband's pins and balls are gone too. He can see that the extreme lengths they went were to send him a message that he failed. What kind of monsters are they? Nicholas said. Por favor, que Dios los proteja, Cortez said in Spanish, his voice showing he is struggling and keeping himself together. God is not here, Cortez, Jesse comments. As they talk among themselves, he looks around. He has lost men before, but never like this. And the family placed their trust in him for protection, and he is the reason their faith. As he thinks about the family, he realizes that someone is missing. He looks over to Nicholas. Nick, we are missing the daughter. Yeah, Cortez comments. I found something. He looks over and sees Cortez holding a recorder. He walks over and takes it. He sees there is only one file in the recorder, so he plays it. My, you dear Americans always please you control the world, and yet here I am. I believe you saw my message, and I hope you enjoyed it. Let your arrogance be your downfall. In the background, he can hear someone crying and people yelling. About the cute girl I do have here. I know you would like to hear her voice, so you know she is okay. Here you go. The recorder then holds out and Sharpe can hear her screaming. It hurts. Please stop. Please, Mama. Help me. Then the recorder moves away, but her voice can still be heard in the background as she begs her rapist to stop. Meet me at the refinery, and if you're fast enough, that is all my brother will do to her." He lowers the recorder and looks around. Everyone heard it, and everyone has the same expression of disbelief. He has no idea what to do now. The only two options he can see is abandon the girl or go save her, leading his team into a trap. He takes a deep breath, already knowing what they will do to her if he takes option 1. We got to go. Farmhouse, present, January 4th, 2026. Sharpe awakens and sits up quickly, knife in his hand and aiming to kill. He is breathing and sweating heavily. However, he feels his hand unable to move forward. It is like something is holding it, controlling his actions. Rory looks directly at him. She is sitting on his lap, legs on each side of his, one hand holding the knife hand, using her superior strength to control him. Her other hand moves to his face, trying to calm him down. "Shh, Jackson, everything is okay," she said in a soothing voice with her figure on his lips. She can see his eyes looking around, trying to remember where he is at. His eyes radiate for the thirst of blood and pain. "You are safe with friends. Nothing bad is here." She then takes his head and places it onto her chest, letting his mind come back to the real world. She knows the warming heart of a woman is always a cure for a troubled man. As Sharpe starts to breathless and calms down from his mini panic attack, she glances at her hand. She is impressed by how fast his reaction is. While the chances were low, if it was not for the fact that she noticed him having a nightmare and came over to help, he might have stabbed someone. "Rory, that is you, right?" Sharpe asks as he gets out of his dream. She takes his knife from his hand and hides it, not wanting him to see what he did. "Yes, Jackson, everything is fine." With her hand, he lifts his head off her chest. "Now, is that you?" she asks with a motherly smile. Sharpe takes a deep breath as he collects himself. "Affirmative." She lets out a chuckle hearing him answer like that. When they came to this farmhouse, she was worried that some memories would come back and haunt him. Is Sharpe begins to ask before she puts her figure on his lips to shut him up. "Shoo, you will wake everyone up," she responds. "Everyone is still asleep. Randy snores louder than you so no one heard your racket." Selena over there by Lelei. She was reading her a bedtime story and fell asleep. She then thinks of an idea. "Let us go outside. The raining has stopped." Sharpe takes a deep breath and looks at her, finally getting his head straight. "No, I am fine." She holds him back and tightens her grip in his shirt. She gives him a commanding stare. "I wasn't asking." She then stands up. Uses her overwhelming apostle strength and forces him up. She then points to the door. Once she sees him grab his jacket, he then heads out the door. She then takes the knife out and puts it in her bag, intending to sneak it back to his stuff later. She then grabs her jacket and quickly gets outside and stands by his side. There is a moment of silence between the two until she speaks first. "The farm again?" "Yes," Sharpe answers. His voice shows that he is still a bit delusional. She grabs his jacket sleeve and takes him to the side of the house. Both sitting down on the wooden deck floor and lean against the wall. So far, they have developed a give and take relationship. There are times she just gives him and listens to what he says, usually in combat. But other times she takes control and he submit, like right now. Both learned where they're strong and concede those areas and trust each other. As she sits there, she remembers the first time they all went to Earth at the resort. It was the most fun she had in ages, meeting a high-level government official in a civilized manner. The food, the bonding she had with the girls and Sharpe, and the best of all, the after-party slaughter of those Chinese agents. But she remembered snooping in a private conversation between Sarah and Sharpe. Sharpe was drunk, and they got into a small fight. But he finally broke down. She has not known him long, but she has never seen him crack once. He and his old team were considered some of the best, top of their careers in Southeast Asia, so they were transferred to Mexico to fight a Chinese-backed cartels. Somehow, Armando Carvalho, the cartel king, was able to outsmart Sharpe, chopping two of his teammates into pieces and crucifying the farming family parents, then lured Sharpe into a trap, burning the family daughter alive in front of him. He has never forgiven himself for that star. She knows that Sharpe is too prideful to accept anything less than full responsibility for what happened. That is one thing she loves about him when they first met, but there is the time it gets to an extreme. It is like a double-edged sword. One side is it drives him so that never happens again, but the other side is cutting into his body and soul. She has been struggling and finding a way to help him forgive himself. Sarah and she have had a few conversations about what to do, and the only thing they came up with just loves him. Always remind him that he is not alone. You know, Jackson, she said, during all my adventures, there are times I couldn't save everyone. What was one of the final lines on why I left Talon all those centuries ago? He made me kill Queen Nephra. She was a succubus who led many of the dark races in the East. Sharpe looks down at her, not knowing who she is talking about. Nephra was a powerful woman. Her name shook the hearts of many. She was a major reason why the Empire was needed back then. The Empire was once a republic like your country is now. Talon told me she was going to strike at the Republic while it was still young, scared that it would become as powerful it is today. So, I killed her, she said, thinking back on that event. She left out a lot of information when she said that. It was a vastly different time, and Talon used her love and trust in him. He knew that she blindly follows the one she loves, a curse she still has. She looks up at Sharpe and smiles, glad she is following the right one now. After I killed her and deep in the Hardy's pit, that was a crazy fight. Still in my top 10, she says with a prideful smile. But I later learned that Queen Nephra wanted to form a peace treaty with the early Republic to bring peace in the lands. Her daughter Queen Famulus swore vengeance. Sharpe hears that and takes a deep breath. He places his arm around her. She accepts the arm and cuddles up within him. I get what you were saying, Rory, Sharpe said. I know you do, she said and takes a breath. Sometimes in life things just happen. You want to find a reason, justification or something, but sometimes you just need to move on. Sharpe grunts a little. Rory, I lost men. People have died, and I have killed many people. I am okay. I do not wish anyone under my command died, but it comes with the job. This is just different. Usually, when a mission goes bad, you can look at it and see the mistakes and adjust. That is what the army teaches. Make everything a learning experience. No matter how many times I look back, I cannot find any mistakes. So, I am afraid of repeating something. As he spoke, she gets up and gets in front of him. She sits on his lap again and gets close. She places both of her hands on his cheeks. Her right hand only has a scar now, mostly healed. She looks directly into his eyes. Look, she said, this doesn't help you or anyone else. You do not have to forget them, but you can move on. We all know you will do everything to keep everyone safe. No one thinks you would waste their lives so recklessly. You have earned that trust. Everyone loves you, and you need to embrace it. She can see his reaction. He knows that she is right and knows that he should move on. But she also can see that he wants to protest. She believes a part of him wants to blame himself. Before he can protest, she kisses him to shut him up. After a moment, she leans back while still on his lap. She can see his confused and shocked reaction. Remember that one night? You were explaining why you like Optimus so much. One? It is an example that lives the test of time for you. Something you can ask what he would do as you figure out a problem. I think you said, he does the right thing because it's the right thing. So, do the right thing for the people here. She can see she is breaking through his thick skull of his. She refuses to let Palapon take a head in his soul. She has seen too many good people who were consumed by their need for revenge. The need is so natural and so easily justified, but once something goes down that path, it is hard to come out. She also sees why Aphrodite did not want her to tell Sharpe or anyone the truth. She could see in Sharpe's eyes if he knew their gods are still alive. He would resent them for doing nothing. She wants them to stand on their own 2 feet, which means there will be suffering, which is sadly a part of life. That family, though, Sharpe said, that family allowed you and your team to stay there on your mission, she responds. That meant they liked you people and felt like you were doing right, regardless of what happened in the end. You know what? This family was nice to us. Before we leave, maybe we should do something nice for them. She just thought of the idea. She is hoping maybe if they do something nice, it should help him get that chip off his shoulder and start to move on. Sharpe thinks about the idea, not rejecting it. Like what? She pats him on the shoulder. I know you will think of something. I am heading back inside. It is cold. She gets up and heads back inside. Sharpe enjoys getting up before anyone else. When he was a kid, he remembers watching a documentary about Major General Tecumseh Sherman from the Civil War. He got up early in the morning to make sure his army was safe. Mornings were the best time to move troops and attack your sleeping enemy. He spent the time checking on the ground, seeing if it is good enough to drive. The ground does seem muddy, but he thinks the vehicles should be able to drive through it. It will delay their arrival by a day, 2 max. He is starting to think it would be better to just stay here, so he intends to tell Alna's command. He sees Hisiko walking around, starting his daily chores. He through the military gets up early, but damn. Farming life starts when the stars are still awake. He takes a deep breath and walks over to him. Morning, Hisiko. Hisiko looks over, adjusting his pants. Good morning, Major. I hope you slept well. He is hesitant to respond, but then nods his head. I slept well. Thank you for letting my rangers rest here. Hisiko waves his hand at him. No need. It was an experience. This will give us enough stories to tell the townsfolk for a few months. He glances over to the farmhouse as he hears his troops packing and waking up. He looks back at Hisiko. Still, you didn't have to. I know we took a lot of your resources. Don't worry about it, Hisiko said. I am just glad everyone had a good time. Your strange talking movie picture thing was interesting. That is common in your world. To common, actually. Easy to get lazy, he said and glances down. He then looks back up at him. We overall had a good time. It is not every day we spend with civilians outside Alnus. But there is something that was bothering me. He can see the man getting a little nervous. He sees why Sarah keeps telling him to improve on his civilian speech. Your roof was dripping water a lot. I am sorry for that, Hisiko said before being waved off by Sharpe. Hold on. Sharpe continues. If you don't mind putting up with us for another day, we can earn that meal from last night. Got a spare hammer and a list of projects we can work on? Hisiko looks confused at first, not understanding the off. Then he finally understands. You don't need to do any of that. I want to, he said. We are stuck here to the afternoon anyway since the mud's still too muddy. I like to repay your kindness. It is the best we can do. He spent some time thinking about it after Rory left. While the dripping did not bother him, he slept in the intense rains in Southeast Asia. But Rory was right. He needs to find a way to let go and move on. Maybe doing something nice to this farming family might help him let go. Hisiko thinks about it and nods. Well, with all of your help, there is a lot of things I could get done quickly. All right, I will get a list and we can get to work. He nods and heads back to the house to get everyone. He intends to give everyone a task. Selena finishes cleaning up the ranger's mess that is inside the house. Besides putting everything back into the vehicles, her father told everything they were staying another day because of bad road conditions. As payment, Vanguard 7 is going to do chores for the family. She puts the projector back into the back and hears banging on the roof. She looks up as a reaction. She can hear two of the rangers on the roof fixing the leaking sections. She can hear Frost, but does not know who the other one is. What do you want me to do with this one? Namantu asks. And what are these inside the bag? Hold on, she said and looks over. Her face turns bright red when she sees him looking into her bag. He pulls out a few of her tampons. These are strange. Do you use this for fishing, but how would the fish eat this? It looks cotton, so maybe a bandage or a clearing tool, Namantu said as he talks to himself. She starts to get angry at him. Why does this always happen to me? She thinks to herself. She then smacks him across the face and grabs her bag. You know it is rude to look into a girl's bag. It is not polite. Namantu holding his cheek, trying to figure out why he got slapped. I am sorry. I just want to learn more about your people's stuff. It is so fascinating. So, what are they? She is hesitant to respond. They a girl thing. No boys allowed. Selena. Lelei asks, breaking the tension. Is everything okay? I hear you yelling. She takes a deep breath and looks at him. Boys. Yes, Miss Lelei. We are just talking. Okay, Lelei said. You should ask first, Namantu, she said. She closes her eyes, seeing that he is just wanting to learn more and see that he has no idea why he got slapped. Let me show you my tablet. Tablet? Namantu asks as he walks over. Yes, it is like that projector you saw last night. Besides watching on the wall, you watch things on this, she said as she pulls out her tablet. Cool, Namantu said as he looks at it. How it works. She smiles, loving how excitement and energy. Let me show you. She then turns it on and sets it on the table. You can watch movies like that one, or you can play games, she said as she pulls out Candy Crush. She then explains the game to him. For a moment they between playing the game, matching up the colors. As they play the game, his expression reminds her of when she first saw all these devices. They look so strange and baffling. She could not understand what they were. The first time seeing any of this was when Sharpe saved her, and they spent time watching Transformers. Was that the only talking pictures, or are there other people in them? Namantu asked. She giggles hearing that. It reminded her of when she asked if those robots in Sharpe's show were real. They looked real and talked, so they had to be real. She could not believe that they were hand-drawn. They are not real, and maybe later tonight I will show you. But it is like what you saw last night, she said. She is finding it strange that he is being nice to her. The other kids in Alnus just picked on her because of her nationality, but now they ignore her because of who she is. The only friends she can make are adults who do not care about that stuff. He does not seem to care either, though. How long have you been with them? The Rangers, I mean, Namantu asked. She thinks about it. It has felt so long now that she has been around them. She wishes she kept tack. I think on their calendar it has been a year and a half. But for us, about a year, I think. That is what Lelei said. She then looks at him and sees this blank stare. It is clear he does not understand what she meant by 2 calendars. She doesn't blame him. It has been hard to fully understand everything herself. It is okay. It has been a while. Cool, Namanta said. He then walks up to her, getting uncomfortably close. She takes a step back, nervous. In her experience, the only time guys got this close was because they wanted her body, excluding the Rangers and otherworlders. Her father said that boys his age only want one thing and can be jackasses if not raised properly. But she knows he will say anything because Rory said he is overprotective. Yes? Namantu, please don't scare our guest, Babura said. His mother. Remember what we talked about personal space? I am sorry, Mom, Namantu said and looks back to Selena. I am sorry. I did not mean to scare you or to embarrass you. I am just happy to have a friend. There are not a lot of people my age around here. She looks to Naminto's mom and sees her cooking in the kitchen. She sees both Tuke and Lelei and they're helping her cook, clean, and doing other house chores. She saw Rory in there not too long ago, but they all kicked her out after burning water. She does not understand how that's possible, but Rory found a way. She looks back at the boy. It is okay. I wanted to ask what kind of adventures you have gone on? Namantu asks with a lot of energy. When we go into town, I hear stories from adventures and knights all the time. Slaying monsters and being heroes. She thinks about that. Most of the time, she has only been in Alnus when everyone else goes to war. But she remembers a few adventures she has been on. She walks away and starts cleaning the floor. Well, I have only been on a few missions with my father. I never was part of anything battles. But do you know of the city of Italica? I never been there, but yes, Namantu answers. She smiles and then explains her adventures in Italica. She tells the boy about how the city was attacked by bandits and her father lead the city to victory. She then tells the story when the time they went to Elis to explore but were forced to fight the Empire. That they went to this elf village and she found a witness that helped them find a kidnap ranger. She then explained that her father attacks an imperial fortress and fought the imperialist cavalry on foot. As she goes on, she can see the boy enjoying her story. It feels nice that someone her age wants to listen to her. Her nervousness starts to go away as she feels more comfortable. That is when Babura walks up. Wow, you are a chatterbox, she said in a sweet voice. She stops talking and looks up at the mother. He wanted to know about our adventures. I know, Babura comments. It sounds like you've been through a lot. Maybe one day you might want to marry my son. He always wanted to venture around and slay monsters. Mom, Namantu said, embarrassed. She giggles, glad that he is now embarrassed. She shakes her head and holds up a finger. I am not allowed to date boys until Dad is 95, dead or alive. Plus, 10 more if he died. Babura blinks and then laughs. Wow, is that true? Yes, he did say that. Lelei comments as she cooks. She is chopping some fruits while using her telekinesis to stir the soup. But that doesn't mean we listen. He is just being a dad by their standards. Lelei is correct, she said. And I didn't know you knew how to cook so well, Lelei. My last master said cooking is the job for a woman, Lelei said as she puts the fruits into the pot. He said that he helps in developing the mind for magic, but I know he was lying. He was just being lazy. Tuke laughs hearing that. That sounds like my father. They think because they go out hunting and do that manly work, she said, air quoting manly. Babura chuckles. I understand my elf sister. They go out and leave the real work to us. She hears all this and is confused. Her father goes out like they say, but he fights monsters and apostles. I am sorry, but are you calling my father lazy? Yes, Tuke said. He might be a great fighter, but they always ignore his domestic duties. Even Sharpe. You know how Sarah always complains how he never does his paperwork. She was about to correct Tuke but stops after hearing that last part. She thinks about that. "Ah, I am standing right here," Namanta said, scratching the back of his head. She holds out her hand. "You're right. He always wants to watch movies or go to the firing range. But I get to go with him, so it is okay. I enjoy cooking," Lelei comments as she prepares the burgo boar. "I find it relaxing." Tuke laughs. "You completely missed the point, but I guess. Besides, last time I made my husband helped. I had to redo everything and throw him out." Selena's eyes widen and she smiles. She raises her hand. "I saw an episode about that. It was when Peter and Chris went shopping for the Lois mom, and she got angry at them for helping." She sees them all looking at her, and she looks confused. "What? It is my father's fault. He lets me watch his stuff." Baber and Tuke start a laugh at that. "Well, I have to agree," Tuke said. "When my father tried to help with dinner back home, he just got in the way and I felt like I was not needed anymore." "Yes," Babora said. "I hate feeling like my husband didn't need me. By the gods, I love him so much. I love my daddy too," she said with a smile. "I know everything you all said is true, but he did save me twice and took care of me. So, I love him." "I noticed that you mention your father a lot. It seems like you are fond of your father," Babora said with a smile. "That is so cute. Now you understand why we do silly things for them. Love is a powerful thing. Now can both of you go outside and give our boys some water? It is getting hot outside," Babora asked. She smiles hearing all that. "Yes, father is the closest thing to me. If I am ever in trouble or alone, he is always there." She then pulls out her Polaris necklace. "I have this so even though he is at war, we are together." Babora looks at the necklace. "Wow, that is beautiful and beautifully detailed. He rich." "He isn't rich. On average, he is surrounded by 4 girls. Sometimes 5 if you include Sarah and Noriko. I am pretty sure he is poor because of us," Lelei comments in her standard tone, minding her own business. Everyone looks at Lelei and laughs at what she said. She takes the tray. "I'd be happy to." "Okay, Mom," Namanta said. Both take the tray and heads outside. "It sounds like you've been through a lot," Namanta said all excited. "I have never been around past the farm. The farthest I have been was Nike. She smiles, surprised how easily impressed he is. "But it is nice that you still have a mom and dad." "But I thought he is your dad?" Namantu asked. "He is," she said in a confident voice. "He took me in because my birth parents and my brother were murdered. But he is a soldier and is gone a lot. So I am alone a lot." "You lost a sibling too?" "My sister died when I was young," Namantu said. "Really?" she said as she looks at him. "Was she killed?" "No," Namantu replies. "She died from a bad fever." "I am sorry," she said. "It is okay," Namantu said. "I was too young to really get to know her. Anyway, you don't have anyone in Alnus that takes care of you when your dad is gone?" "No," she said as she stops herself. She starts to think and thinks of how Sarah been keeping an eye on her and been helping her. The more she thinks about it, Sarah has been acting a lot like Namantu mother. She mostly just seen her as a babysitter for Sharpe since she works for him. But more she thinks about it, the more she is acting like Naminto's mother. "I don't know. I have people who keep an eye on me back at base. I think I don't know what a mother example is to compare. Let's just get the drinks to everyone." Once outside, she sees the 2 rangers on the roof, hammering away. "Hey boys, I have water here if you want some," she yells. Frost sits up and waves at her. "Thanks kids, just set them there. We will get some later." She waves back and sets down the mugs of water. She turns around and starts walking. That is when she sees the new ranger Sophie. She is leaning against one of the jail TVs, probably on guard duty. "Hi, Sophie. It is Sophie, right? I have some water here. I know you've been working hard." When she approaches, Sophie looks down at her and gives her a death glare. "Get away from me, brat. You too, boy." Her eyes widen and take a step back. "What?" "Look, I will leave you alone, and you leave me alone." "Let's do that," Sophie said and walks away. "What is her problem?" Namantu asked. "I don't know. It's probably her time of the month," she said. "She is new, but I don't know." "What a brat. I was just being nice. Why does everyone always hate me?" She mumbles to herself. "Oh well," Namantu said in a cheerful voice. "I wonder what everyone else is doing." She never ran into an otherworlder who was that mean before. She knew there are bad apples. There always are, but she did not expect to see one in Vanguard 7. She turns around and heads out into the field. She sees her dad, Randy, Scott, and Andrew constructing a large shed, and everyone else is fixing fencing. I will go over there. Why don't you go to Alicia by the fence? She spoke. She rushes over to her dad's location and stops there. Hi, Dad. Hi, everyone else. I have water for everyone. Thanks, kids, Andrew said. Thank you, Selena, Sharpe said. I hope you are not being good. She giggles hearing that. Of course not. Being good is for squares. Selena, what does that mean? Scott asks as he grabs the water mug. She was going to answer but stops. She realizes that she doesn't know what that phrase means. It is just something that her dad says a lot. I don't know. Why are squares bad on your world? Sharpe chuckles. I will tell you someday. She then sees them all laugh. She just looks at them confused. You otherworlders are backward. Hey Jackson, where do you want this? She looks over and sees Rory standing there. But what amazes her is that she is holding up this large, heavy boulder. She is holding it up like it is no bother. Wow, Rory, you're strong? Well, someone has to be in this group, Rory said. Holy fuck, Randy said, shocked by the sight. Andrew walks close then stops. Note to self, never piss her off. Noted, Sharpe said, looking at her amazed by the sight. Boys, stop gazing at my body and tell me where you want this, Rory said, getting annoyed. Well, don't throw, Sharpe said before Rory interrupts him. I heard throw, Rory yells and throws it, going a football field away. In the distance, everyone can hear Alicia yell. Damn girl, nice arm. Thanks, warrior sister. Rory yells and waves. She then flexes. I am good. She is always amazed by Rory, impressed by how strong she is. She sometimes wishes she is as strong as her. She then looks back up to her dad. Hey Dad, are we watching another movie tonight? He looks down as she wipes the sweat off his forehead. I wasn't thinking about that. You pick. I have a few ideas, she said happily and then looks around. What are you all doing? Sharpe takes a drink and looks around. It is good to get into debt. Anything given to you for free ends up having no value. She looks back at him. What debt? I didn't think the family wanted money. Not every debt is about money, Sharpe said. You don't want to be a taker, Selena, going place to place and accepting free stuff. You never want to feel like you are entitled because then you feel like the world must bend to you. She nods at what she said. Because they helped, you want to return the favor, correct? What do you mean by being a taker? Life is a constant struggle between taking things from people and giving back to people, Sharpe said. Most of the time it is small things, thing you would never think about. If you go on in life only taking things from people, you never will do anything for yourself and only rely on others. As also your reputation is particularly important. You don't want people thinking of you as a beggar, only coming here to get free stuff. He thinks of his statement. Basically, I do want farmers and these small towns seeing us coming and feeling the need to hide the food. I think I get it, she said. You want to be friends and friends don't take advantage of the people they help. So, you should always give back like you are doing. Sharpe shakes his head. You don't want to go too far extremes. If you give too much, then you have nothing to give and people will try and take advantage of you. It is better to be a giver than a taker. If the world had more givers, this would be far better. On both worlds. I understand, she said. Now when we leave, they will remember everything we did. Next time we come by them will be happy to see us. Correct, Sharpe said. We couldn't pay back in food, but because we helped them do all of these things they needed to be done anyway. We now respect each other and equal. She smiles at the idea she can pick. She has an idea and nods. Thank you. I need to go to help make dinner. We'll see you later. As she heads back, Naminta walks over. They are nice, Naminta said. I can't believe you allow women as soldiers. She looks to him hearing that. She understands that women on average are physically weaker than men, but as her new father once said, there is a will and there is a way. That and weapons are the great equalizer in life. A gun can easily kill someone far stronger. The proper training and determination, anyone can overcome anything. What do you mean? My dad always said I need to protect my mom when he is away. Naminta said with pride. I think it cool though. That woman challenged me to a wrestling match later. She giggles hearing that. That is Alicia for ya. She then imagines the match and would love to cheer on Alicia. As they walk back to the house, Naminta looks to her. What is your favorite thing they have? Is there something you enjoy the most? She smiles. enjoying that someone her age taking interest in her. She thinks about his question, finding it very generic, but she understands. While I like what my dad likes, Noriko showed me this cute show that I am liking. It is called Hello Kitty. Hello, Kitty? Namantu asked, confused by that. Why would a Nico say hi? She giggles hearing that. I don't know. My friend introduced it to me, and it is cute. She then thinks, but I bet you have some cool stuff too. Namantu was going to say something but stops and think. I don't have magical toys like this. You, people, are definitely from a different world. We are simple people and live from day to day. She smiles, liking that. Well, I like simple things. I grew up in a major city in Edris. Everything is about what's on the outside. You have to act, talk, and be what everyone else wants you to be. I always thought it was normal, but once I was sold into slavery, I got to see much of the world. I realized it was a dark place. My faith the only reason why I made it until my new father saved me. So yeah, I prefer the simple life. Your faith? What is it? Namantu asked. I worship Merida, the goddess of fertility and motherhood, she said as she thinks back on her time with Carlin. I never met a Merida worshipper, Namantu said. We believe in Flare. Flare, the god of the sun, she said. To help your crops? Yes, Namantu said. We get a lot of rain from the mountains, so we need as much sun as we can get. That is cool. I know there is a small temple in Edras for Flare, but I never have seen it, she said. She then looks at the house as they approach. Want to sneak upstairs? I will show you some other shows and games. There is this new show my dad wants me to see. It is about talking turtles who fight like ninjas. I also know of this game that has birds trying to save other birds. I just don't understand why they are angry. She looks to Namantu, and he looks confused. He has no idea what she is referencing. Let's go before they give us more work. V11, Chapter 127 Summit. Napnai Mutan Range, Napnai City, January 8, 2026. Kagash places her hand on her witch hat so it does not blow away from the sudden, strong wind. She underestimated how windy this region is, experiencing how the city got its reputation as the Windy City. She looks around and sees the city is alive, unspoiled by the recent war to the south. Everyone's still going on with their daily lives. She notices that all the buildings are made from clay unlike stoneback in Darko. Darko, also known as the Rondel of the East, an insulting reference to her and the magic users at Darko. Both cities have had a rivalry for centuries as they compete for influence. Rondel believes they are the true followers of Rao and Alange and think they are superior when it comes to the realm of magic. They have always been angry at the fact that Darko has been trying to get equal representation in the Magic Guild. Rondel has always wanted a monopoly on the knowledge and education of magic. While she and her husband have never been to Rondel, she does not like how they censorship types of magic and scrolls. In Darko, all types of magic are allowed, even forbid types by the guild. Mommy, do you see that? Fagrish asked as he pulls on her dress. She looks down at her 12-year-old son and giggles. She looks at the direction he is pointing. Over by the market booth, she sees many shiny objects, jewelry, crystals, amulets, and more. I see my sweet. Napnai is a major trading post between the Empire and the Ticaret Conglomerate. The stories say that these mountains are rich with many minerals. Many are used in magic. Fagrish looks up at her. I was pointing to the girl's mom. She then looks and sees these two attractive girls walking to people, helping their parents at the shops. She then giggles and rubs her son's head. Silly boy. She then hears her husband speak in his ancient, dead language. Her husband saved her when they were kids from her parents. They tried to sacrifice her because they believed she was cursed. In the process of recusing her and defeat the alpha werewolf that came to consume her, he gave his soul to Hardy and became a warlock to fight the werewolf. In the process of saving her, he was cursed and now can only speak in the ancient dead language which she had to learn to speak and understand. She turns around and sees her husband Gauric walks forward. She then looks away to where he is talking about. The city palace where the count is, Count Asarasha. While loyal to the Empire, it is rumored that he is a very brutal count. However, the city lays in a brutal region. Yes, that is the palace, my love, she said. High above all the other buildings in the city, built into the mountain. That surely said a lot about their leader. Mommy, why are there so many different people here? Fagrish asked as he sees an elf and a catman walking. "This is a brutal land, my sweet," she said. "Most people who come here and make roots usually have nowhere else to go. A last-ditch effort to find wealth and status. And besides, this city one of the few that is older than the Empire. It is once believed another power empire thousands of years ago built this place. We do not know what race, though." As she said that, she looks down this one street and see a large slave auction happening. This short man yelling as he takes people bets, telling a story about each man and woman standing there. The current story he is talking about is these two warrior bunnies, who were defeated in battle and enslaved by the Empire. It was a statement of the might of the Empire. The warrior bunnies are known to be vicious warriors who spare no one, but even they could not stop the Empire might. This city has a large slave population. To help maintain order, the punishment for the crime is to be tossed into slavery. The length changes on what crime is committed, but the length rarely matters as the quality of treatment is brutal. With all food and much water needed to be imported, strict rules must be placed to maintain order. "Sweet, please stay close. As long as we are here, I want you to stay by my side or in our room. No exploring," she spoke. "But Dad said I could go see the gladiators fight at the arena," Fagrish said. She hears Galric speak, and she smiles from what he said. "Your father said listen to your mother," she said in a sweet voice. Galric can't go anywhere without her because he needs her to translate to people what he said. While he can understand what they say, he can't talk back. It has been hard, but they have learned to grow around it, which has made their relationship strong. "But you promise," Fagrish said, disappointed. "It is going to be so boring here." She looks down at her disappointed son. He so desperately wanted to see the gladiators. Napni is known in creating strong gladiators. Many ended up in the Sadera Coliseum. In the East, the Gladiator Association does not have a large presence, so Fagrish only gets to watch the practice arena in Darko. "If you don't act like your father and stay good, and if there is time, maybe we can go watch a match before we leave," she said. "Just remember, we are here as emissaries for Lord Valker. The Empire has requested our presence for this submit, and Valker wants to know what the new Emperor has to offer before committed Darko into the war." She then looks at the auction and then to Galric. "However, getting someone to play with would make this trip easier. It is mostly going to be talk and politics. I hate politics." She hears Galric speak, and she nods her head at what he said. "I know I am soft on him, but I am his mother. I don't have it in me to be mean. He is a part of us." She then hears him say that she needs to learn to detach. She just glares at him. "Then you can spend the next few days with him, while I go do all the work alone." Saying alone got his attention. While their son is starting to understand the language his father speaks, he still cannot translate it properly. And while Galric loves his son, he struggles to show affection to him because him being a cursed warlock. She smiles and hugs Galric after he agrees with her proposal. "If it doesn't work out, we can always sell the slave. Or I can use it during my experiments." That got her excited, thinking about all her projects back home. "But assuming we go to war, we will have to move to Rondell or Sadera. Owl." She then looks to Fagrish with a big smile. "Let's go pick out a new friend." Fagrish gets excited and rushes off to the slave market. She just crosses her arms and shakes her head. "Boys, so much energy." She grabs her husband's arm and starts pulling him to the market. She has never understood why he hates shopping, always having to tug him along. She can see their son looking around at them all. "My sweet, do not get an expensive one or an adult. You need to be smart about this. You never want to buy one that could harm you or you can't control." "Okay, Mom," Fagrish said as he goes cag to cag. After checking out a few, he finally stops at one and points. "I want her." She stops and looks down. She sees this brown-haired young warrior bunny, probably taken from her home after the war. "Are you sure? Bunnies can be a handful." "Yes," Fagrish said. "We can play hiding games and chasing games. And she is pretty." She looks back at the young warrior bunny. She is hesitant to agree. Warrior bunnies are extremely difficult to tame, but her magic should be able to treat that. She then looks up at Galric and smiles. "Pay up, my love." As Galric pays the puka, the cag opens, and the puka hands Fagrish the leash. "You want to hold on to this until she remembers who her new master is," the puka said. "If they get loose, they are hard to catch." "Thank you," Fagrish said and looks to her. She sees him talking to the cute warrior bunny and giggles at the sight. She takes a breath and grabs her son's hand. "All right, the submit is starting soon. Let's go." Napni Mutin Range. Napni City. Palace Chamber Room. January 8th, 2026. Falson Alton walks away from the food table and walks to his human-shaped assistant, Kira. What do you think of the situation? Kira is his female assistant in a 12-year-old body. He created her using Machina crystal with illusion magic. Machina is a rare crystal that if you stick to a metal surface, it takes control of it. An example is if you attach it to a knight armor, it will be able to control. It can move the arms and leg pieces so he can walk and pick up objects. While rare and hard to master, he learned how to do it at the Fire Mage College and created his own personal assistant and bodyguard. It is very interesting indeed, Master Alton, Kira said in a somewhat emotionless voice. Never technically being alive, he has been teaching her how to be more human emotion, which has been a enduring effort. Yes, it is, he replied. If it wasn't for Nara Tezuko, we couldn't be here. Kira looks to him. If I recall, she wanted to balance out the delegation. The council sent 2 of the 4 delegations that most likely would side with the Empire without much thought. Only Boldus Keswich would question the wisdom of siding with the Empire, but even he would push the Ticaret to war if it would benefit his union. He nods and thinks about that beautiful kitsune. There are only a few of her kind in the Ticaret, but they have established a position of power. They started weak and poor like most others, but were able to climb up and started a highly successful brother called the High Moon. Now she is the head of her family and has one of the wealthiest individuals, stretching their enterprises all over the Western Desert. He helped her set up a bank to expand both of their enterprises, and from that, they built a cooperative relationship between their families. She told him that she prefers no war, however. In the end, her business would be fine regardless of what happens. True, he said as he thinks about what she said. Boldus is the head of Tessum Union, an immensely powerful wealth and trade guild within the Ticaret Conglomerate. He representative of the mercantile guild in the region. While known to be a humble man with the populace, he was a major help to finish off the Edris Kingdom to the southwest from being a regional power. So far, he has remained a hard neutral stance on current events, not wanting to risk his position within the Tessum. He knows the art of war regardless of which side he chooses. He sees it as his responsibility to remain stubbornly neutral until all possible information can be discovered. So whatever side the Ticaret decides to support, they do it with the best of information. Kira, what do you think of Mortimer Gummis? He asked. She looks to him and looks to the large human, head of the Gummis family, born in wealth and power. He has 5 wives, and those are the non-slaves. No one knows how many slave wives he owns. While he is an example of the rich and powerful within the Ticaret Conglomerate, he is not stupid like many within the Empire. He understands having a sharp mind is good for business and power. If relations normalize with the Empire, he is most to benefit from it. She then looks back at him. He usually has others go out and do his dirty work. He uses emissaries to represent him. However, when Emperor Zorzel requests a delegation, he was the first to volunteer. That surprised me too, but he has been trying to make inroads into the Empire for years, he adds. If he expands his enterprise in the imperial market, he would be the most powerful in the Ticaret Conglomerate, upsetting the balance. That is why Nara wanted you here, to prevent any backdoor deals, Kira said. However, Master, I was shocked that Gagnog's sand shield was sent. I was too. He responds and looks over to that dwarf. He leads the most powerful dwarf clan within the Ticaret. Out of everyone, he has been the most pro-war against these otherworlders. While he hates the Empire, he sees these otherworlders as an assault against all Falmart. Their values, weapons, beliefs, and powerful he finds insulting, assuming the rumors are true. I know he lobbied hard to get on the delegation, so he can't just accept whatever the Empire offers for himself, he said. Assuming we go to war against these otherworlders, he probably would lead the war council with Boldus and Saskak's Fury Skin. However, some wish to side with the otherworlders and go to war against the Empire. He has a feeling Nara is one. Boldus could switch sides and fight the Empire as long as it benefits him and his people. The Draconian Saskaks would want to go to war with the Empire to claim the eastern part of the desert for his own. But none of them act together, so their position has become weak. That is assuming the Empire offers something worth fighting for, Kira said. Correct, he said and looks around. The only reason we even came is that we didn't want more time monopolizing relations with the Empire and the number of independent vassals and factions that have been summoned. The message heavily implied good trade concessions if we joined. So, the council believed it was worth the attempt, Master? Kira asked. Nothing wrong in seeing what Emperor Zorzel has to say, he said. A new emperor, good chance to size up the new ruler of Falmart and see if there is a threat. The number one problem we have right now is everything we know is rumors from passing travelers. He looks around the room and sees the other groups who arrived. This submit is a gamble for the Ticaret Conglomerate. They and the Empire have had many wars against each other. Centuries ago, the Empire invaded and was defeated, but they were able to take the eastern side of the Western Desert. But the Ticaret has been defeated when they invaded the Empire. This has happened many times, each side unable to conquer territory from each other. It got to the point where a frozen conflict was formed until a peace treaty was signed 120 years ago. While we were at peace with the Empire, that does not mean we were friends. Master, what kind of elves are they? They look different, Kira asked. He looks over and sees these snow-white skin elves. He has never seen them before but has heard stories. They are moon elves. They are formed the only remaining elvish kingdom left on Falmart, far to the northeast. They are master assassins and bandits. If you can pay them, their target is dead. He went up to them, wanting to make a good impression, however they ignore them. It is rumored that they hate all other elves, especially half-elves like himself. They believe that they are superior because of their shade magic and how extreme their lifestyle is. Interesting, Kira said. Who do they worship? He thinks of that question and looks at her. No one knows. Rumors say that they are assassins and bandits and uses their powers to raid towns. But the story is that they don't raid like bandits for survival, but because they can, to practice their skills. But they are not just some rag group of bandits, they are skilled killers. Almost no one lives after one of their attacks. Out of everyone here, I am shocked to see them. He then looks over and sees the delegation from Rondel and Darko arguing. This woman in this genuinely nice witch outfit is arguing with a Rondel mage. Both of those cities host the top 2 magic academies in Falmart. However, the Empire has always favored Rondel over Darko. People simplify the difference is that Rondel is the city of light while Darko is the city of the dark. It is only a matter of time before both mages will start a magic duel. He sees the delegation of the High Elves from the Forest of High Elves, the kingdoms of the Heisenhorn and the Varentin, both regional powers in the southeast, close to the Empire Island colonies. Then the northern kingdom of Asiskos. There are a few other smaller kingdoms and powerful tribes here that were offered. Kira then points to this other man talking with Gagnog. Who is that? He looks over and sees the son of King Duran. He can tell by the Elba flag symbol with some resistance symbols on it. That is Prince Astel, King Duran's firstborn son. I am shocked to see him here. From what I heard, Elba was destroyed or forced to ally with these other worlders. It is a wasteland that has become impoverished. A once regional power now at the bottom of the barrel. It looks like there is still active resistance within the other worlders' borders. He then sees this empty chair. All but one of the delegations have seemed to arrive. He hears the imperial horns. Signaling the emperor is about to walk in. He and Kira take their seats like everyone, preparing to hear what Zorzel has to say. The large doors open and Emperor Zorzel El Caesar walks through it, fully in his imperial armor, the crown and the robe. He walks in pure confidence and defiance, his manner showing everyone that he is committed to his resolve. Besides him is General Marquis Calasta, General Woody, Oprichnina leader Svenhard Lupus Moon, Senator Adalis and Senator Uros. As he watches them all walk into the large room, he is impressed by the size of the Empire delegation. Whatever the rumors about the new emperor are, it is clear that he means business. Master, were you expecting this? Kira asked softly. He looks around the other delegation and mostly sees the same reaction as his. He looks back at his assistant. I wasn't expecting this size of the delegation. I honestly wasn't even expecting the emperor to show up. Maybe one of his top officials, but him himself. Zorzel walks to his throne, which everyone is staring at. He stops and turns around to save everyone. Good afternoon all. I see almost everyone has arrived. Do not make us wait for one, Boldus said. I have urgent business back home, so let's get going. Zorzel looks to Boldus and then to the rest. Do not take this the wrong way, my friend. However, the last guest is the most important of all. Then this servant rushes up to Zorzel and speaks something into his ears. Zorzel smirks and looks back at everyone. It seems we do not have to wait any longer. My final guest has arrived, and then we can move on with this submit. He has a small groan, not enjoying the sloppiness of this submit. While he can see that Zorzal and his aides project a level of strength that he would expect from the Empire, he is starting to see the lack of statesmanship. Before he said anything to Kira, he sees the other doors open wide. His eyes grow large as he sees who walks into the room. He sees many of the delegations stand up in shock and protest. He remains in his seat, scared to anything. Has he gone mad? It is just a succubus master, Kira said, confused on why everyone is freaking out. He looks to Kira and then looks back to the succubus. She has pure white skin with purple marking all around her. Her eyes are black with bluish iris eyes. Her hair is brown and black with a black gold crown. Most succubi are shorter than the average human, but she is tall like most humanoids. She is the most dangerous woman in Falmart, he said to Kira, the queen of the dark races, Queen Famulus. She is extremely powerful and is considered the enemy of common life. She is enormously powerful in the arts of dark magic. No one knows how she has lived this long. Common life referencing to humans, elves, dwarves, many of the animal hybrids, and others like them. They are the current dominant races of Falmart, while her dark races, like orcs, goblins, vampires, draconian, bats, and others like them are discriminated against. He watches her walk past everyone as starts to protest her presence. Then this large roar can be heard, silencing the room. This tall humanoid orc walks past everyone and following her. It is an urukai or a green orc, a more evolved form of an orc. Faster, stronger, smarter, and more organized than the average than the brown orc. The Imperial Army's strength is its good equipment and organized legions. The rumors say the urukai is her version of the legions. Zorzal steps forward, holding his hands out to calm everyone down. Everyone listens to me. Queen Altoria Famulus sits down in her seat and places her head on her hand as she listens to the new emperor. The only reason why she answered the invitation was that whoever this boy is, he killed one of her most hated enemies, Molt. She cares little about the people outside her borders, only her people. And her people are judged unfairly throughout the world. She has been trying to stay informed on what is going on with the Empire and this new war. However, being from the Far East, information has been slow and problematic. This is her other objective here, is to figure out what is going on in Falmart. The message said her kingdom was in danger, and it is a threat she decided to take seriously. And at the bottom of the note, a gift to show how serious Emperor Zorzal is to this alliance. The promise of Molt's soul Augustus himself. Besides, she saw an opportunity to advance her agenda for this world. She can feel the glares and hatred of many of the delegations here, which she cares little of their opinion. If anyone tries anything, her Urukai general, Uric, will slay them. When Zorzal got everyone's attention, he starts looking around and smiles, enjoying the attention. I summoned you all here because our world is in great danger. I believe Queen Famulus' presence states how serious I am taking this new threat to our world. You are kidding me? Boldus said. She is a monster. I have seen what you have done, and I know what you have done to the Edras people in your raids. Callista comments, shutting up Boldus. I understand your feelings, Zorzal said. My father battled her people for a generation, but right now is not the time for this. Everyone here has the biggest stake in the outcome of this war. The new threat is bigger than all of us. If we do not win this war, everyone in the room will lose, regardless if you join our coalition or not. Speak plainly, Emperor, Mortimer asked. You wish for us to join you in this war? Zorzal snaps his fingers, and this human and elf slave walks in, bringing a painted map of central Falmart, mainly where the war has been happening. Let me show you the situation, Zorzal said. We are looking at a second Dark Age. These other worlders are led by people called Americans. They have no honor nor respect for the natural order. In 1 year, they have seized what is now the Alnus region. They have conquered Elis and forced into submission Italica and Elba. Emperor, with all due respect, why should any of us care about the war? Falson asked. This war hasn't approached our borders, and if the rumors are true, they are solely focused on you. Why should we risk putting ourselves in the same situation as Elba and Italica did? I hate to agree with Falson here, but all this looks like is a lover quarrel between you and these other worlders, Boldus said. That is because we have been holding them back, Callista said. While your lands stay safe, we have been bleeding for Falmart. My general is correct, Zorzal said. Let me be clear what is at stake. This isn't just a conflict with the Empire anymore. If we lose, everyone will lose. These people are coming here to change everything. They believe that the weak and peasants should be the rules of the lands, and all of you locked should be locked away in a dungeon. Right now in Elis, their economy has fallen. Property is being taken away, and the people there are being oppressed. Their values and cultures are being stripped away. Their way of life is being erased. Zorzal then points the Italica. Look what has happened in Italica, a once rich and respected city. Now its economy is suffering. Its people are on the verge of anarchy. Their leader forced to surrender to these otherworlders. Another example is what is happening to Elba. Their king surrendered and is now their puppet. Words, one of the delegates said. Zorzal looks to the northern delegation and smiles. Words, yes, but you fail to see the meaning within them. In Elis, Italica, Elba, and Algona, these otherworlders have banned slavery, has stripped them of their independence. They are stripping their culture, traditions, institutions, and their history away until they become shells. She hears many of the delegations laugh at the idea of abolishing slavery. It makes no sense economically. While she does not laugh with them, even to her that sounds funny. It has been an ancient practice as old as time itself. Slavery has been the backbone of civilization in economics and warfare. Slaves do the dirty work of the people, working on the fields to feed the citizens, work in the mines, do the daily tasks of their masters. They are important for the economy of Falmart. Without them, the whole system will collapse. There will be no one to farm the food, to build buildings, to conduct the labor that is needed. Besides, what is the alternative, she wonders? If you do not enslave a conquered people, you would just murder them to make room for colonization. They should be grateful that they were not murdered. It is their fault for being weak in the first place. The powerful and strong should always rule, otherwise it is anarchy. That is when she sees Prince Astel stands up and walks forward. It is all true, Astel said, shocking everyone. My father surrendered to these people. The only reason he is in power now is that he became their puppet. Everything the emperor is saying is happening. Slavery has been abolished in Elba. The economy has been in freefall since. We are forced to feed Alnus with our food, while we are unable to feed ourselves. As part of our surrender, we are forced to pay our slaves for their labor, driving up inflation and cost. Many of you understand business and understand how devastating this would be. The throne has lost all power in the kingdom. Astel looks around. And did you hear what happened to the kingdom of Algona, who dared to define this blasphemy alone? She frowns as she thinks about what happened in Algona. She personally hated that kingdom because they figured out how to tame her people. They used them as war machines and breed them for their own needs. However, the rumors she heard must be true, that these otherworlders slaughtered their army within days and took over the city, disposing the ruler and replacing it with a puppet state. The breeding factories and all her people were slaughtered and destroyed. Slavery was abolished and anyone who conducted the act was imprisoned. If these otherworlders can slaughter her people so easily, if these people ever come to her border, there will be nothing she could do to stop them. My queen, Astel said. She looks up to the prince. I see you know what I am talking about, Astel said. They will come for your kind and slaughter them all. They have no respect for life and civilization. I have seen it with my own eyes, and I vow to stop my father and bring back honor to my family kingdom. Senator Adalis walks forward. As you all know, the otherworlders raided our mighty city Sadera. They came to save a few slaves and killed my daughter. Thousands of people died to save 5 slaves. They do not understand the laws of nature, where the strong shall rule, or the value of life. She was murdered because those bastards wanted to save her pet girl that I got her for her. 1. She was a good girl with a lot of promise. She was planning on taking over the family business, but her life was cut short. Adalis looks around. I never wanted to go into politics. I have worked with many of you in business before. He looks to Mortimer, showing they have a history already. I was even against this war in the beginning, thinking that it was a missed opportunity for business. They killed my daughter for a damn slave. They have no honor or respect for law and order. They are willing to do that to my child. What will they do to you? Zorzal walks forward to form his throne. This is why we are here. We all have a history of conflict, always fighting each other for many reasons. But we all have one thing in common. We all belong to this world. As you ask Lord Falson, why should you get involved? Let me explain. Look what they have done to the people in their occupied territory. They have murdered hundreds of thousands of our soldiers without mercy or care. They have done it to all races equally. They do not care who you are, what you believe, and gods are. You are all the leaders of your spheres, and they will come for you and remove you. You can't negotiate with them, Zorzal adds. Before their attack on our city, we tried to form a peace treaty with them. When they arrived, they shed our royal throne with blood, and after rejecting our attempt to a peace treaty, they took 2 of my slaves with them. They never intended for peace. They were trying to humiliate us. They will take your power, your wealth, your history and culture away. Thousands of rebuilding after the Dark Ages will be lost forever, and we all will be ruled by people who are not even from this world, Zorzal said. She thinks about what they all just said. She must admit that she didn't see the seriousness of the situation. Just like everyone else, she has only heard rumors of what has been going on. Hearsay from traders and merchants. Their words can only be trusted so far. She has heard that these people are merciful and honorable to bad demons who slaughters thousands at every site. They say they free people, but then enslave people to work for them, as Astel was stating. She looks up at the map and sees the occupied territory by these other worlders. What are you thinking, my queen? Yurik asked. The future. She responds. Do you believe what he is saying? Yurik asked. Mostly no, she said. The Empire are master propagandists. You know what they want you to know. She stops and thinks. However, look at the map. These people have conquered a lot of territory in a short period. The Imperial Army is many things, however, they are not incompetent. She thinks back to all the wars she has fought against the Empire. They have been bloody, but she never been able to expand out of their borders. While she has no respect for the rulers, the generals and soldiers are another matter. There is a reason why the Empire is on top. If she could not bring the Imperial Army to its knees, but these other worlder have been able to do that so easily, that is something she needs to take seriously. I noticed that too, Yurik said. See that? Legrath has fallen. She grunts at that name. Her Western arm allies have been trying to take that fortress for generations and failed. These people took it in a day. I personally would like to ally with these people, but Zorzal is right. They do not see us any different than the Empire, and they probably wouldn't help me with my agenda. I need the Empire to continue with my plans. This war works well with my agenda the more I think about it. She then looks to Zorzal as he continues to speak. He has been talking more about the current events, how these other worlders will force their people to serve them by false promises of freedom and equality, but will turn them back into slaves, just with new owners. That all their power and wealth will disappear if the Empire loses this war. What is in it for us? She asked. When she spoke, the room goes quiet, some wondering what she has to say while others scared of her. Zorzal looks to her and smiles. I was wondering when that question would arise. Baron, you may. Senator Baron Clayton walks forward. We do not expect you to fight for free. This is a threat. They are beyond our past. We need to set aside our differences in this dark hour. Otherwise, we all will suffer. Then Baron points to the large map. We will be happy to negotiate further in the days ahead, but there is an example of what we are prepared to offer. We are willing to concede the eastern part of the western desert to the Ticaret Conglomerate. She listens very carefully to what the senator has to say. She was shocked by that concession. Both of those empires have fought for generations for that territory. Then Senator Uros walks forward. I was a prisoner in the other worlders' world. While their weapons are strong, their people are weak. When we first invaded their world, we slaughtered thousands of them with ease. They fled like children. If we can beat their war machine, their world is ours. Uros looks around and holds out his arms. I saw their world, and there are many riches there. There is enough pressure for all of us to last for generations. Payment will be given on how much tribute you give to the coalition, but their world will be shared. She listens to what the Empire is willing to do with the other kingdoms and vassals in the room, basically money and territory. She noticed that he left out a detail offered for both Rondell and Darko. Most likely they will talk behind closed doors since they hate each other. But she also noticed Svenhard glancing over to the Rondell delegation. His eyes look like he is planning on something. It seems someone else has their own agenda and this submits. She then smirks as she finalizes her plan in her head. She must admit, Zorzal put up a great front. She did not even notice how desperate these people are up until now. Everyone knows the war is not going well for the Empire. The fact that he invaded her here should have proved it. For her plans to work, she needs to act fast. If it were Emperor Molt standing there, she would be here, and would rather let the empire burn than help, even if it resulted in her country burning too. But Zorzal is not his father, and seems to be trying to form his own legacy. Most likely for his own ego, but still, she can use that. My queen, what do you plan on doing? Yurik asked. She smiles as she collects her thoughts. A golden opportunity has arrived. I have no intention of passing it up. Zorzal is no emperor. He can only see up to his nose. That can work well for us. The fact that he is willing to put past tensions away for a greater good, even though it is for all the wrong reasons, it is still impressive to me. She then thinks and nods. Out of everyone here, he needs me the most. Otherwise, he would not risk alienating everyone else with my presence. He understands how massive the threat is, again for all the wrong reasons. But all my plans turn into dust if the empire falls to this new enemy. She then stands up. She sees everyone stops and all eyes look up at her. Very impressive, my emperor. Very impressive indeed. My fellow delegates, whatever issues we have had in the past, the empire here made a great point. This is our world, not these American otherworlders. Assuming if the rumors are true, we all gain nothing if the empire falls and this new threat takes over. She continues. With our collective might, we might be able to turn the tide. Even the strongest beast can fall from numbers. She stops and looks to Emperor Zorzal. I still have questions. However, I do lend my support to the Emperor call for a grand coalition. She hears people talking about what she said, debating the meaning of her support. She doesn't care. She expects most of them to fall in line. If the Empire wins the war, everyone who betrayed them will probably be mass murdered out of revenge. As the saying goes, stick with the evil you know. She sits down and looks forward as the Empire delegation begins walking about the benefits of this coalition. Her general leans forward with this confused look on his face. My queen, what are you planning? This isn't what we talked about. She smiles and she crosses her legs. I need to have a private meeting with the Emperor. He promised his father to me, so I need to collect it. But he wants my army. There is one thing he needs to do for me. That is, Yurik asked. She smirks as she thinks about her next move. To make me empress. V11. Chapter 128. Jace's Fun. Nighttai. Local Tavern. January 8th, 2026. After a few days of driving, Vanguard 7 got to Nighttai, west of the Schwartz Forest, and settled there for the night. Their destination is still a few days away, but Major Sharpe thought Nighttai would be a good midway point. He is happy they finally on a normal mission for once. Not fighting fly monsters or rescuing lost tribes, fighting mysteries generals, or play a key role in negotiations with royalty. Just a simple supply mission to a space camp. What could possibly go wrong? Selena is laying on bed, cuddled up in her father's arm, head against his shoulder. The team is staying at a local tavern, and while the rest of the team doing whatever, she is happy to get alone time with her father, something she rarely got with her other father. In his hand is her tablet that he got her for Christmas. 1. They are watching an anime called Cells at Work. It is about red and white cells that live in a person's body. So far, she has learned about the human body and has learned what cells are. She cannot believe that her body is made up of smaller issues called cells. While she is still confused about the more advanced stuff, the show is helping her with the basics. The cells in the anime are shaped like normal humans to help follow the story. There is a white male cell that goes around killing cells called germs. There is a cute red blood cell that tries so hard to do her daily job, but always needed to be saved by that white cell. She relates to the red blood cell a lot because it reminds her of herself and her father always being there when she needs him. It seems the white cell protects the body while the red one keeps the body running. What she cannot believe this is how the human body works. She knew about blood because she can see it, but she never has seen white cells when she was cut before. Plus, all the other stuff on how the body operates and heals, and the show explains it in a cute way. She glances up at her father with a question. Father, are there really little people inside us? Are my blood little people that I cannot see? I mean, doing all this work every day? Sharpe chuckles. No, there are not little people inside us. They did that to make the story more interesting and easier to follow. And because it is cute, it is meant to be fun and educational than realistic. He looks back to the tablet. That Japanese lieutenant made a good recommendation. She looks at him wondering who he is talking about. She then smiles and giggles at him. What are you giggling about? Sharpe asks. It is funny hearing you say cute, she said. You are supposed to be a big scary warrior, but you are saying cute, so it is funny. Sharpe looks down at her and smirks. Fine, be like that. He pinches her in the side. That is retaliation. She jumps a little and then slaps him in the arm. Stop it, she said in a happy tone. She then gets comfortable again and continues watching the show. She watches as the white cell kills another germ, protecting the silly red blood cell. She looks up at him. What are germs? Are they really that dangerous? Every episode has them trying to kill the cell people home. Germs are tiny things that are all around us. Sharpe answers. They are bad for our bodies, and that is why we protect ourselves from them. Just like in this show, our bodies fight them off without us knowing. He stops to think of an example. You have seen us clean everything, correct? She thinks of the answer. She has seen them use sanitizers and other cleaning material when cleaning their offices and barracks. She heard and has seen the term germ before, but thought nothing of it. Just like one of the hundreds of other silly words they have. Is that why you people clean a lot? Yes, Sharpe said. Germs can lead to infections or sickness. That is why we clean, to kill them. It is just part of being healthy. A healthy soldier is an effective soldier. After hearing that, she looks around the room. Are there germs in here? Sharpe chuckles and holds her close. Yes, but don't worry about it. If you stay healthy, you will be fine. The body is designed to fight off daily germs. Besides, they only come when you are asleep. Ouch dash. Hearing that, she elbows him in the chest. Not funny, don't scare me. She then snuggles him and continues watching cells at work. You hit me, Sharpe said, finding it amusing. And besides, I could have said far worse, so you should be thanking me. She giggles and then looks up at him as her head rests on his shoulder. Sarah said I am allowed to when a boy is being mean. And before you say you are not a boy. She did mention you by name. She said that with much pride in her face. Speaking of Sarah, what do you think of her? Sharpe asks softly and carefully. She looks at him confused by the question. Why are you asking? Sharpe becomes hesitant to respond. Well, you have spent a lot of time around her recently. She has stepped in while I am gone, so I was wondering what you think of her. I just want to make sure everything has been good between you two. She thinks about his question for a moment. Sarah has been there for her, going back to when she first arrived in Alnus. At first, it was just checkups, making sure her basic needs were met while Sharpe was on the field. Her involvement in her life only increased from there. While her dad has been creating the rules for her, like getting an education, teaching her about life and responsibility too, Sarah has been helping her follow through on it. When on Earth, she took her shopping and been there when she had feminine questions about growing up. Now that she thinks about it, Numancio's mother from that farm remains her if Sarah and what she has been doing. 3. Her mother in Edras was more of a priestess than a mom based on what she has seen. While she was nice and warm, she viewed her as a future priestess than a daughter, so she remembers. She looks back at her dad. I like her. I always thought she was just babysitting me for you, but more I think about it, I think she cares about me. I know. She thinks you're adorable, Sharpe said. I think everyone does, she said, rolling her eyes. Maybe, Sharpe replies, but I am glad you two are getting along. She talks about you a lot in our staff meetings. Yeah, she said with a smile, but as she thinks about the past, she remembers both of their recent interactions. At first, it seemed like they were work friends, Sharpe treating Sarah just like anyone else. Then it looked like they became closer as friends. She saw that the first time they went to Earth at that resort. 4. They seemed to enjoy each other's company, but everyone was having fun, like a big happy family. Then again during Thanksgiving and the second time to Earth. The more she thinks about that Christmas day. 5. The more she questions how truthful Sarah was. She said that the mistletoe kiss was just a game in their world. She has noticed Sarah asked her about her dad a lot more recently. Now her father asking about her. She smirks and looks at him directly, something she has seen him so to make sure his point goes through. Do you two like each other? She can see him struggle to react as she caught him off guard. For as long as she has known him, almost nothing has fazed him. He knows how to react, respond in a calm and cool manner. But she can see him stressing out a little. By the gods, you do like her, she said with a smile. She gets up and sits up on her knees, facing him. Are you two making babies together yet? Sharpe looks at her baffled and struggling to respond. Hold on, kid. We are not sleeping or making babies together, he said in an uncomfortable tone. We are co-workers. We just work well together, and we both care about you and the other girls. She is my second in command at the base now, and that is a big no. Anyway, why are you asking that question? You shouldn't think about that yet. Or ever. She gives him a look. That is pretty much my religion, remember? About becoming a mother and all. She then thinks about that, seeing his more negative reaction. You still don't like my religion, do you? You two have the same reaction when I talk about it. Sharpe takes a deep breath. We both mean no offense. It is simply different from where we are from. It's not as casual as your goddess makes it. I don't want you to get tricked by some boy because he wants to play baseball. You are a pretty young girl, and boys your age only thinks about one thing. What is baseball? It is a game we play on Earth, and there is a reference with the bases and… Never mind. She knows what he is talking about. Sharpe has never been a fan of the method of how you become blessed with Merida touch. But then she remembers what Carlin Deolo said about other ways to gain Merida favor. 6. More she thinks about it, Sharpe might approve the other things Carlin said besides just the prostitution part. And if Carlin is telling the truth, she would enjoy a different option to have Merida blessing. Don't worry, Dad, she said, knowing he is just looking out for her. It usually annoyed her, but after what happened with the Wood Elves, she does not mind right now. But I've been talking with Carlin, and she said there are other ways to honor Merida. So you won't have to hate her anymore. Sharpe looks at her, and then takes a deep, annoyed breath. I'm sorry if I made you think that, Selena. I don't hate your goddess, Selena. I guess I just don't understand. In my line of work and all the countries I have been in, I have seen parents sell their kids for beer money and never thought twice about it. Mothers and fathers turning their kids as whores for rent money and not allowed to do anything with their lives. Slavery is banned in my world, but still, people do evil acts, he said. Sharpe adjusts himself, feeling uncomfortable with the topic. It was a nice evening of them being silly and watching something cute, but now it became serious. He takes another breath as B collects his thoughts. Look, I know she is important to you and I respect that. How about this, when we get back home, you can educate me more. We can do it together. She smiles hearing that. I will introduce you to Carlin. She seems to know more than I do. She then reaches out and pokes him on the forehead. Besides, you didn't deny what I said. You love Sarah. She can see him glare at her. He then grabs her and pulls her back to his side. She laughs at it. Once they calm down, she looks up at him again once she is back in his arms. Selena, Sharpe said as he struggles to speak. Sarah has been there for me for the better part of 2 years now. I owe her a lot, more than I like to admit. So yeah, I think I do like her. He then looks at her. But I love you. She smiles hearing that. I love you too, Dad. Hold on, Sharpe said. I don't say these things much, but I should. I am proud of you. Most children, most adults who have been through what you've been through would not be able to function. I know things can be hard at times, but never feel down. You are strong. Always remember that. She smiles hearing that. She scoots up and kisses him on the cheek. Thank you, Dad. You are strong too. I always know if anything happens, you're always there. So, I know I don't have to be afraid. She then snuggles back into his arms and hold up the tablet and continue, cells at work. Hours later, middle of the night, Selena slowly sits up and rubs her eyes after waking up. What? She looks around and sees that she is in the tavern room they rented. Right then she hears her father snoring next to her. She has gotten used to his snoring, but for some reason, he is louder than normal. She turns around and looks at him. You are loud, she said in a tired, annoyed voice. She gets out of bed and stretches. She then adjusts her olive color tank top and tan shorts as she grabs the flashlight. While she has gotten used to artificial light, it still amazes her that they can create light out of nothing, no fire or flare needed. She feels thirsty, and now that she is up, she wants some water. As she digs through her bag, she notices she cannot find her water bottle. Damn, did I forget it in the JLTV? She sits back, glancing up. They were right. Saying JLTV is so boring and strange to say. I better go get it. She stands up and heads to the door. She then stops and looks to the dresser. She then quickly walks over to it and grabs her Glock 43. She takes the strap and clips it around her leg, securing the holster. Sharpe gave her this pistol around the time they first met. 7. He wanted her to be able to protect herself against anyone who threatens her. He said it comes with a lot of responsibility and trust, something he was entrusting into her. It was so she did not have to be afraid of someone coming back to take her and enslave her. So, she did not have to be afraid anymore. At first, it was for him to teach her self-defense, but over time it became something more, a bonding adventure. Both having something in common and learning more about each other. She heads out the door and heads outside of the tavern. The bar area looks quite different in the dark, like from one of those horror stories the team talks about. She heads outside and goes to her vehicle. She opens the door as she lets out a big yawn. It is too early. She looks through her seat and sees her water bottle. It must have slipped out of her bag when she was gathering her things. It was getting late when they arrived, so she must have overlooked it. She takes it and starts drinking from his. That is much better. Right then she hears someone walking up behind her. She quickly reaches down to her leg and unclips the holster. She pulls out her Glock 43 and turns around, aiming her pistol at the person creeping up behind her. Die you. Wow. Hold your horses, young lady, Scott said. Just on my patrol, ma'am. She blinks and sees Scott standing there. Why were you sneaking up on me? Scott thinks, clearly being a smartass. I saw this person who opened the vehicle and starts going through our stuff. She tilts her head as she thinks. I guess that makes sense. I will forgive you this one and only one time. Scott laughs. Seems like the boss is raising you well. She smiles hearing that. I am sorry for pointing my pistol at you. Scott laughs. Wow. He really got you down on the terms. But I have to say, nice reaction, kid. I am impressed. Sometimes you will have to show me how you shoot. She then thinks about Rory and wonders how she would reply. She sees Rory always playing these games with the boys, teasing them and trying to trick them. She then smirks. I am going to tell my dad that you're hitting me. On me? Scott stands there and blinks. I am going to go before the FBI appear. She watches Scott leave. She giggles and leaves. Their security is garbage, Jace said as she chuckles. She jumps off the roof of a nearby building and lands on the roof of the 3-story tavern. She starts to sniff, trying to locate her target. The leader of the Empire Opraknina branch, Svenhard Lupus Moon, is one of her subjects and worshippers her goddess Syphilis, the one true goddess which makes all other gods and goddess worthless. The day will come that all the gods will be purged, leaving only her goddess to be loved. Svenhard contacted her with some problems. She rarely takes requests from mortals, however, he has been nice to her, sending her sweet slaves for her to play with, and not just any slaves, but only the most fun and challenging. He said that there was this man who has been making trouble with the Empire, considered to be a massive threat. She cares little of the Empire and its politics, but he said something she could not resist. There has only been one man she could not seduce and take their essence, General Chrysis. Long ago, when he was exiled to the north, Emperor Molt sent her to assassinate him. The challenge was so great. Just thinking about it today still makes her crazy. Svenhard promised another challenge like that, and she could not resist that excitement. It was not hard to find these otherworlders. The spies in Alnus were able to get a pair of her target clothes. From that, she was able to catch man since she needs to kill. She then takes a sniff of these strange-looking short-like clothes. The scent helps her find the direction to her target. From what Svenhard said about this man, he has beaten Talon many times, fought her beloved Chrysis, killed hundreds of Imperial soldiers, assaulted the Emperor, and more. All that checks all her boxes and wants to know more about this man. As a succubus, she can control men, dig deep into their deepest, most primal urges and take control of them. And once she fully seduced them, and with a single kiss, the man's essence flows out of his body and enters her, empowering her. And she is addicted to it. Still, this is too easy, she said. I said you should wait until daylight, she said. I told you to shut up, she said back to herself. She pouts and then climbs down the wall until she reaches the window of her target. So Major Sharpe it is? What is a silly name you have? I hope you live up to the hype, otherwise this is going to be boring. If you are just some pathetic weakling like most men, I am going to be pissed. She swings her bow around her and then opens the window. She peeks in and hears this snoring sound. Definitely a male, but he doesn't sound so tough. She then peeks in and sees this man lying there. The pheromones are telling her that he is the target. She then grabs the edge and quickly sneaks inside, slowly stepping onto the bed. She then moves up close, barely making a dent into the bed, so he will not wake him up and deserve him. This is not the first time she has done this to a man. Looking at his sleeping head, she must admit he is an attractive one. She moves her hand and touches the thin beard he has. Oh, rugged. I like it when they're wild. She then starts pulling the sheets down to his waist and sits on top of him. She studies his frame and places her hand on his tank top. With her sharp nail, she cuts his shirt in half, being incredibly careful not to cut his skin. Her eyes widen as she sees his chest. She sees all these scars and signs of past bruises. By my goddess, look, you have seen so much. Your chest tells many stories about your life. I can feel each old wound story. She then places her hand on this large scar on his right shoulder. I don't even know what this one is, but I can feel it. Svenhard was correct. You are special. She can feel all the tension and pain from his body. She can feel that he is no normal man, but for different. This is a sensation she has only felt once this century. She places her hand back on his face and starts chanting, letting her words slip into his head. She wants him to be comfortable and has sweet dreams, so she can claim him. Jiariwa, Sharpe said, and he starts to move. She places her hand on his chest and starts moving to relax him. She kisses his cheek. My love, don't worry. Your soul will belong to me. Just hear the sweetness of my smooth voice. As she feels his body relaxing after hearing her sweet chant. Men are so weak when it comes to the voice of a woman. The stronger the male, the stronger his desires. The purer their soul, but their resistance is always weak. Beauty and power are their weakness, and she exploits it. Wah, Sharpe said and awakes. He tries to sit up, but she holds him down with her apostle strength. Wow, I am impressed. You awaken from my chant. She spoke. She watches his eyes wandering around in confusion. Then she sees it in his eyes. Not fear but calculating, looking to overcome his current threat. Those eyes show a beast within, trying to defy her. Before he can say something, she places her hand over his mouth. I can't believe it. I think Svenhard is correct. You are one of a kind. I am going to enjoy you. She then leans forward and looks directly at him. She makes sure that he can see her body frame. Look, my handsome sweet. I am going to move my hand. Do not make a squeal yet. I want us to enjoy our fun alone, she said in a flirtatious tone. She then leans forward and kisses him on the forehead and starts kissing down his head to his neck. She removes her hand from his mouth and starts massaging his old bullet scare. Sharpe slowly sits up. He blinks and feels that his mind is starting to get fussy. Who are you? He said, struggling to speak and to form the words. She sits back up and gets more comfortable on top of him, rubbing her hips into him. She makes sure that he gets a good view of her breasts, covered by a purple and black two-piece skirt and a short top. Her goal is to get him to transfix on her natural beauty. Men are visual creatures, which makes them easy to manipulate. My name is Jasis, the apostle of Siflis, and I was promised you, she said. Please do not think. Thinking only ruins the mood. If you be nice and follow my voice, everything you see is all yours. She places her hand on his head and forces him to look at her. She slowly leans down closer to him, becomes more intimate. Just gaze upon me. She can see him blinking and trying to resist. Right now, her chant from before should be taking effect on him. The second he gazed on her body, and if he found her attractive, which all men do, it takes effect, blurring his mind, allowing her to seduce him. She gazes into his eyes and sees her chant taking effect. She moves her hand down to secure his head with both hands, so she can finally give him a kiss now that he is ready. Once she kisses him like this, she will consume his essence and absorb his soul through their lips, renewing her spirit and become strong again. Suddenly, she sees him grab her hand before it touched his face. She freaked out a little and back away. Not expect that. What just happened? He leans forward a little, struggling though. No, he grunts. She looks at him and sees her chant is working. It is not normal for a man to at this stage to resist her. He should be trying to make love with her. What do you mean no? Your heart belongs to me now. Sharpe struggles to hold on her arm as she puts pressure on him. I said no, I do not belong to you. She takes her other hand and pushes down on his chest, forcing him down. She leans forward and sniffles. She then gets a big smirk on her face. See, I told you he was the one. Sharpe looks at her confused. His mind is still fuzzy and most of his mental energy is trying to fight whatever spell she placed on him. What? She glares at him. I am not talking to you. She then glances to the right. Fine, you were right. My spell didn't work. She slowly looks back at him and grins happily. Perfect. It has been far too long I have an essence like yours. She starts giggling all excited. She leans forward and gets right up to him. You don't belong to me? Huh. I wonder who you belong to then. If you were able to resist me, then the stories are true. The man who defeated Talon, you brought Rory to her knees, defied the Empire and defeated my beloved Crisis. Sharpe struggles to take a breath and focus his energy to look directly at her. He then uses his other hand and grabs her by the throat. I don't care, he struggles to say. You are not my type. She blinks, unable to believe that he is resisting her enchantment. She completely cannot believe it. She underestimated him and realizes that she should have used all her tricks. She smirks and gets close. You should have succumbed to me, because now it will only be painful for you. But I like it when my man struggles. She uses her apostle strength and takes control of him. She then leans in and kisses him. She starts to feel his essence, and it is very sweet and tasty. Right then, she hears these loud bangs sound and feels this metal piece go into her side. She stops and sits up, looking to the side and sees that she is bleeding. What the? That tickles, and not the fun kind of tickle. Look over there, she said to herself. She looks to the doorway and sees this human girl standing there holding this strange-looking device. The device makes another sound, and something hits her in the chest. Hey, stop doing that. Leave my dad alone, you monster. He doesn't belong to you, the girl yells. She glares at the girl as she holds Sharpe down. You little brat, I am going to kill you. She realizes that she cannot move as Sharpe refuses to let go of her. No, you don't. Before she bursts forward to cut her in half, the wall suddenly shatters. What is going on? Rory yells with her halberd ready to fight. She is in her Gothic nightgown. She sits into of Sharpe, keeping him subdued. She looks at Rory and blinks. Rory, you are here? Rory looks to her and glares evilly. Jesus. She then looks to Sharpe. She blinks, getting scared. She looks to where Rory is looking at, and that is Sharpe. They didn't tell me you would be with them. She then looks back at Rory. Ah shit. Rory charges at Jesus. She rams right into her, and both flies out of the building and land into the next building. You fucking whore, she yells. How dare you try to seduce him and steal his soul? I am going to kill you. She sees Jesus get up and jump out of the way. Why do you get all the fun, Rory? His spirit is strong and will only be wasted with. Hey, she yells as Rory slashes at her. She retracts her halberd and looks at Jesus. She cannot believe that she is here. This is not her territory. She understands that Major Sharpe has only gained a reputation within the elites of the Empire. While they worship Uros and Emery, it does not surprise her that they would ask for her help. Sharpe is just a meal to her and nothing more. I am going to cut you into pieces. She yells and jumps towards her, leaving the building and lands on the street. A high-speed arrow passes her. She can dodge it, spin around, and use her momentum to burst forward. Jesus yells as she dodges her attack. Stay still, you bitch. She yells and looks to her right and sees Jesus standing there, reloading her bow. Jesus is the apostle of Siflis. She has run into her many times and fought. Jesus hates all apostles and their gods, believing that everyone should only worship Sylphis. While she has no idea how it happened, Jesus developed a split personality, always talking to herself. Now that she thinks about it, Jesus reminds her of Gollum from Lord of the Rings, always talking to himself. Out of all the apostles of this world, Jesus is literally insane. She is the literal definition of masochistic, wanting to take men and cause much pain and suffering to them for fun. She looks for strong-willed males and then sucks their life force for pleasure. Unlike Rory and Talon, who specialize in melee weapons, Jesus is a coward when it comes to battle. She prefers range weapons like her longbow. What are you doing here? How did you know we were here? Jesus jumps up in the air and spins. She aims her arrow and fires. She looks up and sees the arrow. She jumps out of the way and the arrow leaves a small crater in the ground. While she is weaker in close range, that does not mean her arrows will not hurt. She moves around and bursts forward and slashes where Jesus lands. Hey, that nearly cut me, Jesus said in a scared voice. Answer my question and I promise to cut you slowly, she said in a pissed tone. But who do you want to answer? Me or me? Jesus asks. Her two-side personality has always annoyed her. It has always been hard to talk to her. Not like she says anything useful. She is insane. Screw it, she yells. I don't care. I am just going to kill you. She attacks and swings at her. Selena rushes over to her dad and jumps on the bed. Dad, are you okay? Sharpe lays on the bed, hand on his head. He looks like he went through hell and seems to be struggling. Dad, she yells. What the hell is going on? Alicia rushes in with her pistol. Right behind her are Andrew and Frost. She notices most of them are halfway dressed, only just getting some of their gear on. Rangers, fall in line, Randy says as he walks over and passes through everyone. Lelei and Tuke come through the hole Rory made in the wall. She looks at everyone. The succubus attacked him and tried to suck his life force. I think Rory and she knew each other. Frost walks forward. What the hell is a succubus? Everyone looks to Lelei for answers. She was about to say something, but Randy interrupts. Never mind the questions. Jerry gets up here and checks on the major. Lelei blinks. Let me help. Fine, Randy said. Sophie, stay here and guard everyone. Everyone else outside and back up Rory. Alicia and Andrew. Get Scott and bring the JLTV around. She watches the Rangers rush out of the room. Jerry walks over with his med kit. Lelei walks over and places her hand on Sharpe's head. Major, focus. She places a daze spell on you. Sharpe grabs Lelei's hand and sits up slowly. She sees him get up and smile. You are okay. Yeah, but I have a massive headache though, God. What the hell hit me? Sharpe asks as he places a hand on his forehead. Sir, Jerry said, you really should relax. You look exhausted. Correct? Lelei adds. The spell is a mental spell. For most, it is a simple spell, but with a succubus, it has a far more powerful effect. You should listen to the doc here. Sharpe looks around and then to Lelei. All I need is my Colt. He then looks to her. Selena, mind getting it? As Rory falls from the rooftop, she is heading right towards Jasus. With a single swing, she cuts her arm off. Jasus jumps away but holds her arm. Hey, that is my favorite arm. Actually, it is the other one, Jasus said to herself. Oh, right. Anyway, she then whistles. She stands there and picks up Jasus's arm. Jasus, you always are a pain in the ass. Jasus looks at her. I'm the pain in the ass? You are the one who dumped Talon. What a cute little boy. People think I am crazy, but we both know after you dumped him, he became a cold-blood psychopath. She leans forward and gives Rory a cute wave. She feels her blood boiling after hearing that. She sexually assaults the man she loves, and now she is lecturing about her past dating life. I am going to kill you. She charges forward. She swings her halberd in all directions and continues to chase Jasus around the town. She sees Jasus running away, but not like she is trying to escape, but trying to buy time. She stops and looks to the right. She smirks and rushes down the alley. As she runs, she jumps on the right wall then the left until she gets to the roof. She jumps off one and onto another. When she gets to the intersection, she jumps and throws her halberd down, aims right in front of Jasus, stopping her from running. Jasus falls on her rear and looks around. What just happened? She lands on the ground and grabs her handle. She swings her halberd around and then aims it right at Jasus' head. She looks down at her with this evil look. You crossed the line this time. You should have stayed in that pathetic place you call a castle. Yeah, but I was getting bored, Jasus said. There are only so many quality men you get stuck in a castle, and the slave tributes are fun and all, but it gets boring. I want a challenge again. I want someone tasty. Then taste my blade, she said. She raises her halberd, ready to slice Jasus' head off. Before she could charge, she catches a glance of something approaching her left. She jumps out of the way and lands on the other side of the plaza. This large werewolf lands right where she was at. In its mouth is Jasus' arm, the one Rory cut off. So that is why you whistled, she said. She hears a JLTV rushes up to her right. It stops and Andrew and Alicia get out. She notices Alicia has her combat vest on without a shirt underneath while Andrew only has his pants on and no shirt. Scott, who is on the M2 Browning .50 caliber, is fully in uniform. Scott, use the .50 caliber on that werewolf, she yells. You have to be kidding me? Alicia yells as she looks at the beast. How the hell is that a werewolf? Holy shit, Andrew said as he looks at the werewolf. Yeah, Jasus yells as she jumps up and down, excited that there is an audience. More men to flirt with. Fuzzy, fetch. Fuzzy. Scott, Alicia, and Andrew ask all at once, confused by the werewolf name. Scott opened fires from the .50 caliber, aiming for the werewolf. However, the werewolf moves fast, taking large leaps, moving faster than Scott. Seeing that her friends are in trouble, She jumps and intercepts the werewolf. She ramps him hard, forcing the beast into a nearby store. Scott adjusts his .50 and aims it at Jasis and opens fire. Jasis reattaches her arm, and she starts running as a trail of .50 blasts hit behind her, following her. What are those? That is not fair. She jumps and aims her bow at the .50 caliber. She fires her arrow, and it hits Scott's weapon, destroying it. Seeing that the team heavy weapon is down, and that the werewolf seems to be weakened, she bursts forward and lands between Jasis and the Rangers. Wow, you are protective of these people, Jasis said. Interesting. You have changes, Rory. The rumors are true. What rumors? She asked. Jasis looks at a direction. Don't tell her. I was not going to, Jasis said to herself. I just want to easy her. Jasis aims her arrow at the Rangers. I now know your weakness. I might not be stronger than you, but now I have the upper hand. If you attack, then I release my arrow, killing those soldiers there. She glances back and sees the 3 Rangers standing there, rifles aimed at her. She sometimes forgets that they are just mortals and do not have the same reaction time as she does. There is a reason why she preferred to work alone for so long. She notices the werewolf recovering and starts approaching. She glances back at Jasis and gets ready to swing her halberd towards her so she can charge at the werewolf. Before she did anything, she hears a gunshot. Jasis' hand burst with a hole in the middle. She then reacts and holds her hand, jumping up and down. Ouch, Jasis said. That was not nice. She looks over and sees Sharpe and the rest of the Rangers with him. All weapons aim at her. Sharpe is standing there with Lelei holding him up. He is holding out his favorite weapon, the Colt 1911, .45 caliber with incendiary rounds. You can thank Talon for that. She smiles, always impressed by how he never accepts laying down, always finding a way back into the fight. She looks back at Jasis. Give it up to you, brat. You are outnumbered and outgunned. Jasis looks around and agrees with Rory. You are right. There is too many people, even for me. She then snaps her fingers and Fuzzy jumps over to her. She jumps and lands on his back. Rory, this isn't over, Jasis said, and then looks to Sharpe. And you. I had a taste of you, and I can't resist. I will be back for seconds, she says and then licks her lips. Then the werewolf jumps on the roof and then jumps away. She lowers her guard as she watches Jasis jumps away. She did not know that she got herself a new pet. She killed her last pet, but it seems she upgraded anyway. As everyone walks over to her, she looks to her right and sees Alicia stopping by her side. Alicia looks at everyone. All right, I am going to say what everyone is thinking about. What the fuck just happened? I will explain later, she said. Her name is Jasis, the apostle of Syphilis, the goddess of evil. She is crazy. Like crazy, crazy. No kidding, Frost said. Rory is not kidding, Frost, Lelei said, correcting him. It is odd that she is here, though. Stories say she lives in the east. She looks to Lelei and then Sharpe. True, but she came for him. Now that she thinks about it, she has not heard of a story of a man resisting her. If it was not for Selena shooting here when she did, no one would have known Jackson was in danger. She looks to Selena and smiles. Good job, kid. You saved the day. Selena puts her hand on the back of her head. Embarrassed? It was nothing. Sharpe reaches out and messes up her hair, embarrassing her some more. She smiles and looks to Sharpe, still confused by something. He looks tired. His face looks pale and everything. How did he resist long enough for Selena to warn everyone? Jackson, mind if I ask you something? What? Sharpe responds in a broke voice. How did you resist her? She asked. When a succubus gets a hold of you like that, especially Jasis, a man always falls for her. What does that mean? Andrew asks, confused. I read about succubus during my training, Lelei said. What they do is dive deep into the man's deepest desires. They have a chant that affects the brain, so the primal side of the male brain comes forth. The desire of a woman's warmth a succubus takes advantage of. Yeah, that just got wired, Frost said, speaking for all the guys in Vanguard 7. Alicia chuckles. Wow, such to be a dude. Lelei looks to her. I wouldn't laugh, Alicia. There are incubus who do the same towards females. Alicia crosses her arms. Well shit, I guess we have to teach this world no means no. Back up, Jerry said. He then points to Rory and Lelei. Both of you just said these things bring out the deepest of desires. Sir, how did you resist? She sees everyone looking at him. She looks to him. wondering the same thing. Sharpe looks around, not knowing how to respond. He takes a deep breath as he recovers from the assault. Deepest desire, you say? God and country, and everyone right here. Vanguard family, nothing more. Now let's get the hell out of here. Roll out. She was about to say something but stops and thinks. She smiles as she watches everyone walking away. It is easy to play into stereotypes about people, as fun and jokes, but deep down, you never know. Figures, she said as she starts to follow them. More than meets the eye. V11, Chapter 129. Today at the United Nations, U.S. Ambassador Michael Powell and the Chinese ambassador got into a heated argument today as both blame each other for the recent events in Central Asia. Qin's forces continue their expansion into northern Afghanistan and Tajikistan. China has been scrutinized by the United States and the rest of the international community for spreading the Chinese coronavirus in early 2020. Reports say that the Chinese government knew about the virus as early as late 2019 and did not inform the international community, all reports which the Chinese government denies. Relations broke down after reports by the Chinese government accused the United States Army of spreading the virus within China. In retaliation, they rejected medical shipments to the Western world, which sparked worldwide outrage. China invaded its eastern neighbors after the outbreak to stimulate its economy. The massive industry pulls out of China pushed the Chinese economy depression. The government said their goal in their occupied countries is to extract the much-needed resources and to force its One Belt One Road project through the region. However, the Chinese ambassador accused the United States of monopolizing the single most important scientific discovery in human history to themselves and imperialistic vassals. China called on the United Nations Secretary-General to push the area around the gate to be given to UN control so all nations on Earth could benefit. As expected, the United States, the United Kingdom, and France in the Security Council rejected the proposal. Ambassador Michael Powell threatens that the U.S. will withdraw from the United Nations if such a proposal is passed and remove any current nation who is part of the NATO expedition force if they support it. China then again accused the U.S. of imperialistic acts while the U.S. is calling out China imperialist acts in the world. With the recent victory in the Elys region and conquering of Fortress Legrath, China and Russia believe that the defensive war is over, and a more international presence should be the main focus. That the U.S. must choose if this war is for the protection of Earth or to enrich themselves and their friends. After that meeting, U.S. Ambassador Michael Powell and 35 other ambassadors walked out of the UN General Assembly, ending the debate. SCNR News. Almas Community, Apex Liberty Bar, January 8, 2026. Tayo walks into the back of the kitchen. She walks over to the dishwashing area. Above, she can hear hammering and other mechanical equipment as the Army engineers continue to fix the building. She put the dishes into the bucket and wipe her hands on her diner apron to dry them off. She takes an annoyed breath, and she looks down at the dirty dishes. For years ago, she was once a queen of a kingdom, and now she is washing dishes just to make ends meet. If it were not for Delilah, she has no idea what things would be like. She thinks back and remembers the times going around her homeland. There were no large palaces and mighty construction problems that other races enjoy making. Just the hundreds of green hills across the meadows. The many small streams that pass by from the mountains' range of ice and snow. The tall grasses towering to the waist of a fully grown bunny. The true beauty of that she remembers is seeing all her people dens. Thousands of mothers wandering around with thousands of more children playing around. With over 90% of the population female, it was up to the mothers to protect their homeland. War has always been a custom her warrior bunnies had to deal with. A land where almost the population were fertile females. That attracts all sort of trouble. Her lands have been invaded many times. Mostly mercenaries trying to take her people as their own. However, they always met the same fate as every other invading force: death. However, the Empire was another beast of its own. The Empire has always wanted her land, for one reason or another. They tried to take it in the past, but they were always half-hearted attempts. Being an empire means you always have your eyes elsewhere. Then Prince Zorzal and his army came. He is no military genius, but he had the numbers to back up his lack of strategy. Sometimes she wished that Zorzal wanted her land for something more important than just wanting more female slaves, like more farmland or securing a key strategic location. Anything more than the true reason. He just wanted her people to just become his personal sex slaves. She later learned that many past generals turned down the offer to conquer her land. Many of there were excellent and intelligent leaders within the imperial army, all thinking it was pointless or a distraction campaign, that her land was a good buffer zone from threats from the northeast. Zorzal was too stupid to listen to their advice. He always thinks he is braver and stronger than he is, but he was the one who brought her down to her knees, defeated by him. Him out of all people. If she were defeated by one of their great generals like Tusha or Isakal, it would have been easier to accept the defeat, but it had to be him. She did not know it at the time, but some of her own commanders and royal servants were corrupted by the Hario tribe. They planted the seeds of her defeat, and now her people have been bought and sold across the empire, scattered to nothing. Hearing her name, she looks over and sees Delilah standing there, waving at her to get her attention. "Your Highness, hello?" Delilah asked. "We have customers." She looks to Delilah, one of her few loyal bunnies that remain. It is strange that she was her queen, but now she takes orders from her at this bar. "I know," she said. "I will get back to work." Delilah looks at her and sees the frustration in her queen's eyes. Thinking back home again? She nods her head in agreement. Since being rescued from Zorzal by these Americans, she has been staying with Delilah, when she is not with that American officer Bailey. "Yes," she responds and looks down. "I find it funny. Damn humans came, attacked, raped us, beaten us, sold us off like cheap cattle, but in the end, it was humans who saved me. The world is funny like that." She thinks back to that day, what the Americans call Raid on Sadera 1. She remembers the city was attacked, and during the chaos, Delilah appeared and tried to free her. For a split moment, she thought she was going to be free, but then Zorzal, his royal guards, surrounded them. It looked hopeless, but then Captain Bailey Rangers blew the wall apart. They easily defeated the guards with their more advanced weapons. At the time, she feared those guards, being some of the best warriors the Empire had, and yet they fell so easily. As they were fleeing to their extraction point for their flying machines to pick them up, she discovered that one of their men fell from a Valradan attack, being torn apart. "Funny it is," Delilah says with a smirk and does a V symbol with her figures. "I know it is hard. I still think about everyone I once knew. There are a few of us here and in Italica, but one day we will find our people." She nods in agreement. "One day." She then walks over to the counter and grabs the plates of food. "By the way, Delilah, how are you two doing? I still find it strange that you have stayed with someone this long when not mating." Delilah walks over and grabs the customer's plats. "We're doing fine and there's plenty of mating," she said as she elbows her. "It is still strange at times, but I am enjoying their version of relationships. A lot of free chocolate," she says with a chuckle. She rolls her eyes and starts walking. Delilah is referencing that guys get their girlfriends gifts when trying to get in trouble. So Delilah makes sure Bailey does something to get in trouble. She heads out into the lounge and sees the place all new. Soldiers and citizens of Alnus alike eating and drinking this afternoon. She sees her table and sees her customers, Captain Sarah, Noriko, and her son Tenchi. As she walks over, she looks at the boy, Zorzal's son. The boy Tenchi has his father's red eyes and the same blonde hair color. The idea that Zorzal has offspring makes her blood boil, knowing what his father has done to hundreds of his victims. She then looks to Noriko and remembers the first day she arrived at the royal palace. During the 5 months, she was Zorzal's sex slave. She cried, called out, and was weak. Zorzal loved how exotic she was and the fact that she never understood why what was happening to her was normal in this world, and he enjoyed every minute. Unlike her, Zorzal has always feared that he never could match up to his father, and she has learned that this is how he makes himself feel important, a sign of a weak-minded man. However, she never conceded anything to Zorzal. To the end, she always remained defiant, never allowing herself to be broken. As she watches Noriko playing with her son, she must admit to herself that she never could look past that if she had Zorzal child. She has been watching the two for a long time, always thinking it was a curse to have Zorzal child. But she can see in Noriko's eyes that she does not seem to care about that fact. The child is hers and not Zorzal's. She did not need to hear that. She can see it in her actions. She always thought Noriko was just another weak human girl, but the truth is, it is the other way around. Able to look past a child's father and embrace it, she can see that she could not summon the strength to do that. She sets down the plats. "Sorry for the wait." It is okay, Sarah responded. We have some entertainment. She looks back to Tinchi. How is the little one? Noriko looks over and smiles at her. Growing, full of energy and still cute. Wait until he becomes a teenager, Sarah said. That cuteness just turns into a garbage disposal. You kidding? He is always hungry now, Noriko said. They giggle at that. She stands there not fully understanding the reference. She has heard that it had something to do with a sink that eats food in the drain. Anyway, are you two still looking for help? Noriko looks to her. Yes, we are going around and telling the other parents about the school idea, with mixed results. Yeah, Sarah adds. You think parents would jump at the idea but nope? To bust helping at shops or farming or whatever. You can't expect people to change for you, she said. The problem with you people is you think the world changes at your will. Because you are so powerful, you don't always see others' perspectives. She sees both look at her, and then at each other and giggle. She is baffled by the reaction. What? Nothing, Sarah said. I think you should be a teacher, to balance out our ego. Whatever, she responds. I am not really a children bunny. Anyway, with your new promotion, wouldn't you be too busy to do this school thing? That has crossed my mind, Sarah responded. That's why I'm going to hire some help, to help me and cover me while I am gone. What is why I am here? Noriko said as she eats a French fry. Now I can finally start paying back Sharpe for his kindness. But I don't understand why he wants it in a check. Like whom uses check nowadays? I actually had to look it up on what he was talking about. Sarah places her hand on her noised, annoyed by what Noriko said. God damn it, Sharpe. She looks at her. What is it? Sarah takes a bit from her sandwich annoyed and looks to Noriko. Look, dear, the reason why Sharpe wants you to repay him in checks is because he intends to take the check, put it in a bottle rocket, but C4 in it, and then shoot it in the sky and blow it up. He never intended to cash it. She looks to Noriko and sees this confused look on her face. She herself is also confused by what Sarah said. And this is the man Rory, and the other girls follow? Are all your men this stupid? Sarah chuckles. Yup, but life is never boring though. She shakes her head. I will never understand you, humans. As she starts to walk away, she stops and looks back at them. You said you were looking for help? Sarah looks at her. Yes? Are you offering? Of course not, she responded. But Mute was in here a few days ago getting drunk. She was upset that she discriminated against this Batwoman and nearly arrested her for no reason. I overheard it and was just thinking. Maybe ask her so she stays out of trouble. Sarah thinks about that. I recall. Randy Teams saved her from bandits a while back. I guess I could see if she is qualified. She shrugs her shoulders. I just don't like seeing people come in here upset. Now I have to get back to work. She then walks away. Trading town of Populus, between Italica and Rondell, Appia Highway, Prance Palace Tavern, January 9th, 2026. Milhayanum is in his tavern, preparing some drinks for his guests. He sees his daughter 9-year-old Vaminra Minra walk up. As a tradition, she has her mother's last name since all children receive their mother's surname, since they are the ones who give birth to them. Hello, father, Vaminra said as she set some plats down. Jagoth's party is back from their quests. Jagoth's party, Carther Adventure Group. They are his favorite and most hated customers. When they have money, they pay very well, as most adventures do. They are not knowing to be good at budgeting their money. On top of that, he is certain that one of his party members, Harthdrufalith, is attracted to his daughter. Vaminra, he said, take these meals to the whores upstairs. Yes, father, she said in a cheerful smile. He watches her take a tray full of food upstairs. He usually hires whores, so they are not on the streets. Both men and women of any race, but mostly women. He tries to treat his employees well, wanting to maintain a good reputation. Plus, he does not enjoy seeing the women living in the cold and alone. At least under his roof, they can be safe. Lessons he learned from his once general, Chrysist. Regardless of station, we are all citizens of the Empire. It was his wife's idea to start a brothel to help runaways and outcasts. She always had the brains in the family, helping him start up this tavern. He glances up to where they carved their names into the ceiling, remembering how much he misses her. He then looks to Carther Jagoth, the party leader. You are back sooner than expected. Carther points to a table, and his party walks over to it. He then walks over and sits down at one of the bar booths. Drink, please. That is not good. Every time he comes up to the bar booth is when a quest did not go as well as he wanted. That bad? He said as he passes him a mug. Carther takes the mug and drinks half of it. It wasn't bad. It just didn't pay well. Plus, the Empire prevented us from finishing the quest. Let me guess, he said. They hijacked the supplies for the war effort? Carther nods his head. He remembers having to do that in the East. Cut off and surrounded. When you have a chance to take supplies, you take it. He is not proud of every act he did during his time in the army, but that's life. I am sorry, my friend, Carther said. It is just not profitable up here right now. It is not like the good days. You could join the army, he said as he cleans a mug. They always could use leaders like you. Carther points to him and smirk. You, always trying to get me killed. He thinks about their trouble. An adventure usually stays in one town, if there is a steady stream of work. But when that work disappears, they usually leave to a new post in some other town. That is the best case scenario. Sometimes adventurers take matters in their own hands. A long time ago, before this war started, there was a scandal in Elba fiefdom. There was a long period of lack of quests because the fiefdom was very stable and safe. Not happy about this, some adventurers' parties formed agreements with bandits and mercenaries. They would attack small villages, farms, and travelers so they would place a quest. Then those parties would go out and deal with those bandits. Then they go back to collect the reward and be heroes. When it came out about the scam, King Duran banished the guild from his lands. The guild was going to take Elba fiefdom to the imperial court for breaking guild law, but then the war happened. While only a few adventurers were part of the scam, it only takes one to ruin it for everyone. I would never, he responded. If I was going to kill you, I would do it myself, my friend. Carther chuckles and takes a drink. Any word of the delegation while we were gone? This messenger came by and said they will be here in 2 days, Herm said. Carther looks at him confused. Why so long? Rondell isn't the far. I was afraid that we might have missed them, but we needed the money. He just shrugs and grabs another mug to clean. No idea. They probably went around the Aaron Labyrinth. Rumors said something strange is happening there. Aaron, they're just ruins. I don't care if people say they're curse, Carther said. He looks around to make sure there are no new customers around. He then looks back down at his friend. Maybe. It always seems like something is happening there. But then it ends up being nothing. Still, you still planning on going to Italica then? After what happened in Elba fiefdom, Count Colt Formal of Italica wanted to kick the guild out of the city too. He was able to suspend operations, feeling like it was only bringing crime into the city. Again, the war started, so he was not able to ban the guild presence. The move was controversial at the time. Many were happy that the guild was brought back after Colt died on the other side of the gate. But then the city became poor because of the war. When that large army of bandits attacked the city, Countess Mui did not have the funds to pay the guild administration, so they closed the post, thinking that the city was going to burn at the time. That is normal in this world, cities being raided and destroyed by armies. That is why so many adventurers are loyal to the Empire. With all their faults, they prevent cities from burning. That is why me enlisted. After his hometown in the east was raided and burned, no one would have batted an eye if Italica burned by bandits. It would have been a tragedy, but that is all. But then everyone heard what happened. The city was saved and then occupied by these otherworlders. He glances over to the wanted posters by the Empire. The Empire wants the head of the man who intervened in the siege and saved it. There are many versions of the story, but it left a negative mark on the guild reputation. Some believe that is how the guild has been losing all its posts around Alnus. Italica has encouraged the city-states of Valtris, Debes, Atler, and more have kicked out the guild because of that event. That is a lot of revenue suddenly gone from the Rondell headquarters. Seeing that the war will not end anytime soon, they might be trying to re-establish themselves back into the region and make amendments. That is how Carther explained it. He always thought running a tavern and brothel was complicated, but this sounds ridiculous to him. Politics, he hated it while he was in the army, and it sounds worse in the guild. I don't see any other option besides doing east, Carther said. I refuse to go west, and I don't want to deal with the Ticaret Conglomerate. He smirks hearing that. Is it because you ran away from there, or because you own one of the families a lot of debt still? Carther glares at him. Shut it. He just chuckles, loving to harass him. Still, it is not like you to go into war zones like that. As I said, don't see a lot of options, Carther answers. Besides, I am AS rank, so that does come with some responsibilities and benefits. If the guild delegation can work out some type of agreement with the Otherworlders, I would like to be the first one in. I still hear that Nighteye Post is still open. Interesting, he said. That is probably because of all the mountains and forests in that area. Never know what is hiding in them. All this would be easier if the war wasn't going on, Carther said. The damn Otherworlders are really making a mess of things. Wars are supposed to be fought at the borders, not in the heartlands. But that's life, I guess. Carther then gets up. Thanks for the drink, my friend, but I am going to go back to my party. I will send a messenger boy to you if the delegation arrives, he said. Are you planning to see Salis tonight? She misses you. Carther starts laughing. Does she miss me or my pocket? Has to be you because you have nothing in your pocket. Or pants in general, he said with a chuckle. He sees his adventure friend give him a threatening point, but smirk. He then walks off to join his party. Italica, Romeo Highway. January 9th, 2026. As Princess Pina sits in the back of Vanguard 3JLTV, she looks out the window and thinks. While she enjoys the benefits of these Otherworlders machines, like getting around faster and not having to worry about the horse, she misses the manner of traveling. Going slow as she rides on the path to her destination, she can take everything around her in, seeing the beauty of this world and feel part of it. Sitting in the vehicle as she watches everything quickly goes by, she feels a bit of detachment from the world. Everything okay, Princess? Captain Johnson asked, talking from the front seat. He is the team leader. Yes, Captain, she said, just trying to enjoy the view. I understand, Johnson replies. You have a beautiful world, but it shocks me how similar things are to Earth. The trees, flowers, the mountains. Earth sounds nice, she responds. Do you miss it? Hard to say honestly, Johnson said. Do I miss being home? Yes. But it is still strange fighting on another planet. Why is that? Hamilton asked. Well, Johnson said, a war like this would only be in our entertainment. We never could imagine something like this happening. We knew one day we are fighting on other worlds, but we assumed that would happen in 300 to 500 years from now, not in our lifetime. She looks to Hamilton and they shrug at what he said. She does miss the beauty of Sadera. She grew up there and now wonders what is happening there under her brother's rule. Are they afraid, or do they support the war? She then thinks about her other brother Diabo. They were always somewhat close. He was the only real sibling she ever truly had. She wonders if he is helping Zorzel, or if he is dead already. The thing is, many of them would lose wealth and power if the Empire loses the war, so they might support her brother, even if they do not like him. During the first time she supported a peace treaty, she thought that she was trying to protect the citizens of her people, but it was trying to protect the status quo with the nobility. It took seeing Major Sharpe throwing the peace treaty away to see what it was like to protect your own people. Then again, after seeing newly discovered brother, General Crisis, when he gave his life in trying to end the war to protect the people from the Otherworlders and the Empire nobility. She sniffs as she gets a little upset as he thinks about how she never got a chance to get to know her oldest brother, too. He was given the shortest hand she can think of and yet was still loyal to the principles, not the crown. It is a legacy she decided to continue. 3. Are you okay, Your Highness? Panache Fur Kalji asked. She looks over and sees Panache and Balalaika sitting behind her. Yes, I am fine, she said as she wipes some tears from her eyes. We can turn around. Colt is dead after all, and you telling her why won't bring him back, Panache said. Why are you always so mean? Hamilton asked. I am not mean, Panache counters. I am just saying what it is. She just misses home, Balalaika points out as she combs her hair. She looks at Panache. I miss home too, but if we go back, Zorzel will cut our heads off. Well, let's hope that is all he would do. Panache crosses her arms and glances away. I know, I just miss the bathhouses and the tea parties. I miss walking through the hallways and seeing the spring roses cover the plaza. She can see the missing of home in all their eyes. She cannot blame them. Sometimes she wonders if it would have been better if she ordered them back to the capital, and she did everything herself. But Zorzel probably would have executed them out of spite or sent to the dungeon to be tortured. Princess, mind if I ask you something? Johnson asked. She looks at him, surprises how talkative he is to her. So far in Alnus, NATO personnel and the citizens of Alnus mainly ignore her knights. While no one gives them trouble, there's still some tensions. Yeah. Johnson looks back and directly looks at her. How do you put up with the major? She looks at him confused. Put up? I mean, no disrespect. I served under him during the Ely's Forest Campaign 5 in searching for our lost man, Johnson said. Tough as nails and brave as hell. Never seen anyone charge through cavalry before, but hard as hell to approach. I think Batman smiled more. Well, she said as she thinks about his question. To start with, I don't know who the Batman is. I was under the impression you had no Bat people on your world. To answer your question, it has not been easy. For a long time, it has been like hitting my head against a stone wall. Sometimes I must give myself a pit talk before I go talk to him, but I think we worked out how to communicate with each other. She then hears everyone laugh at that. They are not laughing at her, but all because they all experienced it themselves. As I said, it hasn't been easy but worth it. I think he feels the same way. I understand, Johnson said. Glad you two figured it out. Always been all serious one in the meetings and on the field. To be honest, I was shocked that he keeps you butch around after everything. And what is that supposed to mean? Balalaika asked. Johnson looks back at them all. It means, regardless of our differences, if he trusts you all, then if you ever need it, the 75th Rangers will have your 6. She thinks about what he said. Her assumption is true about Sharpe. He developed a reputation within his ranks. Even though he is not a general, he has a lot of respect from his people. She looks back over to Hamilton and sees her holding one of those advanced screens they call a table. She brought it with her and been looking at it while on the way to Italica. Hamilton, what are you looking at? I am shocked Andrew allowed you to bring that table along. I hear they are expensive and fragile. Hamilton looks over at her and smiles. I think Andrew called it a tablet, not a table. But Panache taught me how to sweet-talk a man. Panache pops through the gap between the seats. Yup, she said with much pride. I showed her how to puff up her chest, how to properly blink her eyes and gaze into a man's eyes, and speak with the sweetest of tone, and then you have him by the balls. They will agree to anything you want. If he loves ya, works every time. And that worked? She asked, surprised by that. Panache has always been a higher-class woman, but she also knows many of the arts of love. Back during the early days of the Rose Academy, she was passionate and open with herself and the other knight recruits. She has always been known to be a player within the ranks, but she has mellowed out as she has gotten older, a little. Yes, Panache said with a smirk. And if they don't love you? Hamilton asked. Then it works about 50 to 80% of the time, Panache said and winks. Before she could say anything, she hears the 2 Rangers up a front comment on the topic. Captain, it's true. It is a conspiracy, the driver Frost said. Johnson chuckles. I have been married for 6 years, Frost. I would know if my wife did any of that. He then thinks for a moment. Oh shit, now that I think about it, I have been had. Hey, Panache yells. I don't know about your world, but here it is rude to listen in to a woman's conversation without permission. They remain quiet, not wanting to get in more trouble. Hearing that, she looks to her 3 knights and then all giggles. Anyway, what are you looking at, Hamilton? She asked. Andrew has been introducing me to all of these picture stories he calls manga, Hamilton said. She then shows Pina what she is looking at. She grabs it and looks at the screen. She is shocked by what she sees. The drawings are impressive. Yeah, Hamilton said. I thought so too. As Panache said, I sweet-talked him into letting me borrow it so I can read some of the stories. I have to admit, they have crazy imaginations on their worlds. As she looks at the list of all the stories there are, she sees this folder called Black Box. She presses it, and a password pops up. What is this? The Black Box? Hamilton said. I don't know. He said I shouldn't look inside it, which means we must at some point, she said. What is all this called? Hamilton takes the tablet back. He called it otaku, but he said that's one of many different subjects. I have no idea what it means. Interesting, she said. I like to read some when you are done. V11, Chapter 130 New Union. Napni. January 9th, 2026. Queen Altoria Famulus is currently in her guest quarters, reflecting on current events. She takes a drink from her dark red wine. I am impressed. They almost have the taste down. It is just missing that sweet smell from it. Her most trusted assistant, Alambula, walks over. She is a dark brown hair warrior bunny that was once one of Queen Tayul's top assassins before her kingdom fell. Now she is her assistant and top bodyguard. thanks to the mind control amulet necklace around her. It is a powerful and rare amulet, but she was able to turn her into her most important assist. It was the best I could find in this place. Count Asarasha has horrible taste in both wine and woman, my queen, Alambula said. She then walks over. She is a dark-haired warrior bunny. She fled from her homeland after the war. In the wine or the slaves? She responds and takes another sip. But I understand. She then sets her glass down. She then looks up and sees a question in Alambula's mind. Speak your mind before I go see the Emperor. Alambula nods. I don't mean to speak out of turn, but why are we here? I mean, you hate the royal family and the empire. They killed your mother and threatened your people. She remembers seeing her mother lying dead on the ground, a once powerful and beautiful succubus who was respected by her people. She then saw Emroy Apostle Rory Mercury stand there, just finished assassinated her. She nods as she listens to Alambula. I understand, young bunny. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is developing, and I must seize it while I can. We lost these lands thousands of years ago and been replaced. Fighting the Empire military has proven to be ineffective. We can burn as many towns and cities as we want, but when it comes to it, we can't win wars. But the Empire has one weakness: weak leadership, she said as she takes her wine and watches the liquid spiral within the glass. The late Emperor Molt, while a strong leader, was a brute and uncaring of his people. The line of emperors has decayed to where they only care about themselves. She thinks back on the plateau war close to her country, a 5-year war nearly 40 years ago where Molt and her forces fought. As their armies fought, she can still feel the blade cut on her back from his blade. She was forced to concede onto his demands because if she died there, she had no successor to replace her, unlike her mother did. I had to become his vassal bitch for 40 years, and now that he is dead, I have room to move, she said. Now that I got a chance to see who Zorzel is, I can adapt to the new reality. Since I cannot beat the Imperial army on the field, but I can win in the political realm. While Zorzel put up a confident front in the opening meeting, but he is desperate, even if he doesn't know it, she adds. While Molt was a strong leader, he was a horrible father. Zorzel is no Molt and cannot control himself. It is almost adorable looking at a grown man who still acts like a child. If I can successfully arrange to become his empress and bring in my kingdom into the empire, then I should be able to hijack it, and then your kind will be free? Alambula asks. That is the gamble. She responds and finishes her wine and stands up. These otherworlders are a blessing and a curse. My plan would never work if it wasn't for the current situation, so they are a blessing. However, they also could be the means of my destruction. It is a game I must play and play well. But why gamble, though? Alambula asks as she picks up the dirty wine glass. Your homeland is far to the east, far away from the war. The empire will fall without help, and once they fall, you could make your move. I have considered that, she responded as she grabs her robe. However, Zorzel made 2 good points in the opening meeting. There will be a day when these otherworlders will reach our borders. It will be today or 100 years from now, but that day will come. I can wait for that day or face them now. And the second? Alambula asked. The reason why I believe my plan will work, Alambula, as Zorzel said, we are all from this world and they are not. If that idiot can see that, then I can exploit it. Now I must go see the Emperor and see where destiny lands. Queen Famulus walks into this private chamber. She passes 2 of Zorzel's royal guards who are guarding the chamber doors. Inside, she sees Count Asarasha standing there, talking to General Kalasta. She then sees Emperor Zorzel L. Caesar standing there by this large crate, talking to Senator Adalis. It seems they are talking about something important. As she approaches, this man walks up to her. She looks at him and recognized him from the interdiction the other day. It is the leader of the Oprichnina, Svenhard Lupus Moon. She has run into his people in her country. They have a strong spy network, using whatever trick they can to get what they want. Unlike soldiers who usually follow the warrior code of conduct, they have no honor, and that's why she respects them. Queen Famulus, Svenhard said. She glares at him, expecting trouble. He is the enemy after all, and she can't trust any of them. Coming here was a massive gamble for her, for all she knew was that this was a trap. Many in her administration said it was foolish to come, thinking that they would try and assassinate her. But they offered her something she couldn't resist. If she comes to Napni just to listen, they will give her a gift of good faith. Molt's sole Augustus body. That shocked her. She has a long history and hates that man. The only other person she hates more in this world than Molt is Rory Mercury. A chance to personally kill Molt with her own hands was a chance she could not pass up. Yes? She responds. Svenhard stands there and looks into her eyes. I have to say, if you try anything, I will have to put you down. She looks at him, getting ready to pull out her dagger for self-defense. Her guards are right outside and ready to storm in if needed. Saying that, Svenhard said, now I want to say that I am a big fan of your work. It has been very worthy of our agents engaging against each other in the East. Assuming a deal can be created, my daughter would love to meet you. She blinks, baffled by what he said. What? I mean, thank you. Yes, Svenhard adds. Unlike my emperor and most of his people, I and my family worship Syphilis. The primary god the empire worships is Uros, the god of the cosmos. He is supposed to bring stability and tranquility to his people, which were the foundations of the empire. While she knows its subjects believe in all the other gods and most in Sadera follow Uros, she is surprised to find someone in Sadera who follows her god Syphilis, but now that she thinks about it, it makes sense. Someone who has a dirty job like him must believe in something dark to be this efficient in it. I see. I understand, she said and walks past him and head to Zorzel. She walks over and sees Zorzel looking at her. He can see with his eyes that he is looking over her body. It is something she has learned to deal with. Succubus and incubus are cursed with a beautiful body. It is how they lure their victims into a mentally weak trance state so they can feed off their life force, or otherwise known in essence. She looks at him as he approaches. She rarely ever had to use her magical abilities to seduce people. As her mother before her, she learned to command and control her minions with her mind than her looks. There is no way she could have become queen of the Swestuals Kingdoms just using her kind basic tricks. And deep down inside, she believes that earned the respect from many of the intelligent creatures like orcs, urukai, and other humanoid dark races. Being queen and rebuilt her people's land gave her the credit she needs to do what she feels what must be done. Looking at Zorzel, he reminds her of a child. While he physically looks healthy and strong, as an emperor should look like, she can see in his eyes that he is still a child. Never has had to work, never had to build anything, never had to add anything to his name. Always trying to impress his superiors while trying to be independent. Only emperor because of who his father was. Still, he did have the balls to murder his own father and take the throne for himself. He did have the foresight to place his loyalists into positions that could accept him as the new leader. And he was smart enough to arrange this submit to address the other worlder's threat and offer her his father's body. While she understands he did all of that for the wrong reasons, to protect his ego, which is all she needs to know about him, she walks up and kneels in front of him. Emperor Zorzel, it is an honor to meet you. Queen Famulus, Zorzel said, it is a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. She frowns a little by his manners. Normal custom is after you kneel, showing respect to the title, they would let you stand. She had to start counting before Zorzel finally told her to stand. She stands up and looks at him, and then the crate. She was informed that Molt was going to be alive, but it is clear that he is not. What happened? Zorzel's smirk goes away and looks over to the crate. The ground shacked somehow, and he tried to escape. Svenhard was forced to kill him so he didn't escape. That is not what was promised, she said, annoyed. Well then, I should have let him go, Zorzel said with a chuckle, not caring about her anger. But I figured you would prefer something over nothing. She looks back at the crate. And you feel nothing for him? Why should I? Zorzel said as he crosses his arms. He was in the way of me taking the throne. He was a horrible emperor who nearly drove us to the brink. He started a war that I must finish. He has disrespected the honor and history of the throne, but more importantly, he tried to take it away from me. From what he said, she can see that all he cares about is throne. The war, the alliance, murdering his father. It is all about that throne. If she plays her options right, she can't believe how easy this might be. If she doesn't threaten his one true love, she is safe to further her agenda. Open it, she said, looking at the crate. Two royal guards walk over and open the top of the crate. She walks over and looks inside. She sees the corpse of Molt Sol Augustus. His body looks decayed as the meat is rotting away. She looks at Zorzel. And his body belongs to me now? Zorzel laughs. Yes. I am interested to see what you do to him. I have heard that you enjoy turning your enemies into pets. Anyway, we should talk about the war and the Alliance. First, I want him, she said and looks back at Molt's body. She closes her eyes and holds out her hand. She feels the energy appearing through her body, all flowing to her right hand. She opens her eyes as they glow purple. The energy that formed in her hand, she directs it to Molt's body in a magical pulse. Moments later, Molt's hand raises and grabs the edge of the crate. Then the other hand raises and grabs the edge of the box. The body lifts itself, and everyone hears this nail-scratching screech. The head starts looking around like it is confused about what's happening. "Raise my minion," she said. What remains of Molt's body crawls out of the crate. It slowly stands up, body shaking, like a caged animal that just got released. The husk of the Molt body looks up at Famulus. "You are my minion now," she said. "You are no longer a man. You are now a ghoul." She smiles as watches Molt bends the knee to her, a sight she has been waiting for decades. As a very powerful succubus, she has the power to turn male bodies into these ghouls. A zombie-like creature, but able to follow their master. "Impressive," Zorzel said with a chuckle. Svenhard walks over. "Impressive? I never have seen anything like that before." "The dark arts are full of surprise," she said and looks over at them. "One of the many things that I can offer in the war effort. Now that you have your prize, let's get down to business," Zorzel said. "I agree," she said and then looks to the guards. Zorzel glances over his staff and nods them to leave. She watches as they all leave. Once it is just them, she starts to wall around, rubbing her hand on the surface of all the crates and small statues. "Tell me, Emperor, why did you invite me?" "I do not care about you and my father's past aggression," Zorzel said, "and you are a vassal of mine, so I am calling upon you for war. And besides, I do not care about my father's troubles. I will lead the Empire to a new golden age, something he could never have done." She stops and looks at him. She finds his energetic attitude adorable, more like a boy who has yet to experience the hardship of the world. He has a lot of charisma, but that can only go so far. While he wants to create a grand coalition, she questions that he can lead one. He probably will be able to get most of the nations at the summit to join in. However, it will fall apart quickly once everyone sees his lack of leadership. Molt was a crappy father and did not prepare him for the throne. She assumes that was intentional to maintain control longer than he was allowed. "A new golden age does sound nice, my emperor?" she asks as she walks back to the center of the room. "But what will this golden age look like?" Zorzel looks at her and smirks. "First, we will defeat the greatest energy we have ever faced and stolen their weapons. Second, I will finish conquering all the lands of Falmart. We will be united under a single banner, and we will be a strong people. With you as our leader?" she asks, slightly testing him. "Who else? My brother?" Zorzel asks with a laugh. "He is weak. No one will ever follow him. And my sister is an ideology fool who betrayed her people." "Yes," she said. She thinks about his other two siblings. She understands the family is divided right now. A divided family is easy to conquer, a lesson she learned the hard way. But these other worlders, I still find it hard to believe how powerful they are. "Woman, always weak and scared," Zorzel said as he chuckles. She walks up to him and places her dagger to his neck. She can see the fear and interest in his eye. She knows of his reputation. Nobles, males, and females have a habit of abusing their servants and slaves. Making someone crumble to their feet, pushing them to cry is a very empowering feeling to the ones who hold the power. It is a reminder of who is in control and that they can get away with whatever they want. But then there is Zorzel. His father never gave him love or principles, which turned him into a monster. Because he sees that he is stuck behind Molt's shadow and legacy, he feels small and weak. She believes that is the way he is such an extreme rapist to his slaves. Rape is usually a game for nobles and power, but he takes it to the extreme. For him, it is a lifestyle, to prove to everyone around him, and more importantly, to himself, that he is the in control and no one else. She can feel the presence of Siflis and no Eidos within his heart. Siflis, the goddess of all acts of sin, murder, torture, rape, wickedness, all of it. "I may be a woman, but I'm not one of your whores," she said in a commanding tone. "Do not misunderstand me, my emperor. I am far greater. I am strong, powerful, and have the desire." She then lowers her blade. Zorzel looks at her and smirks. He again glances up and down her body. Desire, you say? I will show you desire. She sees his hand reach up for her breast, but she slaps it away. She turns around and walks away from a little but stops, looking back at him. What he was about to do did not bother her at all. She intended to gain control of the conversation. As she looks at him, she sees that he both passed and failed her test. He has ambition, however, he cannot control himself and is easily influenced. She starts to wonder if other actors are trying to extend their influence on him. Svenhard seems intelligent enough to influence him for their agenda, however, he seems very loyal to the Emperor. The senators, maybe the two that came with him, seem to be loyal. Right now? No. For him to kill his father, that had to be well planned out. This is going to be the greatest war these lands have ever seen, she said. You want my army to fight for your grand ambition, fine, but that will not be enough. You need others. Zorzal crosses his arms and looks at her, wondering what she will say. That is why I invited them here. No, it is not, she responded. You are using the war as a way to expand the empire. A common enemy unites people who are enemies. Once this war ends, I expect that you will find a way to fold them into the empire, either as new territory or allies. Am I correct? Zorzal crosses his arms and slowly smirks. That is interesting if that is what I am planning. Never underestimate a woman's mind, she said and walks over to him. But there is a problem, Emperor. They all will assume that too. The writing is on the wall. Your father and his father have betrayed many of their past alliances to increase the power of the empire. She sees him glare at her, not liking that she said, but I know how to remove any doubt from their minds. I know how to get them to join your grand coalition and then execute your plans. She walks up to him and then kneels in front of him. My Emperor, take me as your wife and I will forever serve you and carry out your will. My wife, Zorzal said, confused by her sudden proposal. Before he could continue, she stands up and looks directly at him. My lord, my army will be yours. My lands will be yours. You would accomplish what your father couldn't. You are not his son but more. His legacy has been trying to take my lands in a single swoop. You took them, and about your coalition, you need to show everyone that you are taking this seriously, that you are taking bold leadership, a new chapter in the empire history, she said. She knows she is taking a gamble. She is trying to summon his pride, his desires for power and woman against him. She knows she has to convince him that this alliance helps him with his agenda because if he wins, she is open to take the empire from within for her own. By making me your empress, you will show the other nations and your people that you are not your father, she said. It will show them that they can place your trust in you. It will show your enemies that you should be feared. My kingdom now under yours to do as you please will convince anyone who doubts you that you the only true emperor. Zorzal stands there, clearing thinking on what she said. Interesting. The Senate will never approve of this? Are they the same ones who disapprove of you now? They will be turned one way or another. The empire cannot afford weaklings, she said in a defiant tone. Zorzal stands there, looking at her. He then smiles and places his hand on her cheek. What you said is true. I am not my father's son. The Senate has never approved of me being on the throne except for the few who are loyal to me. Destroying the Otherworlders would make me popular and guarantee my position as the ruler of Falmart. But why do you want to be my empress? As you said, it is our world and it is under attack, she said. You killed my number one enemy and I am thankful for you. Now I only have one enemy left to end. And who is that? Zorzal asked, confused. She takes a breath, bottling up her hateful emotions. She holds her fist tightly and then looks up at him, being a head length taller. I want Rory Mercury to suffer. Zorzal suddenly bursts out laughing and looks down at her. Rory is an enemy of mine. But more importantly, she befriended one of the Otherworlders who pain in my ass has been. I have to admit they formed a powerful alliance, and it has benefited them. We have mutual enemies that drive us. He then takes him and pushes her against one of the beams. He grabs her by the arm and holds her there. He leans closer and gives her a strong kiss. She returns the kiss with a more passionate one. They both continue as they begin to seal their union.